It is my duty to lay before the House, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act and subsection 25(1) of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, the Privacy Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. It is my duty to lay before the House, pursuant to Section 11 of the Lobbying Act, the Commissioner of Lobbying's report for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, pursuant to Standing Order 1083H. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 3680A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 18 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
What an efficient government.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. I don't see her here. Pas ici, hein? No, okay. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Richards. Ok, c'est moi qui vais la lire. C'est moi qui l'ai. Appuyé par...
Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, moves that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs, presented on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, be concurred in. Debate.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand today in unity with veterans from all across Canada who have been tirelessly fighting to right a historic wrong. For too long, veterans have faced these kinds of issues where, first of all, they deal with a cold and heartless bureaucracy, and secondly, they struggle to even have recognition from a government about their service. You know, it's things like the Persian Gulf War veterans and the Afghan War veterans who are looking for recognition that they fought a war and can't seem to find that from this government. You know, they attend a hastily put together, it seems, groundbreaking for an Afghan war monument that was mired in scandal, and they feel like they were an afterthought at the ceremony. These are the kinds of things that we're seeing, and this is another example of exactly that. And so what we're talking about today is giving Canadians today some inspiration, some hope. Because Canada, there's a lot of problems that our country faces right now, and especially when you look at young Canadians, they look at their future and they don't see a lot of hope. And I think they know when they look at their future that hope doesn't come from the government. It's not going to be you know, the government that gets us out of this mess, at least not this government. But Canadians have the intuition, and they have the skills, they have the heart to rebuild Canada as the same great nation that we inherited from generations past. And when you look at the inspiration that's needed right now, and that many are seeking right now, you look at our veterans and you think that's the type of people that we need to see and draw that inspiration from. These are ordinary men and women from all across Canada, from coast to coast to coast, who signed on the line and deployed into some of the most hostile and remote places all around the world. And everywhere a Canadian steps around this world, they carry with them the best values of our people. A love of freedom, a love of democracy, and a love of justice. And nowhere did the example of the maple leaf shine brighter than it did in the mountains and deserts of Afghanistan. A land torn by centuries of conflict predating our nation was introduced to a multitude of Canadian actions. The people of Afghanistan were met with Canadian generosity, with millions of dollars in aid. The people of Afghanistan were met with Canadian ingenuity as schools, institutions, and infrastructure was built by Canadians. And in the deserts and mountains of Afghanistan, the Taliban met Canadian ferocity. Canadian soldiers from decorated battalions across our country brought the fight to the enemy and dismantled them in every engagement that we had. And finally, the people of Afghanistan were also met with Canadian mercy. Taliban wounded were often being treated and saved by Canadian medical crews and spared the cruelty that is often visited upon captives in times of war. In the Afghan villages where children lived in fear, the maple leaf on the shoulders of our men and women stood defiantly against evil. These ordinary men and women joined the forces and became extraordinary. They showed us as a nation that even when faced with discomfort, hostility, and yes, with evil, Canadians can rise as heroes and fight back. The youth in Canada today desperately need heroes. They need Canadians to look up to with pride. They need role models to emulate. And these heroes don't wear suits and sit here in Ottawa. They walk quietly as silent heroes among us every single day.
Hear, hear.
Let us raise cases of extraordinary bravery and exceptional character for this generation to show them that there is still some good in this world and it's still worth fighting for. Let us raise heroes like Jess LaRochelle.
Yes.
Jess LaRochelle was a Canadian who joined the Canadian Armed Forces at the height of the war in Afghanistan. Just a young man, he was sent overseas to fight those responsible for not only terrorizing the people of Afghanistan, but also the people around the world through horrific attacks like those witnessed on September 11th of 2001. And it is in Afghanistan that Jess LaRochelle made his mark on Canadian history. Facing an unrelenting Taliban attack on his unit, Jess LaRochelle manned a lone position and drove back the enemy, fighting exhaustion, fear, and severe injuries. It is a fact that during this fight, Jess was nearly struck by a rocket-propelled grenade which detonated on a wall of his tower, severely injuring him. Jess had a detached retina, a fractured neck, a broken back, massive internal bleeding, and a severe concussion. And despite all of this, he continued fighting, drove back the Taliban assault, and saved many of his comrades. Unfortunately, Jess's brothers-in-arms, Blake Williamson and Darcy Tedford, were killed in this attack, and it was only after Jess helped to carry their coffins into a plane headed back to Canada did Jess finally present himself for some medical attention. Think about that. Think about what he went through and what he dealt with. Jess was only a young man of 24 years old when he sustained those injuries, and he carried them for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Canada lost one of its heroes when Jess passed away in August 2023 due to complications from his injuries. It was by former Conservative leader Aaron O'Toole that a motion was brought to this House which called for the creation of a Military Honours Review Board. Unfortunately, that motion was defeated by the government back then, but now there is a renewed interest. Thanks in large part to the work of Bruce Moncourt and others who were involved with an organization called Valor in the Presence of the Enemy. Now, while Jess was awarded the Star of Military Valor, he was passed over for Canada's highest honour, the Canadian Victoria Cross. Since the inception of this medal, it has never been awarded. There are many Canadians who wish to see this changed, to ensure that our veterans are properly recognized for their deeds of courage. There's now been several provincial legislatures which have voted in support of the creation of a Military Honours Review Board, including Saskatchewan, Ontario, Nova Scotia, Alberta, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. And it's clear that public sentiment on this is that we need to see this happen. And Conservatives have been proud to stand with veterans on this issue since day one. And we will not allow this issue to rest until it is seen through. The arguments for this review board don't just end with individual examples and historical anecdotes, but also with real-world examples to compare ourselves to. Many of our allies have issued the equivalent of their Victoria Cross to their soldiers: the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, Australia, Italy, New Zealand. They've all issued their highest awards of valor to members of their militaries for actions taken in Afghanistan, and that's despite the fact that several of these nations committed less personnel to the war and saw less fighting than Canadians did. There's also testimony of General Retired Rick Hillier, who was Chief of Defence Staff and Chair of the Honours Committee when the case of Jess LaRochelle came through. Now, General Hillier is a great and well-respected man, but by his own admission, a mistake may have been made when deciding the award for Jess La Rochelle. Canada was new at war in Afghanistan at the time, and they were reluctant to make the award as a result because they didn't know what would ensue. And so the Victoria Cross was spared for an event which did not come. Additionally, it took several years for all of the details to come about and to talk more about the battle that Jess fought with the Taliban. And over time, these details emerged, but there was no ability to change the award that had already been given. So this example is one that cries for change. It cries for justice. And if mistakes were made and new details are brought to light, then mere policy shouldn't stand in the way of honoring a war hero. Now, this past week, the government responded to a petition put forward by a member for North Bay, I believe it is, and indicated that they are open to examining the formation of this board. And the Standing Committee of Veterans Affairs, of course, is throwing its support behind this issue, as has the Senate. And we wait for the final and most important step now, which is taking the action that's necessary. All of this effort over the years can't be in vain. All of the lives touched by the story of Jess La Rochelle are inspired, and inspiration is what Canada needs right now. So let us celebrate and enshrine the stories of our national heroes. Let us raise our children with the tales of bravery and sacrifice. And the ball is now in the government's court. They have publicly signaled openness to this cause, and we thank them for that. But now we eagerly await the details on how and when this review board will be formed, and when the historic injustice can finally be addressed.
Hear, hear.
But I beg them, don't make Canadians wait for long. The great author and evangelist C.S. Lewis once said this: "Since it is so likely that children will meet cruel enemies, let them at least have heard of brave knights and heroic courage. Otherwise, you're making their destiny not brighter, but darker." Since it is so likely that Canadian children will grow up facing hardships and hearing of evil in the world, let them at least have heard of brave soldiers and their heroic deeds. Let them at least have heard of Jess La Rochelle and the fighting Canadians. Now, I'll note at this moment that I will be splitting my time with the member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. And I want to just conclude by finishing in French. I want to just conclude with, if I can, Madam Speaker, with just a little bit to speak to our Quebec. J'espère que le gouvernement.
I hope that the government will not make Canadians wait too long before finally acting. That's what C.S. Lewis said.
To go on. Great job. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I don't think there is a member of the House that would not recognize the valuable role that members of our CAF have actually played, and we continue to support them. What disappointed me the other day is when the critic for the Conservative Party misled Canadians when he was challenged on the issue of what was the current status of the Brandon Veterans Affairs Office. The member clearly indicated, along with his colleague, that it was actually closed when he should have known that it was not closed. I wonder if he would apologize to the veterans that the member implied by trying to give the impression that that office was closed. Would he apologize?
Resign. For Edric Cochrane.
The apology needs to come from that member and his government, because I'll tell you right now, what they did there is very hypocritical. That office is, in fact, closed and has been closed. Not only that, but essentially every office in this country is closed to veterans, because what happens now is they must go online and make an appointment. If they just show up at an office, they cannot be received by Veterans Affairs. And many veterans also report to us that just because maybe one time they got a little frustrated because they wait months and years to get action, that they're told they can never speak to another Veterans Affairs employee again. So you know what? The only person that owes an apology is that member and his government for what they do to veterans.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicola.
So it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson-Nicola, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Indeed, I served on the Veterans Affairs Committee and was very familiar with the situation of Jess La Rochelle, and it pains me to know that he will not have seen what should have been bestowed upon him, the Victoria Cross. I know that my colleague had some additional words he wanted to say in French, and I'm wondering if he could enlighten this House with those words. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edric Cochrane.
Merci.
Thank you to my colleague. The great author C.S. Lewis said, "It is so probable that children will meet enemies, cruel enemies. They should at least have heard about courageous knights. Otherwise, you don't make their future brighter, but darker. It is very likely that Canadian children will grow hearing about bad in the world. They should at least have heard about courageous soldiers and heroic acts. They should at least have heard of Jess La Rochelle and Canadians like him."
General Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his intervention. And the ACWA committee report that we are discussing this morning calls for the creation of an independent review board, and as the member knows, we announced on Friday that we will be doing that. I will be meeting with the organizers behind Valor in the Presence of the Enemy this afternoon to talk about next steps and move forward. So I asked my colleague across the way if he's willing to work with us to make sure that we have the feedback that he would like us to have in terms of what the advisory board should be looking like. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edward Cochrane.
Well, I think the answer to that is quite simple. And first of all, I do thank the government for expressing openness to this. And I hope that they're going to actually take the action. I really do. You know, this has been something that we've been fighting for a long time, and I would encourage the member to go back and look at the motion that was brought forward by Conservatives in the past that the government rejected, because that was a very detailed motion. It had a lot of detail in terms of what this should look like. And I would encourage her to go back and look at that. I would encourage the government to have a look at that, because I think it provides a very good instruction manual for what this does need to, in fact, look like. But the key here is that, you know, we need to go beyond words. We need to move to action. I'm hopeful that that is actually what we're going to see. But I will continue to push, and I will continue to hold account until we do see that action. You know, I hope it isn't long before we see it. And if it doesn't happen, I will be the first to be jumping all over a government for words and not actions.
A very, very brief question from the Honourable Member for Essex. Really very brief.
Very brief, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the Honourable Member for his comments. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity, I believe it was late last year, early this year, to celebrate for Mr. Bruce Moncourt with their family. My question to the member, very briefly, Madam Speaker, is how important is it for this to go through today to ensure that future generations will also support and protect Canada? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Edward Cochrane.
Well, first I would just say, you know, Bruce Moncourt, you know, I won't have time to tell his story, but his story is one of bravery and courage as well. And he believes that his life was spared so that he could see this through. And we're going to help him to do just that, so that future.
To resume debate, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this. It's a very important subject, not only to my riding, but to me personally, and I'd like to share the reason why. And before I kind of kick off my speech here, I'd like to thank my colleague from Airdrie Cochrane for his intervention, for his speech, and for his passion and his leadership as the critic for Veterans Affairs. I've learned quite a bit from him, and I appreciate his dedication to veterans and what he wants to do with this particular board. I would like to kind of give a bit of a background of why am I so passionate about this, and why am I here. My family, I've shared numerous times, came from Scotland, but during World War II they were living in Scotland, and my grandfather on the offensive during World War II was in a cafe, and he was drinking, having a few libations with his British soldiers, and all of a sudden Canadian soldiers came rushing in, and they started screaming, retreat, retreat, retreat. There was a German offensive, and they didn't have enough firepower to have a counteroffensive. So the British soldiers started throwing on all their gear, and while they were doing that, the Canadian soldiers looked at the wall that had all these bottles of booze, and they started shooting at them like it was a Western. Well, my Scottish grandfather, who liked his odd tipple, was horrified and started screaming, "Cease fire, cease fire, cease fire." And so finally the Canadians stopped, and my grandfather went up to this Canadian sergeant and he goes, "What are you doing?" And the Canadian soldier looked at him and he said, "If we're not drinking it, they're not drinking it." And my Scottish grandfather fell in love with Canadians. What he witnessed was the bravery of those soldiers overseas, which was so important. At home, my grandmother and my mother, who was a very small child, witnessed the generosity of the Canadian soldiers. These soldiers came overseas, volunteered, and brought with them things that my grandmother couldn't get, baked goods and the generosity. And that was why my family decided to move to Canada. What they witnessed at home and what they witnessed overseas. The bravery. And we can't forget that. And that is the whole point of having this independent military review board, to recognize the bravery and the sacrifice of our Canadian soldiers. This is important not only to my family, but this is important to my riding, because I know the member MLA, Blaine McLeod, has actually been in Ottawa, advocating for recognition for Jess La Rochelle and the bravery that he displayed, excuse me, while he was overseas. He was doing what the soldiers in World War II were doing in Afghanistan. And our foreign policy, to my colleagues, our foreign policy and our international recognition is based on the blood and sacrifice of Canadian soldiers overseas. Those in Europe get to see the gravestones every single day they drive by, because our soldiers went overseas. Now, fortunately, we haven't had that much conflict here in Canada. We've had our little skirmishes and very early on in our history. But the sacrifices made overseas, Europeans witness that every single day. And it's hard for Canadians to be able to reconcile that. And so that's why we have to have that extra effort within this House of Commons to be able to recognize those who have advocated on our behalf, who have made that sacrifice and gone overseas and said, yes, I'm going to go. Not just to save the democracy that's within this country, but to preserve democracy around the world. I'm passionate about this subject. I'm passionate about our military, and I'm passionate about our veterans who deserve more. And we keep failing them. There's a continual failure to support our veterans, those that have said, yes, send me, I will go. You're going to have to give me a second here, Madam Speaker, because sometimes in my passion, I have to kind of chill out a little bit here, because I feel like we've done a great disservice to Canadians and to veterans who just want some basic, simple things like care. And we're failing them in our duty to support veterans. And I witness that every single day, whether they're reservists or full-time veterans. We don't understand sometimes what they've gone through and the sacrifices that they've made, but they deserve better. And that is the whole point of having this independent review board, so that it is something that recognizes people that have slipped through the cracks. And I think that's so important for us to be able to say, okay, we need to pause. Let's have a reset here, and let's make sure that things don't slip through the cracks for our veterans. I also want to kind of go back, Madam Speaker, just while I have the opportunity, about the recognition about veterans that have served that didn't come back, and how Europeans can witness when they drive by, they see the gravestones with the maple leaf on them. They get to witness that every single day, and I've said that we don't get to have that recognition here of the sacrifice, but we do get to see the professionalism of our serving members when we get to witness the snowbirds. And that is why I find it disappointing that the Liberal government wants to cancel the snowbirds after this season, because for Canadians who don't get the chance to go overseas or witness the sacrifices of Canadians, this is a way for us to see the professionalism, the excellence, the unity of our Canadian Armed Forces. And people in Canada now have a connection with their military. They have a connection with the history of our military, and they have a connection with the sacrifice that our military has made. It is so important. And when we erode these things, we do a disservice not only to our nation, but we do a disservice to nations who are our allies around the world, who rely on a strong partner in times of need. We've always been there, but when we cut these things, we are sending a message that we're weakening our position. We're weakening ourselves, and we're not being there for our allies and for our neighbors. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking in support of this. I think that this independent review board is necessary. It's not only necessary for our nation, it's necessary for the people within my riding because they believe in it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton-Beziquin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for a great speech. I have the utmost respect for that member, and I certainly do agree that it's important to get this military review board in place so that we can do memorials and honorariums like the Afghanistan one that honors Corporal Brent Poland and Private William Cushing that gave their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice. So I wonder if the member could give some indication of what kind of makeup would he like to see on this committee, what kind of qualifications? Thank you.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague for that question. You know, I have to say sometimes we get things wrong, and we've witnessed that recently. We've witnessed the Liberal government parade out the snowbirds and then basically tell them that they're going to be losing their jobs. And then at the Afghan monument, we didn't see any presence or very little presence of our veterans. And it's like we've got to reverse the roles here. We've got to recognize when it's due and treat our military properly. I think the makeup has to be people that actually recognize and understand the sacrifices made by our vets and have an inside perspective, but also are very, very neutral so that their own passions are not.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Clearly, it came from the heart, and it was very sincere, so I'd really like to thank him for a great speech. I'd like to ask him a simple question. I'd like to ask him, with this motion, we're not just talking about medals. It's a motion that talks about our ability to recognize in a proper way and honor properly those who accepted the risks and the dangers and the injuries to protect peace and democracy. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that, Madam Speaker.
For Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, I thank my colleague, and I have to point out I haven't seen him in the gym for a while. Hopefully we'll see you next week. You know, it is so important. We as Canadians are very, very humble in the way that we carry ourselves. And so it's very, very hard for us to accept recognition for the sacrifices we made. But I think it's so important now when we're being challenged globally that, you know, we recognize the sacrifice that is made by those that are willing to leave their families, that say, okay, I'm going to miss birthdays, I'm going to miss wedding anniversaries, and I'm going to go and help someone else. It's not just the person that's going overseas, it's also the family, and we have to recognize that. And I think that's what makes our nation such a strong and powerful nation, that we're willing to make those sacrifices, and you can't put a recognition on that.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So through you to my honourable colleague, and thank you for his impassioned and compassionate speech. And I understand the sacrifice that the gentleman has made as well. Along the way, Corporal Bruce Moncourt, I was honoured to be at a celebration of life with him at the Royal Canadian Legion earlier this year. And Madam Speaker, and then this last Saturday, I was honored to be at the squadron for the cadets in Windsor, Air Force Squadron. My question for you, Madam Speaker, to the member is, trying to look forward, trying to be what Corporal Moncourt would want, how do we engage without celebrating those that went before us? How do we engage young adults to join our service to ensure that Canada is protected? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a lot of people confuse us as twins. And so I'm glad that you didn't mix that up prior to the question being asked. And I thank my colleague. I know that I've interacted with some veterans within his riding that were facing some challenges. And I know that he's very, very passionate about those that have served. But it's also very important to recognize, how do we attract new recruits? And it's by being...
And we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Secretary of State. Good morning, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North.
My colleague across the aisle who moved that we have this debate this morning, as I do feel that there's still a few words to be said regarding the matter of an independent military Honours Review Board. On April 15th, the day petition E6661 was presented to the House of Commons, I was pleased to welcome to Ottawa veterans of the Afghanistan War, along with parliamentarians from the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, my colleague across the aisle, Le Bloc Québécois, and the New Democratic Party. There were representatives of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs and the Senate of Canada who were also present. Together we heard from David Mack, a leader with the organization Valor in the Presence of the Enemy. David reflected that resolving an important matter often takes a village, that expression that it takes a village sometimes to resolve things. He went on to say that in the case of the Victoria Cross cause, at the heart of the village has been a fire that has burned hot for 6 years, enduring setbacks and disappointments, surviving the moments when progress seemed to move 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And that fire has been Bruce Moncourt, and we've heard his name mentioned here this morning, a veteran whom many describe as unrelenting and unyielding in his pursuit of justice. On April 15th, Bruce recounted waking after being thrown by a bomb explosion in Afghanistan. The first thing he did was check his legs, then his arms, and relieved, he cupped his hands to his face, only to see them fill with blood. Bruce had lost part of his skull and his brain. Back in Canada, he had to relearn how to walk and how to speak. Yet, through determination and perseverance, he rebuilt his life and eventually returned to the classroom as a teacher. And to this day, he is a great teacher, I believe, in Manitoba. This is a man who gave everything, who has given everything to the Victoria Cross cause. The cause of ensuring that acts of extraordinary courage are properly recognized and that the stories of Afghanistan veterans are never forgotten. Bruce recently wrote, "I gave this cause my soul, not a piece of it, not the part that was left over after everything was done. All of it. The hours no one counted, the calls made at midnight, the letters rewritten, written and rewritten, and the years when no one was listening. I bled for this country once on a mountainside in Afghanistan and thought that was the end. It was not the end. It was the beginning of something I simply at that point did not have words for. But 6 years ago, I found the words. I found them in the story of a boy from Restul who lay broken in the Afghan dust and kept fighting. I found them in the oral histories of warriors who carried 11 men to safety across a mile of Belgian mud. I found them in the grave inscriptions of Métis snipers whose comrades wrote in the dirt above their grave that it must have been a damn good sniper that finally got them. I found them in the eyes of mothers who outlived their sons and daughters, in the silence of families who kept the letters, who kept the medals, who kept the faith. I found my words in the stories of soldiers who carried their country across impossible ground. Today, I think on behalf of all of this House, I think it is fair to say that we thank Bruce Moncourt, thank him for his words. We thank him for every hour he devoted to this cause, for every post, every letter, every sleepless night, I assume, and every morning when he got up and did it all again. I still remember when he said, "I took on this cause not because I was asked, but because someone had to, because a boy from Restul lay alone in the Afghan dust with a broken back and kept fighting. If he could do that, I could do this." Those words remind us that perseverance is not measured in comfort, but in commitment. They remind us that remembrance is not passive. It requires action, and I really like this line, and I'll say it again. They remind us that remembrance is not passive. It requires action. And they remind us that the stories of courage, sacrifice, and service entrusted to us by Canada's veterans must never be forgotten, just like the unknown soldier's eternal flame. I hope we can all draw inspiration from Bruce's own own story, and from David's own words as we embark on the important work of establishing the independent review board that includes setting the assessment criteria, selecting the right members, and establishing a decision-making process. Moving forward, strict accountability and transparency will be what measures that the job gets done and gets done properly. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ardrey Cochrane.
Well, I thank the member for her speech, and I certainly also want to recognize that this effort was stalled out a little bit after the previous Conservative motion was defeated in this House, and this member brought forward a petition which has re-energized this effort, and I thank her for that. I wondered if she could speak a little bit to, I'm sure she's had some conversations internally, could she speak a little bit to the next steps on this, when we can actually expect to see this move forward, and what the next steps would be in terms of making this happen?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to my colleague for that particular question and for all his work and effort on this matter. Certainly with the Department of National Defence, they have already reached out to members of Valor in the presence of the enemy, and they are preparing next steps. Certainly it will be a matter of looking at for example, in NATO, there are such committees, such independent boards, so it will be a matter of looking at how they're formed. And so there will be a process of examining what are the different options. I think that's before us, and then determining how we move forward. But personally, from my own point of view, I think what's critically important is that we ensure that ultimately it is a process that Canadians will feel confident and that they have trust in that the right outcomes emerge.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague across the way for the initiative in terms of the petition number 6,661, and on the basis of the parliamentary secretary's response, it seemed to have moved things forwards. I'm pleased to hear that, but I still don't understand this. There have been other attempts in the past to make sure that the issue can move forward and that we could deliver these Victoria Crosses, award them. There was a petition also raised by Madame Ashton, also some efforts by Aaron O'Toole in 2022. Why is it this time around there seems to be a response? Why was there no response earlier? The Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, I appreciate my colleague and his question. I was pleased that several members of the Bloc Québécois and other parties all participated in this process. On April 15th, there were representatives from the province of Quebec, so I was really pleased to see that there really were people from throughout Canada who came to Ottawa. In part, that's one answer to your question. There was the involvement from throughout the country, and that's really essential. I myself was not there. I was not a member of Parliament in the last legislature, but as far as veterans are concerned, I really find that it's wonderful news to see that there would be such cooperation across all party lines.
Minister of Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her champion this and bringing the parties together. This is a non-partisan issue. In fact, when I ran in 2015, I ran because I'm the mother of 2 serving members. And at that time, I remember giving an interview and someone asked me why. And I said, because I want to make sure that should something happen to my kids, that they'll be taken care of. And I reread that statement recently and my commitment and why I ran for office. And as I said last Friday, I am committed to working with all members in this House to get the advisory board put forward. I'd like to ask the member if she has heard some additional feedback in terms of what we should be looking at. I know that the member from the opposition also mentioned a previous motion that was brought forward with some guidelines and some recommendations. If she also has some additional recommendations that she'd like to share. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not sure if this is a recommendation, but I'll give my own personal point of view. In life, I've always believed that we must never put all our eggs in one basket. I always believe that outcomes are best when there is a mix of different viewpoints, and I think that would simply be my own point of view that I would put forward, that there is value in diversity of points of views. At the same time, there needs to be independence, and so with all of that, I think we will find our way forward to ensure that it is a process in which Canadians can believe and veterans will have trust in the outcomes.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure for me to be able to rise and address what I believe is a very important issue. You know, first let me start off by acknowledging the incredible work that our current members of our forces does today, Madam Speaker. They provide a sense of security for our nation, and they are prepared to give the ultimate sacrifice. I have had the opportunity to serve in the Canadian Forces back in the 80s, and I can tell you one of the most touching moments of my career back then was on the Remembrance Day parades. I've had the opportunity to walk along side by side or march along World War II veterans. And I can tell you after those marches, Madam Speaker, it often led to being able to go to a local community where individuals would share some of the stories along with maybe a little bit of alcohol. Some of the stories, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the experiences that they actually had during World War II. If you really want to get a sense of the emotions and the trauma and the horrors of war, talk to a veteran that has actually served and had to go into combat missions, Madam Speaker. It will bring you to tears. Whether it's the prisoners of war, those that have lost their lives in war, those that have been injured in war. During my time in the forces, I had many opportunities. And that's the reason why I would pay tribute to our current members, recognize those that have served in the past, and I look forward to seeing the growth in terms of the numbers of people that are wanting to join the forces. I was encouraged that last year we actually had a record number of Canadians want to become a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. I believe it has a lot to do with what this Prime Minister and the government has done to reinforce the importance of the Canadian Forces. Whether it's providing pay increases, supporting military in many different ways, ultimately achieving, Madam Speaker, 2% of Canada's GDP, and a commitment to grow beyond that to 3.5% and ultimately hit 5%, being a full participant in the United Nations. We take the issue of our forces very seriously. We take the issue of our veterans very seriously. I was very upset, for example, when the previous administration actually cut and closed 9 veterans' offices. That's why I did take it personal when members opposite just the other day tried to give a false impression, Mr. Speaker, about the Brandon office. That Brandon Veterans Office, Madam Speaker, is open, and it's open today, Madam Speaker. And members should know that, Mr. Speaker, and they should not be telling veterans otherwise. Let me focus some attention on Afghanistan and how Canadians really appreciate and love the manner in which our forces conducted ourselves in what was the longest engagement of our Canadian forces. The men and women of the forces did us proud, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. And they actually gave, in many ways, I believe it was about 150 lives were lost, Madam Speaker, and 2,000 plus were injured in different ways. I would like to think that every member of this House recognizes the sacrifice that was made. And that is the reason why the government not only wants to support and see this advisory committee struck, but to actually implement it in a tangible way, Madam Speaker. The motion and the concurrence, the report that the members brought forward, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, is going to receive unanimous support. We could have done that in the form of just a simple motion that would reinforce just how important our veterans are and those that have sacrificed so much, Madam Speaker, for our great nation. recognizing the importance of the Canadian Victoria Cross, which was established back in 1993, and the fact that it has not been awarded, I think challenges a lot of us in terms of why that's not the case. I think there are people here in Canada that are best equipped to be able to do the research that's necessary and ensure that this most honorable medal is actually awarded where the circumstances allow it to be, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that the desire of every member of Parliament is to see that award provided. I think, Madam Speaker, and I believe that the Canadian Victoria Cross is something in which we should all be proud of, and I look forward to seeing and hearing about the recipients and future recipients of this award. And that's why establishing an independent review board is of the utmost importance. It's great to have the debate. I would have loved to have seen a debate as on this, maybe in the form of a take-note debate or even an opposition day, Madam Speaker, where we could literally have a full day of debate with a motion at the very end that would be very clear and decisive, that would show clear support of our veterans and those that are in our Canadian forces. Having said that, I can assure members that are here and those that are following the debate that whether it's this Prime Minister or any other member of the House of Commons, that the veterans have the unanimous support of the House of Commons in recognizing the importance of the Canadian Victoria Cross, and we want to see that independent review board put in place, Madam Speaker. There has to be a process in order to do that, because we need to recognize, as an example, Madam Speaker, that anyone that sits on that review board will have to gain some form of a top security clearance, because they're going to have to review the circumstances. And I can tell you firsthand, when you're dealing with some of the stories that take place in a war zone, where death and injuries are involved, Madam Speaker, that there are stories that once you hear them, you're not going to be able to unhear them. They will become a permanent memory for individuals. And it isn't something in which you can just kind of click your heels and put the board together tomorrow. We have to make sure, Madam Speaker, that it is done in a proper process. The right people have got to be brought to this review, Madam Speaker, for the Independent Review Board. And we are committed to doing that. I like to think that every member of the House would recognize that, Madam Speaker. When I think of the issues that we are facing today in our Canadian forces and our veterans, I want them to know very clearly that the Government of Canada, from the Prime Minister to the Cabinet to every Liberal member of Parliament, and Madam Speaker, we have their backs. And we will continue to have their backs. We understand the role that they have played in building our country to what it is today, and we will continue to be there in every way for our veterans. We will continue to support our current members of the Canadian Forces, and we will always acknowledge and recognize those that have served in the past, and this is one of the ways in which we can do so, Madam Speaker. I would hope that this, and believe that this motion that was, I understand, virtually unanimously passed in Standing Committee will also be unanimously passed here on the floor of the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. And I look forward to ultimately seeing, as I say, the first recipient, whomever that might be, of the Canadian Victoria Cross. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avery Cochrane.
So today is about not just the Victoria Cross, not just about Jess La Rochelle. This is about veterans of the war in Afghanistan. And I think often they feel a little unrecognized in the same way that maybe their World War I, World War II, and even their Korean War colleagues are, whether that be by the Legion, whether that be even in the general public, whether that be by their government, whether that be by the people of Canada. And I think we saw that reflected a little bit recently in the ceremony that where many of them felt like they were kind of an afterthought for the monument that was supposed to be in their honor. And then I think we heard this speech today, and I listened to the member, and it saddened me because I know there's many members over there that care about this, and I feel like this member stood up and gave kind of a political speech and talked about everything but what it's supposed to be about. So what I would ask him is, would he apologize first of all for making this political today rather than keeping it about what it should be about? Would he apologize for the debacle that was the Afghan War Monument groundbreaking and how veterans felt left out? And will he acknowledge that the veterans in Afghanistan fought in a war?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what planet the member opposite is actually from. At the end of the day, I think I was very clear. And when you want to talk about partisan politics, one needs to do is take a look at the manner in which this member, in particular, has dealt with the issue of veterans inside the chamber. If you want to be able to appreciate and love and recognize our veterans, yes, maybe at times I do need to be a little less political. But I can assure you I am no more political than the member that just posed that question, Madam Speaker. And I would concede, at the end of the day, we all need to take a stronger approach, encouraging municipalities, provinces, the federal government to do what they can in terms of recognizing the importance of our veterans and the service that has been provided to Canadians, in particular in regards to Afghanistan. That means look at parks that are in our municipalities. That means having provincial governments and territorial governments also establishing monuments. I think we can do a lot if we're prepared to work together. The member should read his own speech before he starts criticizing my speech.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
Madame la Présidente, à chaque fois...
Thank you. Every time the opposition starts a debate on a committee report, the member for Winnipeg North says, it's an important question, but we should have debated it another time. But he still takes 10 minutes or 20 minutes sometimes to say that we should debate it at another time. I can't quite follow that logic, Madam Speaker. He says that we need a debate at another time to save time, but wouldn't it save more time if he didn't take 10 or 20 minutes to say that? That's my question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I have the opportunity, as the member has the opportunity, as someone that has served in the Canadian Forest, to be able to share my experiences on the important issue of our veterans, I've taken advantage of that by speaking for my 10 minutes, as other members have also prior to me, and I made a very clear indication in terms of how it is that I believe all members of the House of Commons are supportive of our veterans. And I've also then, through the question, made a recommendation in terms of what we can do, Madam Speaker, to encourage and promote ongoing recognition of what our veterans have done. I'm passionate on the issue, Madam Speaker, because as I say, I've walked and talked with veterans. I understand, at least in part, Madam Speaker, some of the horrors in which they've had to go through. I want to see the recognition. So yes, I am passionate on the issue. But I can tell you it's something that I have in terms of my memory because of my marches with World War II and other veterans.
No, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I think he made a very good point when he said it's clear that everybody at committee supported the recommendation to support the veterans in this way, and everybody here in the House already today has already said, yes, we're 100% in support. And so I'm concerned because there's other legislation that we're trying to get passed, like C-16 about femicide and coercive control. That's critical legislation, and instead we're all in violent agreement on this issue. And so I wonder if that's a delay tactic on the part of the Conservatives. Does the member have a comment?
An answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect and hope to see us sitting till midnight very soon, Madam Speaker, and hopefully that will compensate, ensuring we get more debate on bills like C-16.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my fantastic colleague from Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. I'm pleased to rise today on this very important issue. I rise today to support the motion calling for the establishment of an independent council. It raises an important question, recognizing acts of bravery performed by the men and women who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces. For several years, veterans, families, military historians, and organizations representing veterans have been calling for an independent mechanism to review certain cases where new evidence suggests that an error or omission may have been made. We know that this concern is very real. More than 16,000 people have signed a petition calling for the creation of such a body. We also know that a delegation led by former Chief of Defence Staff, retired General Rick Hillier, visited Parliament Hill to request the review of several dozen cases dating back to the First World War. These requests are not motivated by a desire to rewrite history, Madam Speaker. They are based on a simple principle. When new evidence emerges, when the historical context is better understood, or when previously unavailable testimonies become available, there must be a credible and independent mechanism to review certain decisions. The Bloc Québécois believes this request is more than reasonable, Madam Speaker. Moreover, the government itself now acknowledges that a problem exists. In its official response to the petition tabled in the House, it's committed to examining the creation of an independent commission tasked with reassessing certain cases related to the mission in Afghanistan. This commitment was recently reiterated in the House by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Defence. The question is therefore no longer whether action should be taken, the question is rather when and how. The criticisms levelled at the current system are well known. Firstly, many criticise the rigidity of decisions and the excessive delays. All too often, recognition comes too late, sometimes even after the person concerned has passed away. When a member of the armed forces performs an act of exceptional courage, recognition should follow within a reasonable time frame. Our country's heroes deserve to receive this tribute during their lifetime. Secondly, many veterans criticise the lack of transparency in the process. The assessment criteria, decision-making mechanisms, and the reasons behind certain refusals often remain difficult for those directly involved to understand. This lack of transparency fuels misunderstanding and, in many cases, a deep sense of injustice. Thirdly, many veterans feel that their experience and that of their peers are not sufficiently taken into account. Madam Speaker, yet who better than military personnel who have served in the field can assess the true significance of an act of bravery? Madam Speaker, it is high time that these criticisms were heard. Beyond administrative procedures and the declarations themselves, this is a matter of honour, duty, and the promise the state makes to those who agree to serve their country. Military decorations are not mere ceremonial symbols. They are not just protocol. They represent official recognition of service rendered to society. In military culture, the notions of honour, merit, sacrifice, and duty occupy a central place. Honorary distinctions embody these values. For many veterans, they bear witness to the fact that the sacrifices made have not been forgotten. This recognition is particularly important when service members return home. Many veterans must cope on a daily basis with physical injuries, psychological trauma, and significant challenges related to their recovery. In this context, knowing that their commitment is recognized helps to preserve their dignity and their sense that they did not do this in vain. As the MP for Lac-Saint-Jean, I would like, Madam Speaker, to take a moment to highlight the remarkable work carried out by the members of the Royal Canadian Legion in our region. In Roberval, Dubersuit-Sagny, and elsewhere in the Lac-Saint-Jean, They play an essential role in supporting veterans and their families. They uphold the duty to remember, organise commemorative ceremonies, including Remembrance Day, and ensure that the sacrifices made by our servicemen and women are never forgotten. For them, as for us, recognising acts of bravery is not merely about the presentation of a medal. It represents a nation's gratitude towards those who have chosen to serve, sometimes at the risk of their lives. Members of the Legion constantly remind us of the importance of recognising, fairly and with dignity, the courage, dedication and sacrifice of veterans. For decades, veterans have raised concerns regarding access to services, administrative delays, physical injuries, mental health, and support provided after military service. Added to this have been the certain controversies that have deeply affected the veteran community due to contested commemorative projects or the way in which decisions were made. In particular, I have in mind my former and highly esteemed colleague, Luc Desilets, who has repeatedly denounced the federal government's persistent incompetence in managing commemorative projects. Following the fiasco surrounding the Afghanistan Memorial, the Heroes Highway project once again illustrated a glaring lack of rigour and respect for those it purports to honour. There's also, and it's been mentioned, the issue of the Victoria Cross. This illustrates the problem very well. Established in 1993, the Victoria Cross is Canada's highest military honour. Yet, none has been awarded since its creation. This situation raises legitimate questions. Several observers believe that certain acts carried out during the mission in Afghanistan could have met the criteria for awarding this exceptional honour. The case of Master Corporal Jess La Rochelle is, moreover, often cited as an example in this debate. Madam Speaker, it is not for us today to determine which cases should be approved or rejected. That role falls to a rigorous and credible assessment mechanism. However, it is our responsibility to ensure that such a mechanism exists. That is precisely the aim of the motion before us. The creation of an independent council to review military honours would provide a route for review when new evidence warrants a re-examination. It would enhance and strengthen the transparency of the system, boost veterans' confidence, and help ensure that decisions truly reflect the facts. Above all, it would send a clear message to those serving today. Our society will not forget their sacrifices, Madam Speaker. Once again, this motion is not just about medals. It is about our collective ability to properly honour those who have accepted the risks, the dangers, and sometimes the injuries in defence of freedom and democracy. When a society asks its military personnel to show courage, it also has a duty to show gratitude. For all these reasons, the Bloc Québécois will support this motion and calls on all members of Parliament to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Airdrie Cochrane.
I appreciated the member's speech and the words on how important it is to recognise our heroes. Is it possible for the member to talk about the following situation? How important it is for the government to go beyond the words and to finally act on the matter. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this essential question from my colleague. I believe that in the file we have today, this is an evident case where the government should have acted a long time ago, and they have not done so. There are many other files, of course, where we hear a lot, but see very little from them. But when it comes to recognizing the sacrifice of those who have defended the freedom and democracy of our country, I believe that the government has no excuse at all in dragging its heels on the matter, and that's what they've done. So this motion is perfect for them. It's a hand held out to the government so that we can all work in the same direction, and I think that we owe it to our veterans, we owe it to those who have fought for freedom and democracy, we owe it to them. It's a duty as a country. We ask them to be brave, and we have the duty to recognise this bravery.
Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just over a year ago, Canadians elected a new Prime Minister, I believe 70-plus new Liberal members of Parliament. And just to be very clear, for those that are following the debate, every Liberal member of the House of Commons fully supports this motion and would love to see it pass unanimously. I wonder if the member opposite can just reinforce the Bloc Party's position on the issue.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. The Bloc Québécois, like the Liberals, will be supporting this motion, as I said in my speech. It's not news to anyone. We talked about it at committee, and I think that all members of the committee voted in favour of this report. So let's take this opportunity to move forward. It's rare that we have unanimity in this House. So here we have the perfect example. So that's why it was important to debate it today, to show that sometimes we can agree on a file. But when we have this momentum, with all parliamentarians working together, let's use this strength, this momentum, to act very rapidly and as rapidly as possible, as well as we can work together for those that we represent. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. To commend my colleague for his speech. Today we're debating a motion on creating a new independent body that would perhaps grant the first Canadian Victoria Cross. We're debating the Veteran Affairs Committee's report, but similar work has been done in the House of Commons on the matter in the past through Petition 3636 that had 14,000 signatures, through a unanimous consent motion at the National Assembly, be it through delegations, Petition 661 as well. So why does it feel that we keep saying that the government isn't going to act? They listen, but they don't act. What image does this show? What will people think of the government, especially those who fight for our country, when they see this kind of thing happen? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. It's rather unfortunate. It's unfortunate because this is an obvious topic. It's not the first time that we are debating such a proposal. Representatives of veteran affairs organizations have been asking for this for a very long time. A number of people have asked for this mechanism. The Victoria Cross should have been granted since its inception. So I don't understand what the government is up to. It should be evident. The government should be more obvious in what it's doing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are debating the fifth report of, not the Transport Committee, because that's my committee, but the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs. It's a rather short report. It's in one paragraph. Sometimes reports are long and comprehensive, but this is a clear and concise report. Essentially what it says is that the committee should report to the House on its recommendation for the creation of independent Canadian Military Honours Review Board with the specific mandate to review decisions made under the Directorate of Honours and Recognition and its precursor bodies when new evidence demonstrates that the reconsideration of a military honour is warranted to ensure that no error or omission was made. So I feel like this is rather evident. The committee adopted this motion unanimously. The idea is that perhaps in the past, certain medals or distinctions were refused, certain honours were refused for people who did great things for their country. But several years down the line, it's decided that perhaps the distinction should have been granted because new elements have come to light. I find that interesting, and I find that this is a positive step forward. Today, this is more than a committee report because we're having a debate on the matter. We know that often recommendations and reports from a committee represents the voice of the committee, especially when it's members from various parties. They receive a subject, they debate the matter, and then they make recommendations to the government. But here, today, we want to go even further to make sure that it's not only a will expressed by the Standing Committee on Veteran Affairs, but we also want this to be the will of the House of Commons as a whole. Now, of course, I assume that given that this was unanimously adopted by the committee, we should get a unanimous vote on the matter, but there is a message that is being sent that is much stronger when it is adopted at the House level rather than at the committee. When a committee adopts a report, it already means a lot, but it's even better when it's the House. So I'd like to commend my colleague who has brought this debate to us today in the House. What I must say is that this debate is part of a greater context. We're talking about distinctions, but there is a more specific distinction that is underpinning today's debate, the Victoria Cross. The Victoria Cross was created in 1993 to recognize acts of valor, self-sacrifice or devotion. But despite the fact that it was created in 1993 and I wasn't very old at the time, it's been over 30 years if my maths are correct, but this distinction was created over 30 years ago, but unfortunately it was never used since. It's an exceptional distinction, of course. It's the highest distinction that can be given, so it's not just handed out. But we need to ask ourselves after a while, surely someone in the last 30 years has done something exceptional enough to be granted, especially when there have been conflicts that has had the involvement of the Canadian Armed Forces. Let us talk about Afghanistan. Canada sent troops to Afghanistan, but no Victoria Cross has been granted for any of the actions. Other countries went to Afghanistan. Other countries, nations, countries, there's the Quebec nation and the Canadian nation, two are different entities. But the United Kingdom gave 3 Victoria Crosses for the Afghanistan conflict, 4 Victoria Crosses from Australia following the conflict in Afghanistan. New Zealand, 1. The United States of America, while they don't have the Victoria Cross, because they don't have the Victoria Cross, they've given an equivalent medal, 18 of them in fact. In Canada, nothing at all. It's rather unfortunate when we see that there are people that went to Afghanistan who fought the Taliban, who invested their energy and health. There's a former Bloc Québécois member who was member for Terrebonne, Monsieur Michel Boudria, who was in Afghanistan. And we know it wasn't easy for those who went. Many people have spoken on Parliament Hill to make things change, so that Canada changes its way of doing things, so that Canada finally honors veterans who fought in Afghanistan. There were steps forward, like for the Victoria Cross.
Recently, for example, the former Chief of the Defence Staff, retired General Rick Hillier, who led a delegation on Parliament Hill last month, to ask the federal government to look not only at cases regarding Afghanistan, but over 40 cases of veterans going back to the First World War who could possibly have been eligible for the Victoria Cross. It's worth also noting that the Victoria Cross has been given out to other individuals in the past, even if it didn't exist before 1993. because it was given out by Great Britain. But Canada no longer being a colony, even if it shares the same king, and well, obviously we could have a long conversation about the question of the monarchy, but it's not the subject of today's debate. Well, I think that it's time that Canada decide to use the tools and the means that it has to honor those who fought for their country in an appropriate way and in a reasonable way. So, Madam Speaker, this isn't the first time we've spoken about this. I spoke about Mr. Rick Hillier, who led a delegation, but I could also talk about petition E3636, which was presented in this House by the member Nikki Ashton. I can name her because she's no longer a sitting member of the House. I had the opportunity of sitting in here with her. The petition was tabled in 2022, and there were 14,000 people, no less, 14,000 people who put their names to support having the Victoria Cross awarded for the first time. And unfortunately, the government, the Liberal government of the day, refused. And in 2022, the member Erin O'Toole, who also is no longer a member of this House, but who, as we know, was already leader of the official opposition, and I believe a Minister of Veterans Affairs, who presented a motion, a unanimous consent motion, to have what we're talking about today put in place, that there be a commission put in place, and yes, that we start awarding the Victoria Cross to people who are meritorious. But once again, that was a unanimous consent motion that was proposed in 2022 in this House, and it was refused. And so now it's 2026, 4 years later. And more recently, we had another petition from a member from across the way. I can't name that member, given that she is currently a member of this House, but a member who represents the Liberal Party. And, that's quite a change after the Liberals refused twice to have a Liberal member saying, well, listen, I think we'll do some, pushing on our side to see if our government can move forward on this, and maybe she disagrees with the decisions that her party made in the past. And she tabled this petition on April 15th, 2026. A petition with over 16,000 signatures. So that's a lot of people. We've gone up from 14,000 over 16,000 people who've supported the petition. And what's more, the petition was brought by the member from across the way, and there was also a motion at committee, at the Veterans Affairs Committee, from another member who, it's 2026, another member who is still sitting here, and so I can't name, a Conservative member. That motion was presented on April 20th, and it was passed unanimously. It was presented to the House, and the report was tabled in the House at the end of April 2026. So, Madam Speaker, there are many efforts that are being undertaken to make sure that we recognize the sacrifice of those who've given so much. And when we look at cases like that of Jess La Rochelle, who did so much for his country and who unfortunately died in 2023 before he could receive this medal, when we think of what happened, the trouble that the government has had recognizing those who fought in Afghanistan. We know that there have been challenges around the Afghanistan monument. It seems like the actions that have been taken so far aren't on the same level as the sacrifice that have been made by members of the armed forces. So I think this is a good opportunity to fix that situation and make the right decision. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Airdrie Cochrane.
Merci pour le
I'd like to thank the member for his speech, and thank you for recognizing the importance of honoring our veterans and our heroes. I'd like to ask the honourable member, is it possible to explain the impact on recruitment to the armed forces when the government doesn't offer the respect to our veterans that they deserve, and the importance of offering respect for the sacrifices made by veterans, and the impact that that has on recruitment for the armed forces. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les Verchères. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a very good question from my colleague. The effect on recruitment. I myself, maybe 20 years ago, thought about enlisting in the armed forces. And at that time, I decided not to go forward with that, among other things, because I wanted to serve Quebec. And I found myself, I thought that I would be in a strange situation. I know there are some people who can serve Quebec in the Canadian Armed Forces, but I found it to be a difficult situation personally for myself. And I think that there are some things that could be done within the Canadian Army to facilitate recruitment in Quebec by, for example, allowing people to serve only in Quebec. Maybe that could be an option. In terms of military honors, I think it's a good illustration of what's happening with the motion we're debating today. When people do something that's heroic and we're not able to congratulate them properly afterwards, well, and these are people who come back with PTSD and injuries. They have to carry that with them all their lives, and often it's invisible. We don't see those injuries every day. So I think, it isn't motivating for people. And to the contrary, we should, make an example of those who've done things that are heroic. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. Could he tell a story of the valor of veterans in his riding? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les-Verchères. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my colleague from across the way has caught me a little bit off guard, but, every year we have a Remembrance Day ceremony in my riding, and I can tell you that we have the family of somebody who fought in Afghanistan who comes every year, because we did lose a former member of Boucherville who died on that mission. And it's something that is really touching to me, because that was somebody who was still young, still in the prime of life, who wasn't able to see his kids grow up, or not be able to have kids, or live the long life that others have been able to live. And so I find that very sad, but at the same time I say, well, we need to think of him and the sacrifices that he made every day when we, are able to enjoy life. So I think ceremonies like those of Remembrance Day are very important, and we need to, increase the importance of those. And those are, just one of the rare moments where our veterans wear their medals, and where we see them and we can, congratulate them and see them. We need to do more for them. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and for his answers to the questions from other colleagues. He asked me a similar question a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, so I'll send it back to him. How is it that once again we're forced to bring a committee report here to the House to have an extra hour of debate with a unanimous vote from the House of Commons, when obviously the government could have acted sooner, given what was heard at committee, with the petitions that we've received, with the delegations who've met with the minister? Why is it that once again today, and I'm glad we're talking about this today, I think it's a good thing that we're doing it, but why are we once again forced to do this when it seems so obvious that it could have been done sooner? In 10 seconds or less, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher-les-Verchères. Well, thank you to my colleague, and I would say that the good news is that we already got a response from the parliamentary secretary to the petition, saying that the government wants to move forward. So the motion that we're debating today, I think that it's just going to help make sure that things move more quickly to put this in place, because sometimes promises are made and they're not kept. So I think to have the will of the House of Commons expressed, it means that things will move more quickly.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se...
Is the House ready for the question?
As follows. Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, move that the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, presented on Thursday, April 30th, 2026, be concurred in.
If a member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Madam Speaker, we ask that it be carried unanimously.
Agreed. Carried. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motion. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the other paper. Questions on the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand, please.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Pardon. Oh, what? No. The Honourable Minister of Justice, yes.
Okay.
I had no.
Madam Speaker, I move, second by the Secretary of State for Combating Crime, that in relation to Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures, not more than one further day shall be allotted to the consideration of report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and at the end of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sehota, moves the following motion. That in relation to Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures, not more than one. Shall I dispense?
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. Members will recall that the preference for questions during the 30 minutes is provided to the opposition, but not to the exclusion of some members from the government side.
Interventions to approximately 1 minute, and they may speak more than once. I now invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this debate. Questions, the honourable member, oops, my God, for Brent South.
Six Nations.
Six Nations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, there was a point in time when this Liberal government was in opposition, the glory days when they were in opposition.
The third party.
And the third party, to boot, would routinely, every single time, would oppose time allocation motions. You know, how hypocritical are they now? So a question to the Justice Minister. Order. Effectively, this runs completely contrary to the messaging of the Prime Minister. Literally within minutes of the Prime Minister securing a majority government following the by-elections and the floor crossings by those cowards who left the Conservative Party, the Prime Minister...
Chief Government Whip on the...
Madam Speaker, I think it is a well-established rule, and this member should know that he cannot speak of any honourable member in this House in a disparaging way such as that. I would ask you to ask him to withdraw that comment.
I actually invite the honourable member to recall that word.
I withdraw that and replace it for their own selfish reasons. Okay?
Yes, order. Okay, the honourable member for Brantford, South.
And literally within minutes, this is what the Prime Minister had to say. He pledged to work collaboratively with the House, stating the government is open to ideas from anyone. Yet, what we heard in the Justice Committee was they actually shut down debate during Bill C-16. They did not allow additional days for additional witnesses to be heard. And now we have the Justice Minister literally shutting down the will of Parliament to voice their concerns over Bill C-16. The question is simple, Madam Speaker. Why is this Justice Minister going against the will and direction of his leader?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And respectfully, in response to my honourable colleague's question, I found that I've enjoyed a productive working relationship with members of the opposition, including specifically him as a critic of this portfolio. We have accepted a number of amendments from different parties, including the Conservative Party, but this has come to embody the work that we have in fact done in government before and after the moment it became a majority. I would note in particular the collaboration that myself, my office, has undertaken with the public safety critic, Conservative Member of Parliament, specifically in respect of his work to advance Bailey's Law, Bill C-225. We've built relationships with the family to ensure that important protections, including some that are similar in kind to those in Bill C-16, were actually baked into law to honor the memory of their beloved and departed relative. We have the opportunity to take good ideas from different members of the House of Commons from different parties. In the present instance, the reason that we wish to move quickly is that there are protections that could be afforded to people very, very soon, or they could be delivered months from now. This is coming at a time when in my home province, just this past few days, we're seeing news stories about the rampant increase of AI deepfakes depicting people without their consent in intimate scenarios against their will. We have an opportunity to nip in the bud growing social problems that are disproportionately having a negative impact on women in this country, that are promoting cultures of violence and discrimination, and I think we can do our part to help advance protections as quickly as possible. I would invite collaboration from all members of this House, and hopefully the points in debate will be on substantive concerns rather than a mirage of false claims that we are not being collaborative.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, unfortunately, despite the nice words that we heard from the other side of the House after they won their majority, what we've seen is that the government has added closure on top of closure, time allocation on top of time allocation, despite their promises of collaboration. So what we're seeing at the end of the day is that committees are being muzzled. I've heard that it's happened at Justice, same thing at the Transport Committee, where once again we've been shut down. For over a month now, it's been impossible to get any public information out about what's happening at my committee. So the question that I have for the Justice Minister across the way is, well, as Minister of Justice, does he not think that it's important that there be transparency relative to the decisions that are made in this House and that people have the opportunity to speak out on important issues? Because right now I have the impression that everything that this government is trying to do, despite what they've said about collaboration, is that for them collaboration is a one-way street, do what we say, and that's where it stops. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, I disagree with my colleague when he says that the government doesn't collaborate or operate transparently. Just to clarify, this bill has been the subject of a study over 6 meetings of the Justice Committee after it was debated in this House. We are here to move forward with protection for women in our communities. But just to show the level of collaboration, there are ideas in this bill that came to my office from the Bloc Québécois critic and from the critics of the other parties. So just to give one example, the idea to include a new offense for recruiting young people to commit criminal offenses, that's an idea that came from the Bloc Québécois critic. I think that it's a good idea, and it's it goes along with the intention of the bill to eliminate exploitation of young people. So I think that we will continue that collaboration, but protection never stops.
Protections expeditiously if we can afford protections over the next number of months to victims of crime, particularly sexual crime. We have to ask ourselves, do we want to be part of the solution today, or do we want to kick down the can down the road a few months? I clearly stand on the side of taking action today.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Madam Speaker, yet another example of the Liberal government stifling debate. We're here to debate the bill in good faith, and unfortunately we're in for another closure motion, time allocation, not allowing members to fully debate their mind, which I believe is not the way to go. But I'd like to ask the Attorney General a specific question. He knows that at committee, I brought a motion to bring a further amendment to amend Bill C-16 to invoke the notwithstanding clause in response to the Seneville decision in which the Supreme Court struck down the mandatory minimum sentences for possession and access to child pornography. I read subsequently in the newspaper that the Attorney General had in fact considered invoking the notwithstanding clause. And so I asked the Attorney General, if he refused to invoke the notwithstanding clause in response to possession and access to child pornography minimum sentence being struck down, then is there a possibility that he would ever do it with respect to any legislation, specifically invoke the notwithstanding clause? Or is that...
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
First, Madam Speaker, I take issue with the characterization of not providing adequate opportunity for debate. I warned that member and his colleagues on the Justice Committee that their shenanigans and filibustering for months, a separate bill tying up the work, would delay our work on bail reform, on sentencing reform, and on protections for victims of gender-based violence. Here we are, months down the road, when they spent hours upon hours debating whether they prefer puppies or kittens rather than how we can protect victims of crime. We are now facing the potential delay over the summer, specifically due to the wasted time at the Justice Committee, including that member's repeated interventions that were designed to chew up the clock rather than advance protections for Canadians. So I disagree with him on his threshold question, Madam Speaker. On the substance, we did examine a range of different options on how to address the fallout of the Seneville decision to restore mandatory minimums in cases not just including child pornography, but mandatory minimums that had previously been struck down or were constitutionally vulnerable. One of the reasons that his proposal would result in weaker protections for victims is the temporary nature of the notwithstanding clause. There is a 5-year term at which it would expire when we would have the same constitutional challenges that would Madam
Interrupt the Honourable Minister. Yes, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister opposite is arguing that debating the actual bill itself.
Debate. That is debate. The Minister has a lot of leeway to answer questions. The Honourable Minister.
Finally, in order to drive home the point that we believe that we found a better path forward, we didn't just rely on guidance from the Supreme Court of Canada. We took guidance from members of Parliament with different parties, including the public safety critic within the Conservative Party of Canada, including the Justice critic within the Bloc Québécois, who implored their colleagues of all parties to move forward what they discussed as a safety valve to provide some residual discretion where there are grossly disproportionate consequences. That is the path we followed.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton, Request.
Speaker, a woman dies by femicide in Canada every other day, and we see coercive control on the rise and the deep fakes that the minister alluded to. Can he speak to why it's so urgent to move this legislation quickly forward to save lives?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, think about what my colleague just said. There's a woman killed every 48 hours in this country. There could not be a more pressing desire to act and act now. We have the opportunity by criminalizing coercive control, not only to punish wrongdoing after it's taken place, but to intervene in relationships before they become violent and before that violence becomes fatal. I mentioned during a previous answer that I've seen after debating this specific point last week in scrums and the Senate, that we need to take action against the proliferation of AI deepfakes. I arrived back in my home province to see someone is facing 79 charges with an uncertain outcome through the trial of using AI to generate deepfakes in horrific and heinous sexual acts without the consent of the person whose likeness is borne out by these images. We have an opportunity to be part of the solution today. I would urge all parliamentarians to take it.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Scofield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Minister for Justice will know that I have never seen a closure of debate motion that I liked. I think time allocation is overused. I support Bill C-16, although I regret that my amendments to extend coercive control to protect seniors from elder abuse were not accepted in this round. And perhaps the Minister of Justice, I can use this opportunity to ask him, since the bill now contains a periodic review, I wonder if the Justice Department wouldn't see fit to bring in a bill against elder abuse, specifically dealing with coercive control of seniors by those who are close to them or make the pretense of being close to them.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the questions and commentary. First, on the closure issue, I think I've made the case that there was ample study. There was filibustering at the committee. We have an opportunity to take action today, and I believe that we should. On the substance of her question, it is an area where I am genuinely interested in identifying the best policy path forward. However, I didn't think it appropriate to copy and paste protections that were developed very specifically to be fit for the purpose of combating intimate partner and gender-based violence when it came to coercive control. It may not be that the exact same test can be replicated to deal with the very serious issue of elder abuse. I do think the 5-year review period included in the bill is going to provide that opportunity. However, should parliamentarians desire to take action sooner, I do believe that a parliamentary committee study would shed light on the best way to address that very serious issue, because elder abuse certainly is a problem in this country. I just don't know that the identical solution for gender-based violence can be applied equally to those circumstances without doing the policy work.
Gentleman member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, and it's particularly important to me to rise today on this point. Number one, we have Bailey's Law languishing in the Senate. It should be passed by the Senate tomorrow or today, and I hope that the Honourable Minister will help with that. Number two, I have been quoted on this bill, Bill C-16, more times than I can count. The funny thing is it's on the issue of the safety valve. And I don't think I even gave a single speech on the issue of a safety valve on this bill. The Liberals, for years, mocked Conservatives when we talked about constitutionality and said we were out to lunch. So between 2022 and 2024, I spoke about these issues. I did not assert and support government legislation when it came to Bill C-16 and give my imprimatur of approval. And I want that to be very, very clear. So in my comment here, I want to be saying very clearly that my words, I believe, have been misconstrued. And if they are going to be stated, that the whole context of it should be stated, particularly when I was stating it with respect to sex offenses against children, with which this government refused to legislate on for years and years and years. Last thing, I would remind the Honourable Minister, it's not called child pornography, it's called child sexual abuse and exploitation material. Thank you.
Well done, friend.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
First of all, my honourable colleague has done admirable work advancing Bailey's Law. I support it fully. I urge senators to adopt it expeditiously to deliver some of the protections. He has been working with family members who've been working with myself and my team. We owe it to those who continue to advocate on Bailey's behalf to get that bill implemented to become law in Canada to protect victims of intimate partner violence. I want to thank him specifically for his collaboration and honour the loss of Bailey's life and prove that it was not in vain, Madam Speaker. In addition, he raised his concerns about his words being misconstrued. Thankfully, there is a record of words spoken in this place. I would note he tried to distinguish his argument on the basis that his comments previously were about child sexual exploitation and abuse material. That, in fact, was very specifically at issue in the Senville decision, which motivated the use of the safety valve in this particular case. I've been curious if he was going to participate in the debate on this issue of the safety valve. I would be happy to dig out the video evidence of his position on the matter, the Hansard record, whichever manner in which it would demonstrate that, in fact, he previously made the case very strongly, imploring his colleagues, even within his own party, to adopt a safety valve approach so we can restore very specifically mandatory minimum penalties. Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to provide that record to the member or to the House as it would satisfy those listening to the debate.
As it comes, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Gold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's shameful that the government has decided that they're going to use a hammer to restrict our ability to continue debating this important bill. The minister has stated that he wishes there was a parliamentary study on the idea of elder abuse and coercive control. Well, all he would have to do is read through some of the testimony that we've been hearing at FEWO for the last couple months, and there is ample. We have witness after witness after witness who has made it very clear this needs to be put in. We have had tons of stakeholders bring this forward as a massive issue. And yet the Liberals, they say, you know what, that's not important. We're not dealing with that right now. Also, we're going to limit any ability to have any further debate on this issue because you know what? We want to go home for our vacations. We're here to work, and we expect that. So my question to the minister is, why is he so keen to get out of here and get back to somewhere else and go on his vacation rather than stay here and work for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the measures that are included in this bill have the potential to save the lives of victims who are facing violence. To be accused of wanting to go on vacation when I am willing to sit through the entirety of the summer to get this done, if it is necessary, is absolutely ludicrous. Madam Speaker, when I see in my own community, my own province, people who are facing 79 charges of using AI to create deep fakes of intimate images depicting people in heinous sexual acts without their consent, shame on me that I want to take action. Madam Speaker, there have been 6 meetings of the Justice Committee after months of filibuster denying the progress of this bill. We have an opportunity to deliver protections to people who are facing violence, and to be accused of wanting to go on vacation is absolutely ridiculous. Yes, we are here to work. I would suggest all members of Parliament, regardless of party, are here to work. But let's stop the charade and pretending there has not been an ample debate on this issue. Let's get forward with the protections that victims so richly deserve.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I find it really amusing to listen to Conservatives talk about using games being played in this House when they literally are the party that hid people behind the curtain during a very important vote months ago.
I remember that.
But, Madam Speaker, my question for the minister, would he not agree with me that what we see time after time after time is Conservatives refusing to let legislation go through, that we have to eventually use a tool like this to advance it? I mean, if they were more selective and did this every once in a while with their filibustering tactics, it might hold a little bit more credibility. The problem is that they're doing it at every single opportunity, so every single bill it seems like this is the only way to make it to keep it advancing forward. We get to the point where the public doesn't even really realize what's going on anymore because they do it every single time. Would he not agree that their approach and their strategy would probably be a little bit more productive if they were a little bit more selective in when they chose to use the tools of filibustering and preventing and delaying legislation from moving forward?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, my colleague makes an excellent point, and I wish I could say that it was a surprise. But realistically, when we had members of the Justice Committee filibuster for months, study on a previous piece of legislation that was adopted by this House, we warned them. We told them that their antics were going to delay the implementation of protections that will be embedded in Canada's criminal law, and that it would delay the impact for the benefit of victims of the laws that we were putting forward in this House. Did they listen? No. They continued to filibuster for hours upon hours, talking at the clock, preventing the work from the Justice Committee advancing. We are now exactly where we said that we would be because of that delay. We have been forced to move forward, despite the fact there has been a robust study, by the way. The question, though, that is central to this debate, do we think it's acceptable to wait a few months to implement the protections that victims are demanding that we put in place, that judges are calling for from the bench, that law enforcement are demanding, or do we want to implement them today? The Liberal Party of Canada wants to implement them today. It's a shame the Conservatives want to kick it down the road to the fall.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Madam Speaker, everybody wants to prevent discrimination and violence, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker...
The Honourable Member. There's a member asking a question, and I would expect everyone to listen to it. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Albany.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, we all want to prevent discrimination and violence in this country. But, Madam Speaker, fast-tracking and shutting down debate isn't going to help improve this legislation. And we have a lot of important questions, Madam Speaker. We don't want to wait till there's complaints or tribunals or criminal sanctions, Madam Speaker, after the effect. We want to talk about what are we going to do to prevent? And we haven't heard from the minister and the government how they're going to invest in anti-bullying and in schools, mental health for vulnerable youth. Madam Speaker, what about housing and homelessness? Something that we've heard is clearly important on this. Community-based violence protection, support, Madam Speaker, for victims of hate incidents and discrimination, and training in federally regulated workplaces, Madam Speaker, which is under the purview of the federal government and this minister, before complaints happen. So, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of questions that have been unaddressed by the government, and I'm hoping the minister can explain where's the funding going to come on prevention, Madam Speaker, instead of after the fact.
Well, Minister.
I want to thank my colleague for a thoughtful intervention that is very important if our goal is not only to penalize bad actors after they've committed a crime, but to prevent violence in the first place. Each time I've introduced a bill to reform Canada's criminal law in this House and spoke about it publicly, I begin by laying out the public safety strategy that the Government of Canada is moving forward with. The first pillar is to strengthen Canada's criminal laws, but we recognize largely that has an impact after a crime has taken place. We also want to give tools to law enforcement and community organizations on the front line to support victims, to investigate and to prosecute crime. But the most important pillar of our strategy is those upstream investments. They may be outside of the scope of this bill, but they are moving forward in parallel. This includes investments through Build Canada Homes to build assisted, supportive and affordable housing for people at risk in Canada. This includes working with the Minister of Health and provincial governments to advance services and treatments for mental health and addictions. It also includes long-term investments, particularly in at-risk youth, including through the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy, as well as investments in infrastructure that build safer and stronger communities. If we want to end violent crime in the long term, we need to take a holistic view of how we build safe communities and healthy people. Part of that equation is going to also demand reforms to the criminal law. The protections contained in this bill, though penalizing crime after the fact, can in fact have some preventive nature. I mentioned coercive control intervening before violence becomes deadly. However, we should not delay the important work in this bill until the work around affordable housing, mental health and addictions, and the at-risk youth prevention programs is done, because that work is going to continue in perpetuity for many, many years. But we have an opportunity to take action today to strengthen Canada's criminal laws to offer protections. I think we should avail ourselves of the opportunity.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent at Cowanhack. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't say that I'm thanking this government for bringing down the gag order on this debate. No one really gets anything out of these types of ways of shortchanging us. The issues of justice matter. And on the basic principles of this bill, we agree. You need to be harsher towards those accused of crimes. But in any case, especially specifically like this, the devil's in the details when it comes to justice in issues of crime. Of course, we all want harsher sentences. Of course, we all agree on the fact that we need better protections for victims. And we all agree that we need to be harsher with criminals, specifically in the cases of sex abuse or femicide. Would the minister agree with us that, unfortunately, when you impose this time allocation, the entire system of democracy suffers? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't agree. The facts are quite different than what my colleague seems to be insinuating. For instance, a few months ago, the Conservatives before the Justice Committee continued to talk down the clock, and as they say,
puppies and kittens, wasting time for the sake of wasting time, carrying on meaningless debates outside the scope of the criminal laws that we're seeking to implement. There was an opportunity to advance these protections in a timely way with full debate. I would actually point the member to the fact that we are seeing not only people from across Canada calling for these actions, but that there was a Rusto debate at the Justice Committee. We've had an opportunity to debate this bill in this House. The Senate will have an opportunity to debate. But in all honesty, Madam Speaker, we have judges from the bench crying for some of the protections that this bill would afford to Canadians. We see femicides taking place at an ungodly rate in this country that we have an opportunity to help prevent with stiffer penalties and, importantly, upstream investments as well. Madam Speaker, I do not see this process as being a function of democracy breaking. I view that the inappropriate behavior to stop the work of the Justice Committee previously demands that democracy is allowed to work and that this House can adopt the important reforms included in the bill.
Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago I rose in the House in support of Bill C-16, and today I rise again for the same reason. In Peel Region, every year the police receive approximately 16,000 calls of family and intimate partner violence. That's 16,000 calls for help and 16,000 moments of fear. Can the Minister speak to the importance of passing this legislation and how it will continue to protect the most vulnerable in our communities? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my colleague from Brampton Centre for her advocacy on this particular issue. She's right to point out the magnitude. 16,000 people from her part of the country. That's 16,000 lives changed forever. We have an opportunity to have the legal system intervene more forcefully and with a greater effect. In addition to some of the new infractions and more serious penalties that we put in place, we are also making significant changes to how courts deal with some of these changes. Think about the fact that nearly 10,000 cases have been thrown out of courts for delay, including many sexual assault cases. When the complainant is forced to live in the same community as a perpetrator who is walking free in their community, not because they've defeated the charges, but because time ran out, that doesn't feel like justice. We have an opportunity to correct things. This bill provides that opportunity. Let's vote for it today.
The honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To listen to this minister complain about and blame Conservatives for the situation of our justice system in Canada today is laughable. And Bill C-75 was passed, Conservatives opposed that bill because we knew the damage and the consequences of that bill would wreak on our justice system. But Jody Wilson-Raybould, minister at the time, said that passing that bill would speed up all of the delays in the court system, delays that seem to still exist. Arif Virani, during the debate, defended the government's use of time allocation and argued the opposition was blocking. Randy Boissonneau did the same thing, argued that Conservatives were holding things up. We were simply trying to warn Canadians about the damage these guys were doing. Fast forward to Bill C-5, David Lametti, as his bill's sponsor, said that C-5 needed to move forward quickly and efficiently and blamed, again, Conservatives for stopping the government for removing mandatory minimum penalties. So now, we fast forward to the current public safety minister, argue the same thing. Mark Holland, argue the same thing. All of this is in evidence in the Hansard and the debates in those parliaments. For this minister to stand here today and actually blame Conservatives for telling them that they were wrong and we were right all along is ridiculous.
You know, Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've never seen a clearer example of a straw man argument. He's making allegations about my position in this argument that I didn't suggest. My criticism of the Conservatives in this debate was about their behavior at the Justice Committee, not for decisions taken under previous governments during different parliaments. It's ironic that the Conservatives are arguing that there hasn't been enough time to debate this bill, but on the questions they're having on this debate, they're not even talking about this bill. He's talking about bills that were adopted a number of years ago in previous parliaments, which, by the way, he's objecting to despite the fact it made it harder for people to get bail when charged with intimate partner violence complaints, or made house arrest ineligible for people who've been charged with advocating genocide or attempted murder or torture in this country, Mr. Speaker. My own view is that we have an opportunity to offer protections to victims. It seems the Conservative Party has made a decision for political reasons that they wish to delay the implementation of these protections. I find that disappointing in the extreme. I hope that they will put their money where their mouth is and actually place their vote behind this bill to accelerate its expeditiously its adoption into Canada's laws to offer protections for communities.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman has 45 seconds for the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to poke holes in the Justice Minister's argument over Bill C-16's length of debate. We only debated this 2 days at second reading, and then we let it go on division so we can get it to the committee for study. Justice Committee asked for we asked for 8 meetings to actually do a proper study on this bill, bring in the proper witnesses, and the Liberals shut it down to only 4 meetings. And here we've only had 1 day at report stage to have a debate, and they're already moving closure. So my question is to the minister, who wraps himself in this paper tiger and says that we don't respect the process and that there's been plenty of debate. We know that on the Liberal side, the only person that ever gets up and talks over there is a member from Winnipeg North, who has most words ever said, but said the very least. So why does this minister hate democracy and is undermining parliamentary processes?
Minister of Justice, 35 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I hope, regardless of political affiliation, we can refrain from accusing one another from hating democracy. I think each person, regardless of their community, regardless of the language they speak, the community they represent, or the party to which they belong, is a defender of democracy, and I hope they would align themselves with the protections of the institutions that uphold that democracy, including the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to move forward with protections. It's clear the Conservatives have moved on from making substantive arguments in debate. They clearly just want to label the government with accusations that I don't think are grounded in reality, instead of actually advancing the protections in the bill. We will do this with them or without them. It will be my preference to have them with us.
Order, l'ordre. Il est de mon devoir.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, move that in relation to Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures, not more than one further day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And
minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. Then I'll member for Brantford Grant, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives ask for a recorded vote.
Call on the members. Convoquez les députés.
The question is as follows. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moved that in relation to Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, child protection, gender-based violence, delays, and other measures. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted. Shall I dispense? Okay, good. Stop. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Chager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Frigiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mrs. Galmasti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Minard.
Madame Minard.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Monsieur Litao.
Monsieur Litao.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Klassen.
Mr. Klassen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Miss Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Eolson.
Mr. Eolson.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. El Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Miss Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Mallette, Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Mallette, Bay of Quinte.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Miss Naughton.
Miss Nathan.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Miss Martin.
Miss Martin.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Bertol.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Albultev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury-Est, Manitoulin, Nicobelt.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview. Correction, Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Miss May.
Ms. May.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House now will wait until the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
The electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical issues, they may use the raised hand function. Mr. Iacono?
Monsieur le Président, je veux assurer que mon vote a été enregistré. Je votais.
On me dit qu'il a été enregistré. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 164, 164.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
À me prononcer sur la question de privilège.
I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 25th, 2026 by the member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères regarding the alleged premature disclosure of Bill C-31, Budget 2025, Implementation Act Number 2. In raising his question of privilege, the member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères asserted that information about Bill C-31 had been disclosed to Air Canada before the bill was introduced in the House. He argued that the series of events, starting with Air Canada's announcement of a new arbitration mechanism, followed by the government's economic statement and then the introduction of the bill, indicated that the third party had gained preferential access to information that enabled it to anticipate and implement a mechanism aligned with legislative intentions that had yet to be shared with parliamentarians. In the member's view, these events could not be a coincidence and constituted a breach of the privileges of the House and its members.
Secretary to the Government House Leader said that members' privileges were not breached in any way. He explained that the government can consult stakeholders and the public as part of the policy development process before a bill is finalized. In addition, he said, the announcement by Air Canada and the government were made before the period during which the contents of a bill must remain confidential, namely the period between the time a bill is placed on notice and its introduction. In this instance, the announcements were made well before this time period. The Parliamentary Secretary also pointed out that on May 4th, 2026, the government had tabled a notice of Ways and Means motion that included all the measures that were later contained in Bill C-31, consistent with the principle that the House have first access to legislative measures. He concluded that the practices and precedents of the House had been respected.
The Chair would like to begin by reiterating the importance of the Convention, that the House must be the first to know the details of new legislative measures. Under this Convention, it is prohibited to make the contents of a bill public from the time it is added to the notice paper until its introduction in the House, with an exception provided for cases where the full text of a bill is included in a Ways and Means motion. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader did not deny that the government may have consulted with industry stakeholders.
These are routine and are not in themselves a matter of privilege. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 4th edition, states the following in section 3.14, quote, the right to be the first to know the contents of a bill must coexist with the need of the government and members to hold consultations with the public and stakeholders on issues and policies in the preparation of legislation and prior to announcing the intention to introduce a bill on a specific issue, end of quote. Indeed, speakers of the House have often remarked that the House has to accommodate the government's need to conduct in-depth consultations with the public and affected groups before introducing legislation.
In light of these submissions heard, the Chair concludes that the House's right to be the first informed of legislative measures was not infringed by the government's consultations. Likewise, there is no basis for the Chair to hold that the government knowingly shared specific details of Bill C-31 with Air Canada before the bill was brought to the House. The chair therefore cannot conclude that members were impeded in carrying out their parliamentary functions or that a contempt was committed. Consequently, the chair cannot find there is a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all members for their attention.
The Honourable Government House Leader on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to respond to a question of privilege raised on June 2, 2026 by the member for Vancouver East respecting the response from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship during a Committee of the Whole deliberation on Thursday, May the 28th, 2026. The member alleges that the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship deliberately misled members in response to a question concerning the process of study permit applications for Palestinian students. Mr. Speaker, I submit three arguments for consideration. First, the Minister provided the most accurate information she had at the time and therefore did not in any way attempt to mislead the Committee of the Whole. Secondly, there is a long-standing practice of the House to take members at their word. And finally, the process for which the member for Vancouver East has raised the question of privilege is not followed by the conventions of this place. On the substantive question at hand, the Minister did not mislead the committee. Merci. In her response, during the Committee of the Whole deliberations, the member for Vancouver East asked a question concerning whether the Minister would take the same approach as other countries for approving study visas. In her response, which is on parliamentary record, the Minister noted the application process that exists and stated that she directed officials to deal with these matters on an accelerated basis, Mr. Speaker. The member for Vancouver East has brought into question what is not captured and answered and not clearly audible in the video recording of the proceedings. She has alleged that the Minister stated that the application decision will be completed in the next 10 days, while the inaudible answer does not form part of Hansard. Upon review of the audio, the Minister can be heard stating that the interviews would be completed in the next 10 days. This is an important distinction between what the member has alleged and demonstrates that the Minister did not mislead the committee. A long-standing practice of this place is to take members at their word, as noted by the Speaker in his ruling of April 29, 2015, and I would quote, Mr. Speaker, As your Speaker, I must take all members at their word. To do otherwise, to take it upon myself to assess the truthfulness or accuracy of members' statements is not a role which has been conferred upon me, nor that the House indicated that it would somehow wish the Chair to assume with all of its implications, end of quote. The member for Vancouver East has brought forward these allegations based on conversations with stakeholders, which she states and I would quote, suggests, I should say, that officials are not proceeding in accordance with the certain time frame for applications. Page 58 of the 4th edition of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices notes that, and I would quote, the Speaker has also stated that statements made outside the House or documents published elsewhere must not be used to cast doubt on a member's statements in the House, end of quote, Mr. Speaker. The matter at hand is a dispute as to the facts. This is based on both mischaracterization of the Minister's response and the members' meetings with external stakeholders. On June 19, 2025, the Speaker ruled on a matter that constituted dispute as to the facts that, and I quote, if every disagreement is to be raised as a question of privilege, the House would spend its time doing little less. There are many opportunities in our debates for members to challenge each other on facts of particular case, and that is the correct way of dealing with such disagreements, end of quote. I would add by noting that the format of the Committee of the Whole does not always allow for exhaustive responses, as the time for answers in Committee of the Whole is to be proportional to the time to ask the question. Members can appreciate that circumstances of each matter raised cannot be adequately addressed in the time being provided. Members have several ways to obtain detailed information on a particular matter before bringing forward an allegation of a member misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, I submit that the way the question of privilege was raised did not conform with the practice of this House. The Speaker ruled on a similar matter on June 19, 2025, which outlined the process for dealing with questions of privilege in Committee of the Whole. This process is not being followed in the matter raised by the member for Vancouver East. Let us review the facts at hand. On May the 28th, 2026, the House resolved into Committee of the Whole to hear the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship on the 2026-2027 main estimates for her department. The member for Vancouver East asked a series of questions to the Minister regarding her portfolio. At no point during the deliberations did the member raise concerns that she had been misled or that her privilege had been breached. The Speaker has ruled on a similar situation that occurred on June 10, 2025, during consideration of the main estimates in a Committee of the Whole. The following day, the member for Mirabel alleged that the Minister of Finance misled the House in response to the member's question on the Consumer Carbon Rebate Scheme. On this matter, on June 19, 2025, the Speaker ruled, and I would quote, "When the House resolves itself into a Committee of the Whole, it is for all intents and purposes functioning as a committee to consider a matter the House has referred to it. In this regard, the practice for raising questions of privilege emanating from a Committee of the Whole is the same as that of a standing, special, or legislative committee. The Chair recognizes that there may sometimes be challenges with the Committee of the Whole format, in particular during the consideration of the estimates. They, however, do not exempt members of their obligation to raise their concerns first. End of quote. Section 3.99 of the 4th edition of the House of Commons Procedures and House Procedure and Practices sets out the requirements for raising a question of privilege in the Committee of the Whole. This process entails, and I would quote, the Speaker will entertain a question of privilege in regard to a matter that occurred in a Committee of the Whole only if the matter has been dealt with first in the Committee of the Whole and reports accordingly to the House." End of quote. Moreover, Section 19.18 of the 4th edition states, and I would quote, "Although questions of privilege in a Committee of the Whole are infrequent, the practice is identical to that for any standing, legislative, or special committee. If a member rises on a question of privilege which is relevant to the proceedings in the Committee of the Whole, the Chair will hear the question of the privilege. If the matter raised by the member touches on privilege and relates to events in the Committee of the Whole, the Chair will entertain a motion that the events be reported to the House. The Speaker will hear a question of privilege in the regard to a matter that occurred in the Committee of the Whole only if the matter has been dealt with first in the Committee of the Whole and reported accordingly to the House." And that would be the end of quote, Mr. Speaker. I submit that the process was not followed in this case. Mr. Speaker, I submit that the inaudible comments made by the Minister were mischaracterized and that the Minister did not in any way mislead the committee in her response to the question from the member from Vancouver East. Therefore, there are no facts to satisfy the requirement that the Minister misled the House and did so deliberately. The facts suggest that the Minister stated accurately and truthfully that she directed her officials to accelerate the student visa process, which has been corroborated by her remarks in the committee and in recent media coverage. Moreover, the well-established practice of the House is to take members at their word when considering the matter of what was on the parliamentary record and what one can hear in the audio recording of the proceedings of May 28, 2026. Finally, the member from Vancouver East did not satisfy the requirements of the process for raising a question of privilege in a Committee of the Whole. In conclusion, I submit that there are no facts before this House to support a finding of prima facie question of privilege in the matter raised by the member from Vancouver East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time and patience.
Thank the honourable member. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, Bill C-16 in the name of the Minister of Justice, Protecting Victims Act, resuming debate on the motions in Group 1.
Honourable member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act. This bill represents an important step in reinforcing Canada's commitment to protecting victims and supporting survivors of crime. When I was a law student, I worked in a community legal clinic in Toronto. Interacting and advising women who were living with domestic coercion and violence was a sobering experience for me. I was privileged to work with lawyers in the violence against women and children sectors where I learned much more about the cycle of abuse, a malignant dynamic that was afflicting so many families. Later, when I worked as a family law lawyer, I encountered many women trying to navigate the legal system while simultaneously attempting to break free from the financial, emotional, and social coercion that their intimate partners exercised over them. It had taken many years for some of them to even recognize they were victims of such control and manipulation. Isolation from their families, friends, and social supports, restrictions to accessing their own money, and erosion of their self-worth and value through psychological manipulation were regular symptoms I encountered. Of course, there were limits to the help I could provide as a new lawyer, and I was grateful for the community groups and social supports that I was able to refer my clients to for that help. My early career as a family law litigator also taught me of the pervasive obstacles these women faced and continue to face in accessing justice through the legal system. Mr. Speaker, my experiences with these women and their families informs the words I bring to this House today and ratifies my support for our government's action to protect them. Bill C-16 advances 4 core goals in protecting victims: strengthening the criminal law's response to gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence and femicide; strengthening protections for children against sexual exploitation, particularly in online spaces; improving the treatment of victims; and addressing delays that undermine confidence in the justice system. I will focus today on how the bill would enhance the criminal justice system's response to gender-based violence and improve protections for children from sexual exploitation. Every 2 days in Canada, a woman is killed by her intimate partner. This extreme form of violence is both devastating and disturbingly prevalent. These realities demand a strengthened and explicit response in our criminal law. We can strengthen the criminal code through Bill C-16 to ensure that murders occurring in certain aggravating circumstances are treated as first-degree murder, the most serious offense in the criminal code. These include murders of intimate partners that occur in the context of a pattern of coercive or controlling conduct, murders that occur in the context of sexual violence or exploitation, and murders motivated by hate, including based on gender. The bill would also treat manslaughter occurring in these same circumstances more seriously by requiring sentencing judges to consider imposing the penalty applicable to second-degree murder, 25 years of imprisonment. Importantly, Bill C-16 would explicitly refer to these killings as femicide. Words matter, and naming these crimes matters. In doing so, we recognize and acknowledge that women and girls are disproportionately the victims of these forms of homicide, and it reflects victims' lived realities. While femicide represents the most extreme form of gender-based violence, such violence often takes many other forms, including mental abuse. Abusers may exert control by isolating intimate partners from family and friends, monitoring communications, controlling finances, or making threats involving children. And this pattern of coercive or controlling conduct often precedes intimate partner femicide. Through Protecting Victims Act, a new offense would criminalize engaging in a pattern of coercive or controlling conduct toward an intimate partner. The new offense is modeled on Scotland's approach, which is widely regarded as the gold standard because it does not require proof that the victim feared for their safety. Clearly defining coercive control in the criminal code is intended to help law enforcement identify the true aggressor in intimate partner violence cases and reduce the risk of dual charging by requiring a contextual assessment of power imbalances and patterns of exploitation of vulnerabilities. This approach recognizes that coercive controllers often target vulnerabilities, while violence used by victims is often defensive. The new offense would be supported by training to support the offense being applied by law enforcement in a manner consistent with its core objective of protecting victims. To complement these reforms, the Protecting Victims Act would modernize the criminal harassment offense by removing the need to prove the victim's subjective fear, instead requiring proof that a reasonable person in the victim's circumstances would perceive a threat to their physical or psychological safety, reducing the need for survivors to relive their trauma in court. The Protecting Victims Act also responds to an emerging form of digital-based gender violence: sexual deepfakes. While child sexual abuse material is already criminalized regardless of whether images are real or fictional, the existing offense for non-consensual distribution of intimate images does not clearly capture AI-generated images that are indistinguishable from real ones. Bill C-16 would address this gap by ensuring that sexual deepfake depictions of identifiable persons that appear real and are distributed without consent are treated the same as real intimate images, affirming that consent is required regardless of how the image is created. The bill would also criminalize threatening to distribute intimate images, including deepfakes, to address sextortion and intimidation, and would increase the maximum penalty for the offense from 5 to 10 years imprisonment. The proposed legislation contains a range of measures to better protect children from sexual exploitation, including online. For example, significant concerns have been expressed about child sexual offense mandatory minimum penalties, or MMPs. While Parliament has been signaling that sexual crimes against children should be treated as far more grave by increasing MMPs, courts have struck many of these MMPs down as violations of Section 12 of the Charter, which characterizes them as cruel and unusual punishment. Our government is responding to this through the Protecting Victims Act. We propose to reinforce these MMPs for predators who create, possess, or distribute child sexual abuse and exploitation material by allowing judicial discretion in rare cases where applying an MMP would be grossly disproportionate in the facts of the case before the court. The Protecting Victims Act would ensure that those who prey on our kids face prison time for the most heinous crimes imaginable by reviving 13 MMPs for child sexual offenses that were previously struck down by courts. This approach is designed to protect and preserve mandatory minimum penalties while ensuring they continue to apply to the serious crimes they are intended for, thereby addressing the court's constitutional concerns under Section 12 of the Charter, cruel and unusual punishment. It's an approach that members of the opposition have supported very well. The Protecting Victims Act also proposes reforms to modernize offenses that target sexual exploitation, sextortion, and child luring, and child sexual abuse and exploitation material. These reforms include creating a new offense prohibiting threatening to distribute child sexual abuse and exploitation material, expanding the child luring offense so it is explicitly applying to those who communicate with children to sextort them, criminalizing the distribution of bestiality depictions, including deepfake ones, conduct that is known to be used to manipulate children for sexual purposes, expanding certain child sexual offenses to protect children from those who may invite them to expose their own sexual organs for a sexual purpose, including where no physical touching occurs, and ensuring Canadians who sexually assault children abroad can be prosecuted at home. The proposed reforms also seek to strengthen requirements for internet service providers under the Mandatory Reporting Act, which imposes duties on internet service providers, including one to notify police when their services are used to commit a child sexual abuse and exploitation material offense. Service providers would have to preserve data for a longer period of time and transmit critical information to law enforcement. The Act would also more clearly cover a broader range of online platforms and would extend the limitation period for the prosecution of offense under that Act. Finally, to address those who recruit and involve youth in the commission of criminal offenses, Bill C-16 proposes to create a new offense prohibiting recruiting, counseling, encouraging, or inviting a young person to be party to a criminal offense. These reforms are necessary. They move Canada forward towards a justice system that recognizes modern forms of abuse, protects survivors before it's too late, and refuses to allow predators to hide in technology, bureaucracy, or legal loopholes. I mentioned earlier that every 2 days a woman in Canada is killed by her intimate partner. Mr. Speaker, that day came for Darian Haley Henderson-Bellman, a 25-year-old woman who lived in my riding. She was killed by her intimate partner, a man who had numerous interactions with law enforcement and should have never been released into society after he was previously charged with domestic violence. The system failed Darian and her family, but her murder is not in vain. Through the valiant and dedicated work of her grandparents, Flo and Paul Henderson, Darian's story has been shared and discussed, including in this very House. Darian's story and those like hers play a key role in the fabric of this legislation. We owe it to women living under the shadow of coercive control. We owe it to the children who are confronted with threats on their phones, and we owe it to victims who wait for years for justice, only to be turned away. Laws shape culture, and culture shapes safety. When we call femicide by its name, we expose misogyny for what it is. When we prosecute sextortion, we protect dignity. When we protect children, we protect our country's future. And when we expand victims' rights, we honor their courage. Mr. Speaker, I implore everyone in this House to support these reforms because safety is not optional, dignity is not negotiable, and justice should not be a privilege. It must be a guarantee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Nicola, and I listened with great attention to my colleague's speech as the person who wrote the bill along and ushered the bill through to change the name of child pornography to child sexual abuse and exploitation material. As somebody who prosecuted internet luring and offences against children, I took a great deal of interest. Now, one of the things that the member spoke about was about homicide of intimates, which was also addressed in Bill C-225, also known as Bailey's Law. Bailey's Law is at the Senate right now, and it was studied and amended substantially in this House at the request of the government. I wonder if that member would be prepared to provide an endorsement to state that Bailey's Law should be passed forthwith, because Bailey McCourt, who was tragically killed and who is named after, for whom the bill is named after, in a similar situation to the Hendersons that the member spoke about, her death happened on July 4th of last year. Would the member support this bill coming into effect by July 4th of this year? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague very much for his advocacy and work on that bill, and certainly as someone who's worked in the violence against women sector in the legal context, we saw gaps in laws and legislation that could be addressed through this House, and we're glad to see those types of bills moving through now. I'm happy to continue to advocate, and certainly it's our job as elected officials in this chamber to advocate on behalf of those who do not have voices to bring their stories forward. And I commend the member for his work on that bill, and I will certainly continue to work with him to elevate those voices in this chamber. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have a chance to take the floor to ask a question of my colleague from Wellington, Halton Hills. I know it's Wellington, Halton Hills South, I think. I'm distressed. I certainly agree with all the sentiments. We need to make sure that we're acting to protect people from the crimes that we've talked about, intimate partner violence. But we're falling back on rhetoric in the absence of evidence when we start echoing the notion that mandatory minimum sentences are somehow great at preventing crime, because there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence for that at all. Empirical studies from all around the world, particularly from the U.S., where they were used a lot in Texas, prove conclusively that they don't deter crime. What deters crime is the risk of being caught, not longer sentences.
Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great question about mandatory minimum sentences. We had great discussions about that in this House. I do agree that the research on justice does tend to show that mandatory minimum sentences don't necessarily deter crime. However, they do provide more trust, I believe, and more confidence in the justice system. And I think what our government's trying to do here is to find that middle ground where we can ensure that folks have confidence in justice. There is, I believe, some element of deterrence there as well, but at the same time making sure that we're compliant with the Charter, because as we know, there have been a lot of Charter challenges with respect to mandatory minimum penalties, and this is a balance that we have to negotiate here in this House.
The Honourable Member for Promisqua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech.
Intimate partner violence face obstacles in accessing justice. Can my colleague explain how Bill C-16 will improve access to justice for women who experience intimate partner violence?
Member for Milton East, Halton Hills South.
A great question from my colleague, and certainly during my work in the legal field with women who are experiencing intimate partner violence, many of them experienced hesitation and trepidation coming forward because they weren't confident that the justice system was going to be able to be easily navigated or address their needs. This bill speaks directly to that concern by ensuring that courts can have earlier responses, that they can respond faster and deliver stronger results for victims. We're also including testimonial aids, Mr. Speaker, for victims so that they don't have to relitigate and relive their traumas in court. And we also want to ensure that they have a speedy result, but at the same time, we have to make sure that more complex sexual assault and sexual abuse cases have the time they need in the courts without encountering unnecessary long delays and being thrown out like we saw in the Jordan decision. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate. Please, the Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker.
Remember how good life used to be a decade ago before this Liberal government? We had the wealthiest middle class. Now the middle class is poor, and Canada is the only G7 country in recession. But the best thing we had was how safe our country used to be. And my city, the beautiful city of Toronto, anywhere, anytime, day or night, any neighborhood, safe. But after a decade of Liberals, violent crime is out of control. Residents are no longer safe. Parents are afraid for their kids to take the transit. Robberies on the street, home invasions, extortions. Seems like every day I wake up and a person is shot in my North York riding. Last week we had a murder at Shepherd and Magellan in the beautiful community of Downsview. 3 men shot a guy outside his house to death. What is happening? What is happening is Liberal bail and sentencing laws. Every police officer will tell you that. Close the revolving door in the courts. But first we got the Liberal failure of Bill 14, that was bail. Now we're here on Bill C-16 to deal with sentencing. And yet again, we have another Liberal failure. Because instead of increasing mandatory minimum sentences, the Liberals do the opposite. They create what they refer to as a safety valve, which will allow judges to disregard mandatory minimum sentences. See, Speaker, under the Criminal Code, mandatory minimum penalties apply to a range of serious offences. These mandatory minimums are designed to set a sentencing floor, a minimum term of imprisonment that Parliament deemed necessary for denunciation and deterrence, for public safety and specific categories of crime. But in recent years, courts have been striking down mandatory minimum penalties under Section 12 of the Charter as cruel and unusual punishment. And that, of course, includes the Supreme Court. The Liberals frame the safety valve as a response to this jurisprudence of striking down mandatory sentences. They point to recent decisions like Seneville, where the Supreme Court struck down a mandatory minimum penalty for possession and distribution of child pornography. I will come back to this decision. But what do the Liberals do with the safety valve? The valve would allow courts to impose sentences below the mandatory minimum if a judge thinks that applying the mandatory minimum would amount to a cruel and unusual punishment. You see, the Liberals ironically say that they would strengthen mandatory minimum sentences, but instead they do the opposite. They make them non-mandatory. Effectively, the valve will allow a judge to disregard mandatory minimum penalties. So minimum penalty is no longer a minimum mandatory penalty. Jail time would still be required, but a judge would be free to sentence the convicted accused to 1 day in prison. If they feel that this House, if they feel that Parliament has imposed a sentence or prescribed a sentence that is too extreme, they can just disregard what we say. This is crazy. It will result in lighter sentences for serious repeat offenders. And the Liberals are doing the exact opposite of what is required now. See, in effect, what previously required a constitutional argument will now be an automatic argument every time at sentencing that something is cruel and unusual. The safety valve is a major concession to judicial activism. It undermines the role of this Parliament. We are the ones who set sentencing policy. And worse, the principle of deterrence is lost. And I've been listening to some comments a short time ago from folks saying that there's empirical studies saying that mandatory minimum sentences don't work. Well, they do work because you can't commit crime if you're in prison. And for many of these violent offenders who repeat again and again, they should be left in jail, away from the community that they seek to terrorize again. So we need to do the opposite. And this is especially in response to the Supreme Court striking down the mandatory minimum sentence on distribution and access to child pornography. Speaker, at Justice Committee, I moved a motion to invoke the notwithstanding clause to protect mandatory minimum sentences on possession and distribution of child pornography, but the Liberals voted it down. Again, they failed to protect children. See, this is not just about kids already abused and exploited in these pictures and videos. It's about more kids in the future, God forbid, who will be raped because the courts failed to punish these perverts, to deter future perverts. We had to go hard here so we can kill this awful industry. But the Liberals refuse. But why? They say, all I heard from the Attorney General was, well, it's a sunset clause. In 5 years, we'd have to do this again. Well, fine, let's do it again. What was the point of the notwithstanding clause? It was to prevent absurdity. Attorney General Jean Chrétien used the clause to seal the deal on the Charter, and he specifically used an example for absurdity that the Supreme Court could potentially come up with. It was a hypothetical that Chrétien used, that the Supreme Court would find possession of child pornography protected by freedom of expression. I think everyone in this room, even the Liberals, would agree that such finding would be absurd. Now, that's not the scenario we had in Senneville, but pretty close. Senneville pled guilty to possession and access to over 300 images of children, mostly girls between ages of 3 and 6 being sexually exploited. The co-appellant, Matthew Nod, pled guilty to possessing over 500 images and almost 300 videos, most of which were children from 5 to 10, and in many cases being subjected to rape and sodomy. This is disgusting, colleagues. And striking down a mandatory 1-year sentence for each of those two counts is precisely the type of absurdity that Attorney General Jean Chrétien had in mind. This is precisely why Section 33 was explicitly inserted in the Charter. So we said to the Liberals at Justice Committee, instead of narrowing down, instead of diluting the mandatory minimum sentences, let's preserve the mandatory minimum sentences for the worst of the worst. And this is one of them, and the Liberals refused the amendment. I am proud of the Leader of the Opposition and my Conservative colleagues. We will invoke Section 33 to protect children from these monsters, to prevent this absurdity that the Supreme Court arrived at. But the Attorney General is refusing to invoke the clause, refuses to do his job, refuses to protect children and to safeguard the law. Instead, they weaken sentencing laws with a safety valve. It is shame and it is regretful. I speak to a police officer in my riding. I don't want to name them, and I don't even want to name the division. And he said to me not too long ago, Roman, you know how upsetting it is when we arrest a guy. We had a situation where an officer got injured during the arrest of a guy he arrested again and again. And a couple of days later, the same offender was out on bail again. We tried to deal with bail. The Liberals refused to remove the latter principle, and still the courts are required to release at the earliest opportunity under the least restrictive terms. And now we dealt with sentencing, with activist courts who refused to impose the mandatory minimums that this House prescribed. And instead of preserving mandatory minimums, what do the Liberals do? What Liberals do. They weaken mandatory minimum sentences. They now tell judges, go ahead, disregard the mandatory minimum if you think that the mandatory minimum is disproportional. I don't understand what it is we're doing here with this bill, Bill C-16. We need to do the opposite. We need to protect Canadians. We need to take a bite out of crime, not let criminals loose like this bill would do. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we often hear from the far right. And when you talk about the far right on Bill C-16, they're part of the problem. They really and truly are. Think about this. Not only does Bill C-16 reinstate some of those mandatory minimums that the member says that he's concerned about, but let's talk about lawful access. The Conservative Party of Canada has made the determination that lawful access is bad. They don't want to support it. They're fighting it tooth and nail. Yet lawful access will help in dealing with the issues such as child exploitation, child pornography. Listen to what the member said opposite, and their actions speak louder than words. Does this member support lawful access or not?
Member for York Centre.
Deputy House Leader should stop yelling and start protecting children instead. All right? What I would say is this member believes that preserving mandatory minimum sentences is far right. The Liberal Party has gone so completely insane to the left that anybody who disagrees with them on anything is deemed to be of the far right. I am proud of the fact that the Conservative Party wants to preserve mandatory minimum sentences, and we will do so when we form Conservative government.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague in this House, who's also a colleague on the Justice Committee, for his remarks on this. I was hoping my colleague could elaborate on the problems that that emerged from our committee study, because we actually put forward a lot of amendments. It was shocking how many amendments the Liberal government put forward to its own bill, which I think reinforces the point that even they saw the flaws in this. And we were prepared to work across party lines to protect victims. But can my colleague answer what happened when we tried to put forward concrete amendments that would keep offenders behind bars where they belong?
Member for York Centre.
Repeatedly, in response to my friend's question, the chair of the Justice Committee called our amendments to reintroduce mandatory minimum sentences, to strengthen mandatory minimum sentences, out of order. This is despite the fact that this is precisely what this bill sought to do, which is supposedly to strengthen mandatory minimum sentences. So why did the chair of Justice Committee call them out of order and out of scope? I don't know. But ironically, something interesting happened during that process, is that in one specific instance, and that's use of a firearm during extortion, the chair of the Justice Committee initially called the proposed amendment in order, contrary to the fact that every other amendment was out of order. I don't believe that the ruling was correct. We were overruled again and again.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go back to lawful access. You can't have it both ways. You can't say that you're against it and the Conservatives are going to fight and get tough on crime, but when you have police agencies and law enforcement agencies from across the country saying that they want lawful access, why is the Conservative Party so determined to prevent this House of Commons, this Prime Minister, and the government to pass lawful access? Tell us the reason why.
Yeah, I'm a member for York Centre.
The Conservative Party is the party of law and order, and the key to the rule of law is that government is also under the law. And that means that when the government comes along and says they want to sweep, they want the private sector to hold all metadata, all of it, without a warrant, without any suspicion of a crime being committed, that would be a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And as the party of law and order, we will defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. That's why, Speaker. Thank you.
We have time for a brief questions and comments. The honourable
member for Rivière-du-Nord, 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have the pleasure to sit with him on the Justice Committee. And we don't always agree on everything, but I think he does serious work, and I thank him for that. The question that I would ask him, I understand that he doesn't agree with a number of things in C-16, but can we agree to say that Canadian society will be better with C-16 than before C-16?
York Centre, a brief response.
I thank the colleague for his question. What is patently clear is that by winding down, by nullifying, by watering down mandatory minimum sentences, Canadians are going to be considerably worse off.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said just a moment ago in my question, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that C-16 is a panacea and that everything will be great once it's passed, but I think things will be better once it's passed. I'm generally happy with the work that's been done on C-16 before it came to committee and at committee. There are a number of things that we were able to improve in this bill, and we're going to legislate on controlling and coercive behaviors. I think that this is the third parliament in which we've worked on this issue, and now finally we've got a bill that's moving forward, and I hope that given that we have 3.5 years before the next election, that we'll be able to move forward with this and move on to something else. There's also the issue of femicides, murders of women, and we're finally going to legislate on that, particularly when the murder comes from a context where there's been coercive behavior or violence or trafficking. And so there's a better definition of femicide that'll come with this bill. We've also worked on the issue of harassment. Still today, when a victim is a victim of harassment, they have to prove that the victim objectively was afraid for their safety. And often women and victims of harassment, we've heard from a number of them, and they've spoken about their experiences. And when that happens, when they're forced to appear as witnesses, it can harm their recovery. And so now there's a reasonable assumption of danger, and that's a good thing. The recruiting of minors, of those under 18 years old, that's something that Bloc Québécois has been calling for a long time, and I've personally spoken of this issue with the Justice Minister many times to try and deal with this problem. Criminals, members of gangs of organized crime who try to recruit young people by saying, well, listen, because you're not 18, if you get caught, it's not a big deal. You're not going to have a criminal record. So go steal things, for me. Go commit a crime for me. I mean, it's a scourge, Mr. Speaker. And these are young people. We want to keep them on the right path. But to see people recruiting them to commit crimes, well, that's just absolutely despicable behavior. And I would suggest that an adult who recruits a young person should be condemned to twice the time that they would be if they had committed the crime themselves. We haven't gone that far, but there are new measures in place to deal with recruiting young people, and I thank the minister for that. The question of a reasonable time frame, the Jordan Principle obviously brought a number of challenges to the system. I think everyone agrees that a trial should take place within a reasonable time frame. So whether that be 2 years, 3 years, I think that that's reasonable. When we're talking about 5 years or 10 years before a crime goes to trial, well, obviously we are harming that person, the person who's going to trial, who lives with the sort of Damocles hanging over their heads. And we're also harming victims who don't know for all that time if their aggressor will be found guilty of the crime that they've committed. And there's obviously a huge social cost associated with these delays. So I agree. When the Supreme Court said a reasonable time frame, it's in the Charter. It'll be 24 months for the courts in Quebec, 30 months for the Superior Court. I think that that's good. I agree with that. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, things being the way they are, if we don't have enough money, the federal government isn't sending enough money to the provinces for things like health care, education. We don't have money for specialized services in our schools. People are waiting in hospital waiting rooms for hours and hours. But it's the same thing for justice. We don't have enough money to hire the staff that we need. And that's why the time frame before cases go to trial is often longer than what's in the law. So 16 says, listen, we're going to improve the way that accountability is held for delays to trials. I don't know if it's going to work, but I am optimistic, and I'm happy to see that the Justice Minister has decided to attempt to deal with this issue, and I thank him for doing so. Now, to go back to what my Conservative colleague was speaking about with C-16 a few minutes ago, well, listen, this is something that comes back time and time again. And, I've been here since 2015, and I don't remember a time or a year where we haven't discussed the issue of mandatory minimum sentences. Now, the Liberals don't want them anywhere. The Conservatives want them absolutely everywhere. And, putting everybody in prison, Mr. Speaker, I'm not convinced that that's the best way to move forward. You need to find the right balance. And I have a lot of respect for my colleague who spoke before me, but I think that the right balance is here in C16, or at least is pretty close to what C16 does. And there are proposals here from the Bloc Québécois to that effect. I've spoken to the last two justice ministers who were there before the current justice minister, and every time we said, oh, listen, this makes sense, we could do something. But now, finally, there are measures in C16 where we've said, okay, listen, where's a compromise? Mandatory minimum sentences that the Conservatives want, we'll put some in. It'll send a clear sign that the legislature takes those crimes very seriously, and it also sends a message to courts, but will allow judges in exceptional circumstances to work around the mandatory minimum sentences. Why? Well, because, sometimes we're faced with situations that don't make any sense. I remember a case in Quebec where a young man who was 18 years old had been accused of various crimes because his girlfriend was 16 or 17 years old, and they had been having relations together for a couple of years. Both families were aware. Everything was accepted, but there was a mandatory minimum sentence for what was happening, and the judge said, listen, in my opinion, this doesn't make sense. I can't remember the exact words, but the judge said it's not adequate, except that there's a mandatory minimum sentence and I don't have a choice. And so that young person was sentenced to prison. I don't have the exact details of what happened after that, and I don't want to, go too far with an example that's really a very exceptional example. But in exceptional cases, we should be able to trust our judges. They're not perfect, Mr. Speaker, but based on my experience as a lawyer before being a member of Parliament, and what I can say since I've been a member of Parliament, they do a pretty good job.
I have great friends who are judges at the Superior Court level and at the Court of Quebec, or provincial for other provinces, that is. And these are honest people acting in good faith, like almost everyone here within this chamber. They wish what is best for society. So they work as effectively as they can, as fairly as they can for everyone. Sure, a mandatory minimum sentences, but I need to be sure that common sense is what's required, that we can trust the judiciary, that the judges can get this opportunity to say, I feel this is an exceptional circumstance. It would be cruel and unusual punishment, and so I will depart. And of course, I'll depart from it. Of course, the judge will have to justify this, will have to write in the ruling. These are the exceptional circumstances under which I feel it is important to break away from the mandatory minimum sentences set by the legislator. I think it should reassure most people in society. Of course, it doesn't meet the desires of our colleagues across the way, the Conservatives, rather. I respect their position, but I would urge them to open up somewhat the standards against which we evaluate our bills. And this might be the most adequate solution between no mandatory minimum sentences and mandatory minimum sentences, which in some cases are too limiting.
CI commentaire, then Parliament Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that Bill C-16 does have the right balance. When the Supreme Court of Canada rules that a piece of legislation is outside of the Constitution or the Charter, it overrules a law, a mandatory minimum that's in place. Bill C-16 reestablishes a number of the minimum statements, minimum sentences that have actually been outruled in the past by having that particular clause in it. And that clause does allow the judiciary the independence of being able then to provide the explanation. I appreciate the way the member brought it forward, Mr. Speaker. My question is, the Conservative solution to the issue is to use the notwithstanding clause on an ongoing basis, unlimited number of times. And wonder if he could provide his thoughts in using the notwithstanding.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Look, I don't want to belabor the point. he's right to raise this. I don't think it would be adequate. I think having a mandatory minimum sentences that we can't deviate from would go against the Supreme Court's decision on this very matter. It's all well and good to go back before the Supreme Court for on a number of occasions if necessary, but to do the same thing repeatedly and expect a different result might not be wise. The other thing is that society, as it is, would be better off with mandatory minimum sentences we can depart from rather than this straitjacket that we can't depart from and that leads to injustice. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his speech, and I take this opportunity to work with him at Justice Committee. Before the committee, he raised the idea of recruitment of young people by criminal organizations. We're seeing increasing numbers of cases of crime, like serious cases like murder. I would like to ask him for his opinion. Why didn't the government not take that problem seriously? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll thank my colleague for the question. I myself enjoyed working with him at that committee as well, and I'd like to also say I find his French becoming exceptional, Mr. Speaker. Thumbs up. Better than my English, certainly. That's a good thing. And more specifically to the question, as I was saying earlier, recruiting young people into lives of crime is just an absolute scourge. It's horrifying that an adult would ask a minor to commit a crime in their place. I have no pity for that adult, and I have no reservations in doubling, even tripling the sentence in those cases. But I understand it's Parliament. There are over 300 people here. There are opinions on all parts. And the Minister of Justice has to find a middle ground between what I would have wanted and other people might have wanted. And I think we better start with this, and then we'll hope for the best. Thank you.
A comment. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do recognize that the principles of the legislation is something in which the Bloc Party is supporting. I see that as a very strong positive. There's a series of legislative initiatives that this Prime Minister and the government has put into place to make our communities across our country safer. Very important to the government, as we have a very extensive suite of legislative pieces of bills. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to the holistic approach at dealing with crimes in our community and working with provincial jurisdictions and law enforcement agencies to achieve the ultimate goal, and that's to make our communities safer.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank my colleague for the question. Look, what I think of his government, well, the current Justice Minister, I'll say, is someone that I have a cordial relationship with, that I find effective, and that I have some trust in. Now, don't ask me to approve everything what this government has done, because it's done a number of things more things that are reprehensible than worthy of praise. And I say this with great respect for the people who are members of that government. I cannot remain silent when we're talking about justice matters. You may bring in good legislation, but you got to administer that legislation. That is a provincial area of responsibility, and there's no money there. That's something this federal government could do: accelerate the transfer of money to the provinces, stop encroaching in areas that are not of their jurisdiction, and make sure that provinces can enforce this legislation that is passed in this place.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is always a pleasure to rise in this chamber on behalf of the great people of Brampton West. I rise today to speak to Bill C-16, Protecting Victims Act, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters. As their Member of Parliament, I have a responsibility to listen, a responsibility to bring their concern to this House, and a responsibility to fight for safer communities. When I speak with residents in Brampton West, one issue comes up again and again. That is extortion. Not once in a while, not occasionally, every single week, business owners come to my office, families send emails, community leaders call. They are afraid and threatened. Extortion is up 330% across Canada, and it has become a national crisis. Criminals are targeting hardworking families. They are targeting small businesses. Mr. Speaker, homes are being shot at, businesses are being shot at, threatening videos are being sent demanding money. Families are living in fear. Some have even left Canada because they no longer feel safe. Think about that. People came here to build a better life. Instead, they are being terrorized by criminals. Recently, Peel Regional Police arrested 17 individuals connected to a major extortion network targeting South Asian businesses throughout Peel region. I commend the officers involved. Their work was outstanding. The investigation revealed a coordinated campaign of intimidation, violence, threats, arson attempts, and shootings. More than 24 shootings, hundreds of rounds fired, businesses attacked simply because owners refused to pay criminals. Yet those arrests are only one step. The problem remains, the threat remains. We now have gangs sending letters to police boasting that they have thousands of extortionists ready to commit crimes. Mr. Speaker, that should alarm every member of this House. Criminal organizations are becoming bolder, more organized, more violent, and Canadians are paying the price. This is exactly why Conservatives proposed amendments to strengthen the bill. We wanted stronger consequences. We wanted greater protection for victims. We wanted to send a message that extortion will not be tolerated in Canada. One amendment would have strengthened mandatory minimum penalties for extortion committed with a firearm. Another would have ensured that extortion-related mandatory minimums could not be weakened through the liberal safety valve provisions. Mr. Speaker, and you know what? The Liberals have voted down all of these community safety amendments. Those were reasonable amendments. They reflected reality. Because extortion today often involves guns. Criminals fire bullets into homes, into businesses. Then they record it. Then they send videos to victims. They post videos online. They use fear as a weapon. Yet Liberal members rejected those proposals. Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives tried to strengthen penalties against violent extortionists, Liberals said no. When Conservatives tried to stand with victims, Liberals voted no. That is disappointing because Parliament created mandatory minimum penalties for a reason. To clearly denounce the most serious crimes, to establish consequences, to protect society and to provide certainty in sentencing. Canadians understand that principle. When someone commits murder or kidnaps another person, there are consequences. When someone commits sexual assault, there must be consequences. Let's discuss another major concern with Bill C-16, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives proposed amendments to protect mandatory minimum penalties for some of the most horrific sexual offenses in the criminal code. One amendment would have preserved mandatory minimum penalties for sexual assault involving a weapon, particularly cases involving firearms and cases involving children. These are not minor offenses. These are not mistakes. These are among the most serious crimes imaginable. When someone sexually assaults a child while using a weapon, society has a duty to respond firmly. The rights of victims matter. The safety of children matters. Yet Liberals rejected that amendment. Conservatives also proposed protecting mandatory minimum penalties for aggravated sexual assault. These are the worst cases. Cases involving severe violence and devastating harms permanently changes lives of victims. Canadians expect Parliament to speak clearly when it comes to these crimes. They expect us to stand with victims and denounce offenders. Instead, the government voted against those amendments. That sends the wrong message, especially in a bill that claims to strengthen protection for victims. If we truly support victims, then we must ensure meaningful consequences for the worst offenders. Words alone are not enough. Victims deserve action. Another important amendment came from my Conservative colleague at committee, an amendment dealing with reasonable hypotheticals. The principle was simple. Courts should focus on facts, not speculation, not hypothetical possibilities. Justice system must rely on facts, evidence, and reality. Justice must be based on what actually happened, not on the circumstances that may never occur. Yet Bill C-16 continues to allow courts to consider reasonably foreseeable circumstances. That language is vague. It is subjective and invites inconsistency. Two offenders could commit the same crime under the same circumstances and receive different outcomes because of a speculation that undermines confidence, fairness, and public trust. Canadians expect equal justice. They expect sentencing decision based on evidence, not imaginations. Conservatives proposed an amendment that would have restored clarity. It would have ensured that courts focus on the actual circumstances of the offender, the actual facts before them, nothing more, nothing less. Again, Liberals rejected it. That is unfortunate. People must believe that similar crimes receive similar consequences. That principle should not be controversial. It should be common sense. Mr. Speaker, I want to be fair, and let me say this. Bill C-16 is not entirely without merit. There are provisions that Conservatives support. Making the justice system more responsive to victims is positive. Reducing unnecessary delays is positive. Addressing coercive and controlling behavior is positive. Addressing harmful defects, images is positive. Those measures have value, but good measures alone do not make a complete bill. A justice bill must also prioritize accountability. It must protect victims. It must deter crime. And it must ensure that serious offenders faces consequences. That is where Bill C-16 falls short. The government had the opportunity to improve it, opportunity to strengthen protection against extortion and sexual violence, opportunity to improve consistency in sentencing and restore to public confidence. Those opportunities were presented at committee. Conservatives brought forward constructive amendments, practical amendments, reasonable amendments, yet the Liberal government used its majority to reject them. That is disappointing. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are increasingly concerned about crime. They see violence rising and repeat offenders returning on the streets. And they want Parliament to act. They want laws that put public safety first and support victims. They want laws that ensure jail means jail for the worst offenders. Conservatives will continue fighting for those principles. We will continue fighting organized crimes and extortion. And we will continue working to restore confidence in Canada's justice system. Canada deserves safe communities. They deserve a justice system that puts victims first. Conservatives stand with victims and law-abiding Canadians. Conservatives stand with the families who simply want to live in peace. And Conservatives will continue fighting to ensure that Canada's justice system put victims first, protect our communities, and keep dangerous criminals exactly where they belong, behind bars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member talked about a record. You know, just over a year ago, Canadians went to the polls and they elected a new prime minister, 70+ new Liberal members of Parliament. And the part of the agenda, a substantial aspect of the agenda, is to make our community safe, Mr. Speaker. We have brought forward a substantive suite of legislative bills to make our communities and support our provinces and making our communities safer. The member made reference to extortion 3 or 4 times.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not elect a Prime Minister.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you give me the time, I'll explain it to my colleague across the way. Funny, I guess, ha-ha. The serious issue, Mr. Speaker, is dealing with the member when he says extortion 3 or 4 times in his speech. On the one hand, the Conservatives talk tough on extortion, but they oppose lawful access. Lawful access will deal with the extortion issue. Why does the Conservative Party oppose lawful access?
That's a good question.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank member opposite for his wonderful question. But he understands that crime is a problem in our community, in our neighborhoods and on our streets. Mr. Speaker, Brampton families are living through a real extortion crisis, and that's why I mentioned them, and I'm really concerned about the safety and security of Brampton residents. Businesses are being threatened, houses are being shot at, organized criminals networks are growing. Conservatives propose amendments to strengthen penalties for extortion involving firearms and to prevent those penalties from being weakened. The Liberals rejected those amendments. I would be happy to see.
Unfortunately, I must stop the member there because the member will have about 3 minutes for questions and comments after question period. But right now, we must go to statements by members. The déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to share that our government is investing $35 million to help YWCA Hamilton build 84 new transitional housing units in my riding, Hamilton Centre. Good. These homes will support women and families during some of the most difficult times in their lives. The project includes 60 units for single women and 24 units for women-led households. It will also provide on-site sports, shared spaces and community amenities to help residents rebuild their lives with dignity and stability. For women and mothers fleeing violence and abuse, safe housing is more than just a roof over their heads. It's a safety, it's a support, and it's a fresh start. Mr. Speaker, our government is laser-focused on building more affordable housing, and I'm proud of our government's support for this project and grateful to YWCA Hamilton team led by Medora Uppal for the incredible work they do every day for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Persecution based on religious belief is a significant and growing problem around the world. Women and girls from religious minority communities are increasingly at risk of a kind of double persecution known as gender-specific religious persecution, where they are targeted both for their faith and their gender. Gender-specific religious persecution can include abduction, sexual assault, forced marriage, and forced conversion, along with other abuses. 13-year-old Maria Shabazz, a Pakistani Christian girl, was abducted, forcibly converted, and subject to so-called forced marriage. The Pakistani court ruled that the marriage was legal. 18-year-old Amani, a Coptic Christian woman living in Upper Egypt, was kidnapped on her way to school as part of a coordinated effort to have her forcibly converted and married outside her community. The often hidden plight of women and girls who face this double persecution must not be ignored. Canada's government should push legal and practical reforms in partner countries to address this issue and ensure that our public service has the knowledge and capacity to address gender-specific religious persecution. There is a need and an opportunity for our government and our parliament to champion a response to this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As spring turns to summer, communities across the Peterborough riding come alive. From beloved events like Music Fest, Folk Fest, the Lakefield Jazz Festival, and the Shamrock Festival to Canada Day celebrations, there are countless opportunities to come together and celebrate what makes our region a very special place to live. First Fridays, sidewalk sales, and farmers markets in Peterborough, Lakefield, Havelock, and Norwood offer local vendors, fresh food, and familiar friendly faces that make each visit memorable and provide great ways to support local businesses and connect with neighbors. Summer also brings many meaningful milestones, from graduations and celebrations to moments of reflection and remembrance. It's a season to gather and enjoy the vibrant communities we call home. I'm looking forward to another wonderful summer across the Peterborough riding and wishing everyone a safe, happy, and memorable summer.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of the Edmonton Police Service and other law enforcement agencies involved in a 2-year-long national drug trafficking investigation. Police seized approximately 80 kilograms of cocaine with a street value of more than $8 million, along with dangerous narcotics, ammunition, and cash. This is a serious reminder of the organized crime networks bringing drugs, violence, and fear into our communities. I want to thank the officers who put themselves at risk to keep our streets safe. But police cannot do this alone. They need a justice system that backs them up. After 11 years of liberal soft on crime policies and liberal bills like C5, our streets are more dangerous. To the police officers in Edmonton and across Canada, know that Conservatives support you, and we will keep fighting for safer communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I pay tribute to Dr. Nassim Haddad, who I welcomed here on the Hill, artist, physicist and guardian of our heritage. At a crossroads of science, art and cultural transmission, he devotes his work to promoting Aïta art, this ancient Moroccan musical art form which embodies a collective spirit passed down from generation to generation. Dr. Haddad offers Aïta a contemporary platform worthy of its historical depth. He creates a dialogue between roots and the future, tradition and creativity. I would also like to commend the RCM Richesse et Culture Montréalais for its invaluable support of this cultural initiative and its commitment to make this initiative live that brings Canadian cultures together. Dr. Nassim Haddad, I wish you the level of recognition that matches your talent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Grab your hat, dust off them boots, and polish up them buckles, folks. The arena lights will be blazing, the chutes loaded, and the thunder of hooves will be shaking the ground. The 90th Ponoka Stampede is just around the corner, and it's fixing to be won for the books. At the get-go, the Ponoka Stampede was a two-day event organized by local cowboy and veteran George McKetty. With an admission price of 25 cents, spectators could see saddle bucking, bareback riding, chariot racing, pony races, Roman races, and more. Soon after, chuck racing and premium bucking broncs were added to the Stampede, which put Ponoka on the map as an internationally acclaimed show and one of the top rodeos in the world. Each year, over 800 volunteers put up over 3,000 hours during the week-long celebration with support from over 30 local community organizations. From 3,000 spectators in the mid-30s to over 100,000 today, the Ponoka Stampede sets the standard for celebrating our great Western heritage. So come on out and join us in Ponoka between June 25th and July 1st for a grand old time. Yeehaw!
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bukidnon.
Mr. Speaker, when the Secretary of State for Labour came to my riding, he met apprentices who will benefit from our government's $6 billion plan to incentivize 100,000 apprentices to get their red seal. 3 of those that we met were welders who have just won first, second, and third in the local welding competition and were on their way to compete for the Ontario Championship. Ryan Beattie from my riding won the gold and is now on his way to compete at the National Championship. I want to congratulate...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt the member. I appreciate the sentiment that we need to be quieter in this House because the last couple of days were pretty noisy. But I think there's something else behind this. I'll ask the honourable member. I'll ask the honourable member to start from the top, and hopefully I won't have to ask her again to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, when the Secretary of State for Labour came to my riding, he met apprentices who benefit from our government's $6 billion plan to incentivize 100,000 apprentices to get their red seal. 3 of those that we met were welders who've just won first, second, and third in the local welding competition and were on their way to compete for the Ontario Championship. Ryan Beattie from my riding won the gold and is now on his way to compete at the National Championship. I want to congratulate Ryan and all the other competitors. A career in the trades is a well-paying job with the satisfaction of helping to build Canada strong for all. Ryan, your future and that of your fellow apprentices is bright. Thanks for great representation, and thanks to the organizers for supporting the trades.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, today we remember a man who was much more than Uncle Mel. He was a husband, father, grandfather, uncle, and a steady presence in the lives that loved him. Uncle Melv's story began with unimaginable tragedy. At just 3 years old, he and his sister were the only two survivors of 9 in their entire family that died in a devastating fire at our family property. Yet through his life, he showed deep resilience and strength. My husband spent much of his childhood fishing alongside Uncle Melv and his grandmother, creating memories that would last a lifetime. He shared that same love and generosity with our 4 children, gifting them treasured rods, reels, and countless moments that they will never forget. Uncle Melv loved to weld, and one of his creations, a piece he called Boredom, stands proudly in our yard, made from old items welded together. It is a lasting reminder of his creativity and how he could make something meaningful out of what others might overlook. Our hearts are with Aunt Wavy, his 3 children, and all of his grandchildren. Uncle Melv, we love you, we miss you, and we will carry your memory with us always. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouge. Mr. Speaker, today is Gaspésie Day, my beloved region. There are breathtaking landscapes, but let's talk instead about the people from our region, and above all, about the bond that unites us. With loneliness wreaking havoc, the Gaspésie stands as a counterexample. Back home, when I see an ambulance go by, my heart sinks. I wonder who's had a stroke of bad luck. Back home, my car's horn serves only one purpose, to wave to my friends when I drive past their houses and they're pottering about in their gardens. Back home, the supermarket cashier comments on what we're buying and sometimes shares recipes. Back home, my son plays hockey with the son of my childhood friend whose father coached us 30 years ago. Back home, we love to tease each other, poke fun at one another, and laugh as we recall our childhood mishaps. It's as if the Gaspé Peninsula with its sea, mountains and rivers seeps into us and makes us better people. Not perfect, but cheerful and warm-hearted. On this 4th of June, I invite you all to let a little bit of the Gaspésie into your hearts.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Kitchener Rangers on capturing junior hockey's top national honour, the 2026 Memorial Cup. After an amazing season that also saw them win the OHL championship, the Rangers demonstrated remarkable determination and composure throughout their run, excelling in both the OHL playoffs and the Memorial Cup tournament. They've met every challenge with confidence and resolve, proving what their fans already knew. They are true champions. Congratulations to the players for their dedication and performance, and to the coaches and staff for their ongoing leadership and guidance. Thanks also to the billet families and to the fans, whose steadfast belief and passion have been the foundation of this team's success. Your support has carried the Rangers every step of the way. Once again, to the Kitchener Rangers, congratulations. You've brought pride, inspiration, and lasting memories to our community. This achievement stands as a proud moment for Kitchener and for all who believe in you. Go Rangers, go!
The Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Speaker, summer is on the way, and in Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt, that means agricultural fairs and vibrant community celebrations, like Valley East Days, the Vernon Rodeo, and the Massey Fair.
This weekend, I am very proud to take part in the Rayside Balfour Heritage Days, organised by Café Héritage, an organisation led by Gary Michalak and Éric Lachance. With the help of many volunteers, they do an excellent job of promoting our history and culture. This year, we are paying tribute to the pioneer families who founded our community. There are nearly 50 of them, including the Bélanger, Blais, Carrière, Castonguay, Graton, Leroux, Pilon, Poulain, Séguin, Trottier, Vaillancourt, Wattier families, and many others. Come along in large numbers and join our parade, which will take place this Saturday at 11 a.m. in Chelmsford. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the remarkable life of Mr. Johnny Pauls, who passed away at the age of 102. Johnny Pauls was among the last surviving veterans of the Second World War from our province. He served as a member of the Merchant Marines. His contributions helped secure the freedoms and we continue to cherish today. Born in Rancounter East, He later moved his home to beautiful Spaniards Bay. Johnny Paul spent his life on the water and in his retirement enjoyed gardening, hunting and fishing. He dedicated more than 75 years to the Royal Canadian Legion as a founding member of Branch 9 in Spaniards Bay. Today I extend up my deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all those lives he has touched. May we honor his memory by striving every day to live up to his standard to the country and his community. Mr. Pauls, thank you for your service. Rest in peace.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
In 2015, the last year of the Harper government, Canada's national debt was $616 million. Today, under the Liberals, it's an astonishing $1.4 trillion, and Canada's the only G20 country in recession. In 2015, Canada had a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world. Today, we spend more on federal debt interest than on the Canada Health Transfer, and we're now forced to subsidize groceries for a full third of the population. While Liberals debate terminology to describe the economic crisis, today's consequences result from a decade of deliberate Liberal choices. The choice to take on mountains of debt early on, the choice to use the cover of a global pandemic to undertake a massive, permanent expansion in inflationary spending, the choice to kill private sector oil and gas projects that would have provided immense economic and security benefits to Canadians today. JFK once famously said, "Things do not happen, things are made to happen." It's time someone in this Liberal government took some responsibility for the economic disaster that it has made to happen here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, last May I had the honour of marking the 10th anniversary of the Jazz Teesdale residence. The celebration, organised under the leadership of Geneviève Wellen, Executive Director, and Melinda Campo, Recreation Manager, took place in a festive atmosphere accompanied by jazz music. This event was an opportunity to see just how much the Jazz Teesdale residence contributes to providing a caring, warm, and respectful living environment for those who built Quebec and helped build Canada. This is a legacy for which I myself am very grateful. Thanks to attentive and deeply caring support, residents can continue to enrich their daily lives and enjoy a genuine quality of life. Congratulations to the whole team who make the Jazz Teesdale residence such a wonderful place to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country to fall into a recession. Just like he manufactured a Liberal majority government, Canada's Prime Minister has now manufactured a full-blown Liberal recession. Instead of building the second fastest growing economy as he promised, he has actually shrunk it. All this from the same Prime Minister who described himself as the best person equipped to manage an economic crisis. In any other industry, that alone would call for a performance review. The Parliamentary Budget Officer just reported that there's only a 1% chance the government will meet and maintain its fiscal anchor of shrinking the deficit. Canada now has the highest household debt, the worst housing cost, and the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Excuses simply don't cut it for children with empty stomachs, mom with empty grocery carts, and parents with hollow bank accounts. Liberals need to admit their policies have failed, reverse course, and position Canada for the win. It's time to get Canada back on track.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize an exceptional Haligonian, someone who has a long and storied career supporting some of our most vulnerable residents. Since 1985, Linda Wilson has dedicated her career to organizations that have significant community impact. From early career roles to senior leadership positions, with over 40 years of service, her impact is lasting. 5 years at Adsum House, 8 years with Phoenix Youth Programs, 16 years at Homebridge Youth Society, and now over 11 years as the CEO of Shelter Nova Scotia, where she's overseen the charitable, not-for-profit organization that supports 1,500 Haligonians navigating times of crisis and transition through residential, trustee, and outreach programs annually. This summer, Linda will officially step into her next chapter, retirement. Linda, I wish you all the best and some much-deserved rest. On behalf of all Haligonians, I ask for the members of this House to celebrate this remarkable woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je vais demander...
I will ask the honourable member for Gaspé-Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche, to restart his declaration, his statement. There was a technical error when he made his statement the first time. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listigouche.
Mr. Speaker, today is Gaspésie Day, my beloved region. There are breathtaking landscapes, but let's talk instead about the people from our region and above all about the bond that unites us. With loneliness wreaking havoc, the Gaspésie stands as a counterexample. Back home, when I see an ambulance go by, my heart sinks. I wonder who's had a stroke of bad luck. Back home, my car's horn serves only one purpose, to say hi to my old friends when I drive past their houses and they're pottering about in their gardens. Back home, the supermarket cashier comments on what we're buying and sometimes shares their recipes. Back home, my son plays hockey with the son of my childhood friend, whose father coached us 30 years ago. Back home, we love to tease each other, poke fun at one another, and laugh as we recall our childhood mishaps as if the Gaspé Peninsula, with its sea, mountains and rivers, seeps into us and makes us better people. Not perfect, but cheerful and warm-hearted. On this 4th of June, I invite you all to let a little bit of the Gaspésie into your hearts.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for York Durham.
Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, Germany, France, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Korea, Russia, Mexico, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the EU, the US, and the UK. Mr. Speaker, as Big Bird would say, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. So can the Prime Minister tell us which one of these G20 economies is not like the other? I'll give him a hint. Only one is in a recession. Which one is it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we know, the world has gone through some incredible headwinds, and Canada has been no exception and perhaps been singled out as we are the neighbor of a country who has launched an unprovoked and unjustified trade war. That is, Mr. Speaker, why we are putting in place measures that will grow our economy. But I do want to ask this member, which of the countries that he listed would he rather live in? Because I know there's 173 of us who would rather live and rather face the economic prospects of this country, Canada. Vive le Canada, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Easy answer, Mr. Speaker. A Canada led by a strong Conservative government. But under this Liberal government, poor economic management leads to more bad news. The only G20 country in a recession. And today, the Parliamentary Budget Watchdog says that the Prime Minister has a 1% chance, 1% of keeping his promise of a declining debt-to-GDP ratio. Growth is downcast for 2026 and 2027. So is this a recession, or is this all just technical?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Germany, Italy, Mexico, France.
Un instant.
Just a moment, please. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Just a moment. I cannot hear. There's too much noise. It's a bit like yesterday and the day before yesterday. And I know that, the summer holidays are coming soon, but please, let's calm down a little bit. We'll try again. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's going to be a real pleasure to start again. Let's take the list, Mr. Speaker. Germany, Italy, Mexico, France, Japan, United Kingdom, and Canada, Mr. Speaker. Canada is going to have the second fastest growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. This is the Canada we're building. This is the Canada that this team is building. This is the Canada that this Prime Minister is building. This is the... And we're going to build it with them.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, under this
Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country in a recession. Yet for a week now, the Prime Minister has outright refused to address the seriousness of the situation, ignoring the fact that Canadians are worried about their jobs, their savings, and whether they can afford to make ends meet. The Prime Minister has spent more time avoiding the word recession than he has explaining the plan to end one. Will the Prime Minister stop dodging? Stop dodging the question and tell Canadians, are we in a recession or just a technical recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, China, Japan, Australia, India. Our Prime Minister has just signed billions of dollars of trade deals with those countries, creating thousands of jobs in this country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected a leader with world-class business and economic credentials. They have no time and will take no advice from a leader who has never worked one day outside of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that the first step to fixing a problem is admitting that there is one.
That's right.
Liberals think the word recession is like the word Beetlejuice. If you don't say it, then it doesn't exist. But ignoring reality does not change reality. This Liberal government has spent months telling Canadians they had the fastest growing economy in the G7. The reality is we are the only country in the G20 in a recession. Will the government finally answer? Canada, are we in a recession or is it just a technical one?
Good job. Good job.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, what we're listening for is something rational, something thoughtful, something coherent, something comprehensive, maybe even a plan, Mr. Speaker. How about a plan that's a fiscal plan? How about an economic plan? What about an industrial plan? What about a defense and security plan? How about supports and social services for Canadians? Mr. Speaker, all we hear is driving this country down. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. With this new Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country facing a recession. 3 quarters out of 4 where economic growth has gone down. Investors are fleeing the country. Government borrowing is $7 billion above target. Today, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Liberal government has only a 1% chance of meeting its budget commitments. So my question is very simple. Does the Prime Minister recognize, yes or no, that economic management of the country, his economic management, is a failure? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Well, clearly, my colleague wasn't there with us last Friday when we were in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, not too far from his riding in the aluminum sector. It's a sector that's a victim of a terrible tariff war. It's hit employees hard across Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. And you know what? We were able to open something amazing in the aluminum sector, a new initiative with the Premier of Quebec. And you know what we did? We invested $100 million more in new technology, which is going to make Quebec's aluminum the greenest aluminum in the world. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Well, the reality is, and it comes what's happening is from Mathis, a young Quebecer who wrote to me this week. He said that many people in my generation are losing hope of one day owning a home. The cost of homes, the cost of rent is so high that I feel like I'm running after something that I'll never be able to attain. We don't want to be rich. We just want to be able to get by after working hard without feeling constantly stressed about our finances. So, Mr. Speaker, we're in a recession. The Liberals' economic plan isn't working. When are they going to give some hope to young people and stop governing for bankers? When will they govern for the people? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have a lot of empathy for Canadians like Mathis, and it's for Canadians like him, Mr. Speaker, that we get up every day and that we're fighting with programs that work. I don't have their names, Mr. Speaker, but there are 13,500 families who are getting funds from the Canada Child Benefit in his riding, and he's voted against that. You know, what is he going to say to the 23,500 people in his riding who benefit from the Canada Dental Plan? I don't have their names, Mr. Speaker, but he voted against those 23,500 people he should support measures that are really helping people in his riding. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is once again abandoning culture. After scrapping the digital services tax last summer without getting anything in return, yesterday he abandoned the plan to increase royalties for Quebec cultural production from internet streamers. His first instinct when dealing with Donald Trump is to hand out billions of dollars to the web giants and then pass the bill on to taxpayers. It didn't even take 24 hours of negotiations in Washington for the Prime Minister to accept that sacrifice. Why is he in such a hurry to capitulate when it comes to the future of Quebec's culture? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Mr. Speaker, at least the Conservatives have the honesty to say that they don't care about culture, but now the Bloc Québécois is standing up, constantly voting against culture, voting against $750 million in the last budget for Téléfilm, the National Film Board, Radio-Canada, and now even more hypocrisy. $600 million for the cultural sector is what we're offering. It's great. It's going to help our producers. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the $600 million that the minister's talking about, that's being paid for by taxpayers. He's replacing billions of dollars in contributions from Netflix and other platforms with $600 million that's coming out of taxpayers' pockets. And that, whether or not they're subscribers of those services, everyone's going to pay. Other countries around the world demand substantial royalties from streaming platforms, and they haven't seen major increases in bills to their users. Quebec has the courage to stand up to web giants. When will the federal government have the same courage? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there's one chance, for the Bloc Québécois leader to listen to what people are saying. The leader of ADISC said that this is great support, and we will expect that the web giants will pay their fair share. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, the entire cultural sector is calling for a long-term solution that involves contributions from streaming platforms like Netflix or Amazon Prime. In the meantime, Ottawa is exempting them yet again and turning to taxpayers to make up the difference, $600 million. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about this for 25 years. There's no solution for the future of culture in Quebec without a fair share from the web giants. This decision is clearly a capitulation, once again, to digital billionaires at the expense of Quebec's culture. What's it going to take for the Minister of Culture to defend culture? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is a master in trying to tell us what to do, but they don't know what to do. When we negotiate on a budget, when we seek their support, no demands from the Bloc Québécois when it comes to culture. When it's time to vote for the budget with $750 million for culture, the Bloc's voted against it. Now we're announcing $600 million, which the cultural sector in Quebec has lauded. We're supporting our cultural sovereignty. Well, the Bloc, once again, is against it.
The only leader in the entire G20 to force their country into recession is this Liberal Prime Minister. He forced the same 2.2 million Canadians to pay for his lavish $200,000 worth of meals on just 3 flights. In fact, he spent more on salmon on those 3 flights than what an average family will spend on groceries for the entire year. He's forcing Canadians to sacrifice so he can stuff his face with creme brulee. So will he stand up on his 2 feet and tell us, is this a technical recession or a full-blown Liberal one?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy because we had a nice exchange this morning at the Finance Committee on this very issue. Every time the Prime Minister travels somewhere, he comes back and tells his ministers about the investments and the economic opportunities that are coming back to this country. It keeps us very busy, thank you very much. For my part, I hope he travels more because we'll be building more infrastructure, we'll be building more ports, we'll be building more railways, we'll be building more bridges, we'll be building this country strong, and we'll be building it well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
time the Prime Minister leaves, he stuffs his face with $200,000 worth of lavish meals on the taxpayer dime. A lot of fake signings of MOUs, a lot of fake handshakes, a lot of nothing, and $0 in trade deals. That's why Canada has been thrown into a full-blown Liberal recession. This Liberal government has done nothing for the average Canadian. That's why 2.2 million Canadians are facing food insecurity in this country, and 120,000 have lost their jobs in the first 3 months of this year. So will he tell us what's the plan to get out of this full-blown Liberal recession?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Canadians watching today are fed up of the Conservative talking down the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker.
That's so true.
Canada is a great country, Mr. Speaker. We have the most educated workforce, Mr. Speaker. We build planes, we build cars, we build ships. We have critical minerals, Mr. Speaker, that the world needs. We have an abundance of energy. We are the only G7 country with a free trade with all the other G7 nations, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada strong. We're going to build it together. We're going to have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. That's Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
The only thing they build is debt and deficit, and a Liberal Prime Minister who's put Canada as the only G20 country in a recession. And while Canadians are told to make sacrifice, you know who's not making sacrifices? The Prime Minister and his well-connected Liberal insiders. Recently released documents show $200,000 spent on food for just 3 flights, including $18,000 for salmon for just 1 flight alone. That's more than the average family will spend in groceries in 2026. As seniors line up at food banks and families pay the price, will the Prime Minister finally tell us whether we're actually in a technical recession or a recession?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have some news here. When you look up leader expenditures for 2024, I will be very interested to look at 2025, because we all know what happened there. We had a summer sojourn at Stornoway that was a little iffy, but in 2024, Mr. Leader of the Opposition spent $8.8 million in the Leader of the Opposition's office. Doesn't have to make one single decision, Mr. Speaker, while the Liberal leader spent $4.1 million. That's double. That's bad. They have some answering to do.
Barrie South Innisfil.
Well, next week, we'll do the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker.
Just a second. We'll start from the top.
How much was tax dollars?
The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil from the beginning, please.
Yeah, we'll do the whole PCO next week for you, Mr. Speaker, and you'll get a kick out of that. Canada's the only G20 country that's in a recession, and while Canadians, and it may be a laughing matter to them, but while Canadians are missing mortgage payments, bankruptcies are up, and nearly 60% have little or no money left over at the end of the month. The Liberal Prime Minister spent money in Rome, $4,213 on creme brulee, $3,800 on chocolate in Rome, and $593 on luxury Normandy buttercups, whatever that is. Canadians deserve an honest answer. Are we in a recession or a technical recession? Tell us the truth.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, $8.8 million? Whoa! The Leader of the Opposition? He's been in this house for 22 years. He's never had a job outside of this house, and he spent $8.8 million? Mr. Speaker, on this side of the house, we're serious about the economy. We're serious about building an economy for all Canadians. Abroad, we're signing trade deals. At home, we're cutting taxes. We're investing in infrastructure. We're investing in housing, in aerospace, in defense. You name it, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build Canada strong. They can continue with the rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Canada is the only G20 country to fall into a recession.
Canadians are struggling with food affordability, and 1 in 4 are now food insecure. Yet this Prime Minister racks up $200,000 in airplane catering in 3 trips. He spent $70,000 alone in salmon, more than most families spend on food in an entire year. So if the Prime Minister cannot control his own reckless spending, how can Canadians trust him to get us out of this recession, or is it technically not his problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this moment, our government is making important investments in communities throughout Ontario. And these investments are going to create jobs for all Canadians. We know that it's time to invest in Ontario. That's why we're investing in the Black Creek Sanitary Trunk Store, the Kitchener Central Transit Hub, the Downtown Connection Hub in the City of Barrie, the Scarborough Subway, the Hamilton LRT, and the Darlington Nuclear Power Plant. All of these are in Ontario, where that member is from. We care about Ontario, and it's time to invest.
You're here. Honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
$94,000 on a single flight, Mr. Speaker. Only a member of the Liberal insider class cannot see a problem with that. It is more than 5 families spend in an entire year in groceries. Canada is the only G20 country in a recession, and Canadians are struggling. But if you're in the Prime Minister's entourage, well, you can expect $200,000 in catering. Federal executives, well, they get tens of millions of dollars in bonuses despite missing performance targets. So if the Prime Minister thinks a sacrifice is necessary, why is he and everyone in his inner circle exempt from it, especially in a recession?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are focused on doing the hard work of building our country and building our economy. 2 weeks ago, our government announced $350 million in housing and infrastructure investments in the Yukon to deliver stronger communities in the north. 3 weeks ago, we announced $61 million in funding for high-speed internet projects in northern Manitoba. And 4 weeks ago, we celebrated station construction being underway at all 8 stations along the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain extension. We're doing the hard work from coast to coast to coast to build Canada up. All they want to do is tear it down.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only country, G20 country, in a recession. Canadians are being told to tighten their belts while the Prime Minister can't stop spending. On a single trip, taxpayers were billed more than $17,000 for salmon, more than many Canadian families spend on food for an entire year. Meanwhile, the Environment Minister said it was reasonable to spend $500,000 on luxury accommodations in Brazil on a junket. With all the extravagant spending, will the Prime Minister stop dodging, tell Canadians the truth? Are we in a recession or merely a technical recession? Here, here.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
The Conservative Party leader needs to explain the $8.8 million of unaccounted for, unexplained expenses, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives know that we are in the middle of a trade war. But we have a plan, Mr. Speaker. We're building, Mr. Speaker. Let's use some examples. Canada's first European LNG agreement, more than $30 billion in investment secured, Mr. Speaker. The Nouveau Mine, graphite mine project, thousands of jobs in the skilled trades, Mr. Speaker. The Darlington Nuclear Project in Ontario, thousands of jobs in the skilled trades, Mr. Speaker. We're building this country. We're fighting for Canadians. I hope the Conservatives join us.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, we were wondering why the Liberals didn't have the courage to criticize the Prime Minister's climate record. Well, it's explained in the Toronto Star. According to Liberal MPs, the Prime Minister literally yells at MPs who tell him things that he doesn't want to hear. They don't have the right to question him. They don't have the right to write to him either. Well, if Liberal MPs are abandoning the climate fight, is it because they're afraid of the Prime Minister? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, I am very, very surprised to hear that question from my honourable colleague, and I will share my experience as Secretary of State for Nature. I've never been yelled at. I've never had to, tear off my shirt. We've worked well. We've had great collaborative work. Many colleagues here have worked with me. And, I'm in a fairly new role. We're able to work together. We're able to debate. We're able to move forward. And we are doing that to protect nature, to develop Canada and have a united Canada. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Now, Mr. Speaker, as wildfire season begins, 300 mayors today are calling out the Prime Minister on his climate record and his shift towards the oil sector. Representatives of half of Canada's population are telling the Prime Minister that his claim to be building the country means that, he shouldn't be burning it down. We already knew that the Prime Minister doesn't want anything to do with environmental groups or Parliament. We now know that he's yelling at his own MPs. Will he at least listen to the mayors, or is he going to yell at them too? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. As a team, we work together, and we are working hard to fight climate change, and we see the results. Already, with the rebates for electric vehicles, we've seen EV sales more than double. We're investing now in public transit in Quebec. We have investments in aluminum in Quebec to make it even greener and to create jobs. We have Alto, where we're investing in faster, greener transport options, and they're against it. We're doing the hard work, and we're doing it together. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-l'Érable-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country that's fallen into a recession. While families are counting every dollar at the grocery store, the Liberal Prime Minister is travelling in luxury at taxpayers' expense. $4,000 for creme brulee, $3,000, almost $4,000 for chocolate mousse, luxury Normandy buttercups, for thousands and thousands of dollars. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are cutting their own budgets. The Liberal Prime Minister is paying for luxuries. I'll ask him a very simple. The recession that he created himself, is it a technical recession or a liberal recession? The Honourable Secretary of State to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know what that member's not talking about? It's that tomorrow 12 million Canadians will get the first payment under the Canada Groceries and Benefits Essentials benefit. And that's thousands of people in his riding are going to see that. This is a concrete action that the government is taking to make life more affordable. It's the kind of program that the Conservatives are talking down day after day here. They will take no lessons from them. They don't care about the cost of living. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, we at least understand the reality that Canadians are facing, the reality that Canadian families are facing, the reality of, mothers who can't pay for groceries at the end of the month. They can't even speak the word recession, Mr. Speaker. They're not able to say that Canada is the only G20 country that right now is in a recession. It doesn't seem to be hurting them, but you know what? Canadian families are really hurting, Mr. Speaker. And, through you, I'm speaking to the government. Mr. Speaker, Liberal buddies are, doing really well. $11 million in bonuses at the Royal Canadian Mint. The country's in a recession. Come on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. While they're trying to fabricate a crisis, we're making the necessary investments to strengthen our communities. Over $2.5 billion announced this week for infrastructure across Quebec. Over $1 billion with Quebec over 3 years to modernize our hospitals and our emergency rooms. In rural communities, over $6 billion for public transit across the province, Mr. Speaker. Those are the concrete results that we are showing for Quebecers and Canadians. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, a technical recession is a concept that's created by economists. They've defined the criteria. Canada is the only country in the G7, in the G20 that's in a recession. And we're not making this up. It's a fact. Instead of finding solutions, the Liberals are working themselves to the bone, coming up with excuses. When you can't acknowledge a problem, you can't find solutions. Can the Prime Minister be honest and tell Canadians that Canada is in a recession? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. Canadians want us to build a stronger, more independent, more resilient economy in partnership with the provinces and territories and Indigenous peoples. The Conservatives are ignoring everything that's happening around the world. They're denigrating Canada, but we're going to continue to build Canada strong. And you know what? Projects like New World Graphite, the port in Contrecoeur, the Alto high-speed train, and many others, the Conservatives have voted against all the measures that we put in place to be able to do those projects.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, sure, the Liberals seem to be experts at diversionary tactics. We are in a recession. Only the Liberals are unwilling to admit it. Instead, they make excuses. Well, the President of the United States is their excuse. The supposed savior of the Canadian economy, our Prime Minister, should find some solutions because his plan isn't working. Can this Prime Minister accept the truth and admit that our country is in a recession? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 150 aircraft at Airbus, that's not diversionary. Bombardier, Global Eye contract, that isn't either. Nouveau Monde Graphite, the largest G7 graphite mine, neither is that. How about high-speed rail, Mr. Speaker? Again, another example. Billions of dollars in the Quebec tramway, $10 billion in economic benefits for the region of Quebec. That is also a measure of action. These are results, very tangible. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country in a recession. It's not surprising. We have 3 out of 4 quarters of negative growth. There's been a record drop in productivity, and the budgetary watchdog confirms a 99% probability that the government will not reach its fiscal anchors, Mr. Speaker. Despite multiple warnings from the banks, this government continues to run up the debt by borrowing $72 billion this year. Will the Prime Minister finally stop denying the obvious and admit to Canadians that our economy is in recession? The Government House Leader. In the same vein, Mr. Speaker, my colleague for Quebec was quite humble. There was no mention of the Davie shipyard, which is also part of the shipbuilding strategy, not talking about the first port of arrival, the Port of Quebec. How about the developments like the high-speed rail in the Quebec City area? Quebec and as a province and the city of Quebec will be benefiting a great deal from this growth strategy to build a strong Canada, build jobs, build opportunities. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, millions of Canadians live with vision and eye health problems. During the last Parliament, I was pleased that my private member's bill, the National Strategy for Eye Care Act, passed both the House and the Senate unanimously. Thanks to this bill, we're putting a real focus on preventing and treating eye disease and ensuring better outcomes for all Canadians. Can the Minister of Health please tell this House how our government is leading a coordinated response to vision loss care?
L'Honorable Ministre de
The Honourable Minister, Health.
I want to thank the member from Humber River Black Creek for her leadership on this issue. Thanks to her bill, we've tabled Canada's first ever national eye care strategy. We brought together all levels of government, Indigenous partners, health professionals, and people with lived experience to create a strategy that reflects the needs of all Canadians. The member was critical to making this happen, and I hope this strategy helps improve access to eye care for the millions of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G20 country that is in a recession. Shirley is a senior from my riding who lives alone in Summerland. She tells me that she doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't gamble. Her only luxury is a swim pass to the local public pool. Every time I speak to her, her tone is increasingly dire. Shirley and her friends do not see anything getting better and believe that the Liberals have forgotten seniors. Another recycled rebate is not going to fix it, Mr. Speaker. I want the minister to tell Shirley, is the reason she can't pay her grocery bills because we're in a recession? Or is it just because it's just a technical recession?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for sharing the story of Shirley and his riding, and I have news for Shirley. There are steps that we are taking to support her. Shirley could be one of the individuals that might benefit from the middle class tax cut, which is helping 22 million Canadians. She might also be somebody who's going to benefit from the expanded criteria and accessibility to the disability tax credit.
Excellent.
She might also be one of the individuals that's benefiting from the reduction of the fuel tax by 10 cents a litre. Yeah. These are all things that can impact seniors, but can impact British Columbians altogether.
Excellent.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country in any kind of recession. Maria from my community worked her whole life but lost her home because she and her husband couldn't make ends meet. She needs help because CRA made a mistake on her file, but needed to know we could help her before she makes the drive to my office because the cost of fuel is so high that she can't afford to waste a trip. I hear from more and more Marias every week, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister please tell Maria whether her hardship is because Canada is in a recession, or is it just a technicality he'll continue to ignore?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague from Vancouver Island for bringing up that there are some headwinds facing our economy right now. And that's why I think it's really important for us to talk about the forestry sector, which I know is really prevalent on Vancouver Island. Yet this week, we announced that we are providing an additional $400 million through regional development agencies, and some of that money is going to be coming to British Columbia to support our businesses. We're also investing $130 million in 56 projects to transform the industry, and more than 50% of that is coming to British Columbia. This is how we're supporting British Columbia.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country to fall into a recession. There has been a lot of media attention on creative definitions to describe the Liberals' track record. One of my friends from out in the field, Mike, asked me to share his story with all of you. He's a hard-working family man who, after working overtime, still didn't even have enough money to make the ends meet. Can the Prime Minister please tell Mike the difference between a recession and a technical recession, because his grocery bill can't tell the difference?
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his question, but I ask him, did he vote for the measures that would support this person in his riding?
No. Exactly.
Did he vote to support Red Seal training?
Nope.
Did he vote to support cut taxes at the pump?
No.
Or creating a national school food program? These are the measures that our government is taking to support Canadians and Manitobans in his riding, and he continues to vote against them.
Wow. Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country to fall into a recession. I spoke with Rosa from Vaughan, a single senior who can't afford a place of her own and rents a room in her 86-year-old cousin's home due to the affordability crisis under this Liberal government. After a lifetime of hard work, Rosa is on the waiting list, but it will be a decade before a unit is available. Will this Liberals explain to Rosa the difference between a recession and a technical recession?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'll tell you what we won't do, Mr. Speaker, for seniors. We won't propose as our central seniors policy cutting pensions like the Leader of the Opposition has fought for 20 plus years. Talk about housing, it's a very legitimate issue to talk about. We need more housing. That's why this government is seized exactly with that objective, working with provincial and municipal governments towards that end. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the headwinds facing the Canadian economy, the trade war that has been put upon us, of course there are challenges. The hardships created will absolutely be there for Canadians day in and day out. They can propose ideas that will not work and not be serious. We are the serious government. We're going to stand there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 nation in recession. Every country faces tariffs and rising energy prices. But these Liberals keep making the same mistakes. Their deficit spending and net zero regulations kill jobs and make everything more expensive. For Carol in my riding, it means she can no longer afford to drive to and from work each day. For Jackie, it means working full-time as a senior citizen. I want the Prime Minister to tell Jackie and Carol, are they struggling every day because Canada is in a recession, or because it's just a technical recession and no big deal?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I thank that member, my neighbour. I'm St. John Kennebecasis, he's St. John St. Croix. A lot of respect his way. In fact, Mr. Speaker, recently I was in Grand Manan in his riding and announced millions of dollars for small craft harbors in his riding. I'm sure he's supportive of that, but Mr. Speaker, on this side, we're serious about building a strong economy for all Canadians. At home, we're cutting taxes. Abroad, we're signing trade deals worth billions, thousands of jobs. We're serious about the economy. They continue with the rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country to fall into recession. This so-called financial wizard created a K-shaped economy where the wealthy, the bankers, the bondholders climb higher while working Canadians fall further behind. The Liberals can say, what recession? Because they aren't impacted by skyrocketing unemployment, grocery bills, and mortgages. Why is this Prime Minister telling Canadians they're just technically unemployed, technically hungry, or technically homeless?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, I hopefully have good news for the constituents of that member's riding. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, over 27,000 members of that member's constituency are going to receive the Groceries and Essentials benefit. Wow. That is tax-free. That is automatic. That is $530 in the pockets of a family with 2 children, or $267 for someone who's single. That is real help to make life more affordable for Canadians in that member's own riding.
The Honourable Member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is so high, living is being put on hold. This is the real Liberal recession, where people can't afford to enjoy life, make memories, or chase dreams. They're just spending their whole time just barely getting by. That's the consequences of 11 years of Liberals and their failed economic policy. Instead of telling people who are struggling, everything's fine, will the Prime Minister stand up and admit his real Liberal recession is hurting Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's think about the consequences of Conservative policy on those very Canadians that member is talking about. Those would be families without childcare. They would be families without dental care. They would be families without a national school food program. They would be families that wouldn't benefit from a cut to middle-class taxes. Mr. Speaker, these are the policies that our government is putting forward because we're actually on the side of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada is the only G20 country to fall into a recession. While Canadians can delay buying a home or a car, which also hurts our economy, they cannot stop buying food. Families are stretching every dollar at the grocery store, restaurant demand is weakening, and our agri-food sectors are facing exploding input costs. Experts warn that Canada's food economy cannot outrun a shrinking national economy. Why are the Liberals content to watch Canada's competitiveness and productivity erode? Is this a technical recession or technically a failure of policy?
The Honourable Minister. Okay. We're going to wait a second. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I have the utmost respect for my honourable colleague. We talk to each other quite often about processing in his area, mostly in around Leamington, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you there's going to be vast investments in Leamington. He knows that. There's the Ideal Can, which is moving to Leamington, one of the only canning companies in the country using aluminum and steel from Canada. We're going to continue to invest in the processing sector and in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. There's all kinds of companies talking about Massily, North America's $85 million new food packaging processor. Agripure plans to invest nearly $1 billion in plants in eastern Canada. We're going to continue to invest in Ontario.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, our missing middle and processing has been missing. Finally, we're seeing some action, but Canada's productivity crisis did not start this year. Weak investment did not start this year. Declining competitiveness did not start this year. These are the consequences of a decade of bad Liberal policy choices. As Sylvain Charlebois recently stated, the greatest threat to Canada's food economy isn't the recession. It's the illusion that someone else is responsible for economic decline. Does the Liberal Prime Minister plan to reverse these declines or just have a new definition of a recession?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for the question. It gives me the opportunity to talk a little bit about foreign direct investment. And again, these executives are confident in Canada. Imperial Oil investing $700 million in Strathcona, Kraft Heinz investing $250 million in Montreal, Bayer's investing $45 million in canola research in Winnipeg. Fornera, an ice cream giant, is expanding Canadian operation. Mars Canada is investing $180 million across Ontario. Coca-Cola is investing $141 million into Brampton facility. Mr. Speaker, they have confidence in this country and our workers. Why don't they?
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives love to talk down the Canadian economy, industry, and workers. They completely ignore the historic challenges we face and the concrete results of our plan. Instead of these slogans and this doomsday rhetoric, could the Minister of Finance set the record straight on the state of the Canadian economy? Please. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's refreshing to hear this type of question, a good question. It's good for Canadians to hear. I want to thank my colleague for this extraordinary work. Just like my colleague from Trois-Rivières said, the people listening to us now know that we're making generational investments to support the Canadian economy in infrastructure, housing, productivity, innovation, defense. But, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is June 5th. 12 million Canadians will receive the Canadian Groceries and Essentials benefit. We will always be here for Quebecers. We will always be here for Canadians. We will defend our industry. We will defend the entire country.
Bradford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Canadians are sick and tired of watching violent criminals get chance after chance while victims pay the price. A non-citizen committed multiple violent crimes in 2019. 7 years later, he's still in Canada. He carried out 2 gunpoint robberies and pistol-whipped another victim. Yet somehow, these Liberals keep protecting him from deportation. We Conservatives fought to end sentencing discounts for serious criminals. They voted against it. Why is avoiding deportation more important than protecting criminals from violent?
Good question.
From violent
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to take seriously charges of not taking crime seriously with harms falling to victims from a member who just a few hours ago was opposing efforts to speed up the adoption of the Protecting Victims Act. Mr. Speaker, we have launched one of the most ambitious agendas when it comes to criminal law reform, when it comes to bail reform, when it comes to strengthening sentencing, when it comes to protecting victims and combating hate. With respect to the issue that he has mentioned, he knows that there is no rule that requires sentences to be adjusted for immigration status. We support the decisions of the Supreme Court of Canada and trust the judiciary to implement the law with fit sentences independent of politics.
The honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Canadians continue to watch violent offenders get lighter sentences, avoid deportation, and stay in this country year after year. In Kitchener, a non-citizen strangled his wife in front of their child. He was found guilty. The victim and her child are now living in a shelter. He remains in Canada. Under these Liberals, violent offenders get sentencing discounts, delayed deportation, and endless second, third, fourth chances. Victims get nothing but excuses. Right. When will these Liberals stop bending over backwards to help violent criminals, avoid deportation, and start standing up for victims for a change?
Good question. Another good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear with respect to the individual circumstances that he's referring to that all members of Parliament must condemn heinous and violent crimes, particularly when it comes to repeat offenders. Now, we have to ask ourselves, what do we want to do about that? On this side of the House, we want to move forward with the most ambitious set of reforms when it comes to the criminal law in this country that Canada has seen in generations. That includes more serious conditions on bail. That includes stiffer sentences for violent repeat offenders and those tied to organized crime. And that includes allowing the courts to make a decision about a fit sentences. When someone commits a serious and violent crime, they should face serious penalties, including deportation.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
2 of the 5 men accused of murdering a teenager in a terrifying Stony Creek shooting linked to the GTA tow truck wars are refugee claimants. A source from the CBSA told the Toronto Sun that although they want to remove these individuals from Canada, they keep facing countless roadblocks. That minister doesn't do anything to make sure that government departments will deport non-citizens that commit serious crimes like murder. The residents of Stony Creek and all Canadians want to know and demand to know why.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Time and again throughout this parliamentary session, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have stood in the way of genuine, real, and historic criminal justice reform. They will continue to do so, I suppose, but they should listen to their constituents who want to see real reform. They should review the comments of police chiefs across the country who have spoken in favor of exactly what the government is doing on these issues. With respect to the issue of non-residents or non-citizens, he knows very well, or should, in 2013, the Supreme Court of Canada made clear that courts and justices in particular can take note of the immigration status of an individual, but that does not impact upon sentencing.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, across British Columbia, workers and communities know how important the forestry sector is to our economy. As Canada's forest ministers met this week in Langford on southern Vancouver Island,
The member has a question, and he deserves to be listened to. Is it over, your question? Okay, the honourable member can start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, across British Columbia, workers and communities know how important the forestry sector is to our economy. As Canada's forest ministers met this week in Langford on beautiful Vancouver Island to discuss the future of forestry, workers face unjustified U.S. softwood lumber tariffs and conditions that will require us to make our forestry sector more competitive. Can the Minister of Industry update this House on how our government is working with provinces and territories to strengthen the sector and support forestry workers from coast to coast to coast?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Victoria for his important question and for his important work. Indeed, lots is happening in the forestry sector that is completely victim of the illegal and unjustifiable tariffs from the American administration, and that is why the Minister of Natural Resources and I have been working on a plan to really support the sector. While the Minister of Natural Resources is with his counterparts from the provinces and territories in BC, we're also working on liquidity support, more than $1 billion for the forestry sector. Excellent. We will be there for the workers in the sector.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Earlier today, the Liberals actually compared the salaries and offices and the economy class flights of the Leader of the Opposition to the Prime Minister's $835 on orange juice on one trip, or the $3,800 he spent on chocolate mousse on a flight. That's on top of the $250 million he spends on his personal office. That's 30 times more than the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, while families are forced to tighten their belts because he's the only leader in the G20 that plunged us into the recession, shouldn't he tighten his own?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now have the answer to the question, what will get the Conservatives to change their script after 38 of the same questions, but dare touch dear leader who squatted at Stornoway for an entire summer while Canadian taxpayers shelled out $2 million to get his sorry you-know-what back into the House of Commons. I can't answer for all of this stuff from the leader of the opposition. Maybe they can.
I don't know what. No, I don't. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
This government's AI strategy is leaving Canadians dangerously exposed. While this technology can produce benefits, it urgently needs effective regulation and strong guardrails. We know AI is driving mass surveillance, facilitating fraud, and threatening jobs. It uses huge amounts of water and energy, and children are being targeted. These are real threats, yet the Liberals sprinted through a shallow consultation and are mouthing the lines of tech billionaires. Why is this government rushing a reckless AI strategy without ensuring real protections for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. AI for All is this government's plan to make AI work for all Canadians. It's about what AI can do in Canadians' lives to better healthcare, stronger businesses, safer communities, and better public services. Our strategy has three foundations, Mr. Speaker. Trust, so that privacy, children, and democracy are protected. Second, opportunity, so that every Canadian can use, build with, and benefit AI. And third, sovereign control, so Canada makes its own choices on AI. This is a plan for Canadian AI leadership, Mr. Speaker, and we are taking care of Canadians.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder how the slogan AI for all lands in Tumbler Ridge.
Honourable member, we're going to pause for a moment and have the honourable member start over.
Lives could have been saved if we had better protection. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, that despite the benefits of AI, why does this strategy land with more promotion than protection? Will the Prime Minister and when will this government consider the advice of Pope Leo XIV's advice? AI needs to be disarmed.
Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to emphasize that trust is at the core of every aspect of our AI strategy. This government is taking a multi-pronged approach. Bill C-16 combats those sexualized deepfakes that are concerning so many Canadians as they should. Bill C-25 protects our democratic institutions, and our strategy commits to bringing forward legislation on safe social media and updating consumer privacy law to protect Canadians' data. We're launching a Canada Trusted AI certification program, and Mr. Speaker, we're protecting Canadians as our first priority in this strategy. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I've been informed by colleagues near that I started to put my question forward when I heard my riding address, and I stood up and began to address the question without having the microphone on, and therefore I know the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has answered, but may I repeat the first part of my question?
Here. The honourable member may repeat the first part of her question.
The first part of my question, Mr. Speaker, was this. I wonder how the slogan, artificial intelligence for all, lands in Tumbler Ridge, where 7 families are now in court seeking redress for the loss of their children who were not adequately protected. When will we see protection?
Here. Good question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our hearts are with the families and loved ones of the victims in Tumbler Ridge. And, Mr. Speaker, we will do absolutely everything that we can, including working with AI companies and advancing on our protective legislation to ensure that these types of tragedies never happen again in Canada. We are advancing this legislation with trust at its core to protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That brings an end to question period. The honourable member for Guelph. Rising on a point of order. Just a moment. There's quite a bit of noise in the House. We'll just wait a few moments so that members leaving can leave quickly and without making too much noise.
S'il vous plaît, pour les députés qui désirent quitter.
Members who are leaving should please do so quietly. The member for Guelph rising on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. The member for Drummond at approximately 2:30 used non-parliamentary language. Many of us heard it, and we ask the member to withdraw his remarks and to apologize in this House. I did not hear the unparliamentary language in question, but I see the member for Drummond rising. The member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the point of order raised by my colleague was about me. I am not aware of what I said that was unparliamentary, so perhaps the colleague can clarify what it is that I said, and then I will determine whether I will apologize. Well, if it was unparliamentary, we won't ask your colleague to repeat it. We will check, though, because the members specified the time, and we will check that on the video feed. And now, the long-awaited weekly statement. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Time of the week where Canadian telecom providers have to scramble to add excess capacity as hundreds of thousands of Canadians tune in, anxiously anticipating what the government will bring forward in the chamber for the rest of this week and into next week. And again, Mr. Speaker, with the news that Canada is the only country in a recession under this Liberal Prime Minister's economic plan, will the government finally see the error of their ways and finally start to repeal the bad Liberal legislation that caused the problem in the first place? Can we expect next week to see legislation repealing the industrial carbon tax, which only applies to Canadian manufacturers and Canadian businesses? Will we see the Liberals bring in legislation to repeal the fuel standards tax, which adds at least 17 cents a litre to the price of fuel here in Canada, while American shippers and transporters don't have to pay that? Indeed, will they bring in a repeal of the West Coast shipping ban, which prevents Canadian energy exports to Asian markets but does not apply to international traffic off the coast of British Columbia? Mr. Speaker, will they bring in a single piece of legislation to repeal the bad Liberal laws that is plunging Canada, the only G20 country, into recession? Can we expect any of that relief next week? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable member colleague for his question. Our government is focused on building a stronger Canadian economy while ensuring that Canadian businesses remain competitive. We recognize the challenges that are faced across the country with manufacturers, and we have been taking action, Mr. Speaker, to support our businesses, our manufacturing companies across the country. Unlike the opposition, we believe that growing an economy and reducing emissions can and must go hand in hand, and we will continue to work with industries, provinces, and workers to ensure that Canada remains competitive while advancing our economy, our environmental objectives as well. On that note, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue to debate Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act. Tomorrow, and then Tuesday of next week, we will call Bill C-20, the Build Canada Homes Act, at report stage and third reading. And Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to inform the House that Monday of next week will be the last allotted day of the current financial cycle. On Wednesday, we will begin consideration of the Senate's amendments to Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. On Thursday, we will begin debate at second reading on Bill C-26, which aims to improve the housing supply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Resuming consideration at report stage of Bill C-16, resuming debate on the motions in group number 1.
The Honourable Secretary of State, Small Business and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, before I begin, I want to thank the members of the Justice Committee and the witnesses who contributed to the study of this bill. Le travail a souligné l'urgence.
This work highlighted how urgent it is to enhance protection for victims and survivors.
To support Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, and above all, to stand in support of the victims and survivors of gender-based violence across Canada. I thank the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for putting this bill forward. At the core of this bill are women and girls whose voices were not heard when they asked for help, women who spoke up and were dismissed, women who were afraid to speak up at all, women who were denied the support that they need. Intimate partner violence is not only physical, it includes control, emotional and sexual abuse, stalking, financial harm, and often forming patterns that grow into more dangerous behaviors over time. Mr. Speaker, when violence goes unseen, it goes unaddressed, and when it goes unaddressed, a woman suffers in silence. A critical challenge is that intimate partner violence is substantially underreported, with estimates suggesting that around 80% of incidents are not reported to the police. In 2024, in Canada, 81 women were killed by a current or former intimate partner, equivalent to approximately 1 in every 4 to 5 days. Each of these deaths represent a life cut short, a family devastated, and a failure to intervene when warning signs were already present. These were not random, they were the tragic end of patterns of coercive control, intimidation, and abuse. Patterns that were known, experienced, or reported long before the final act occurred. These harms are experienced at much higher rates by Indigenous women, Black and racialized women, women with disabilities, 2S LGBTQI+ people, newcomers, and women in rural and remote communities. Too often, they are not heard and they do not receive justice, as systemic barriers often cause delays, limit supports, and discourage participation in a system that was not built with their realities in mind. Bill C-16 exists because victims, survivors, families, and advocates have spent years telling us the same painful truth, that the system has too often recognized danger only after it is too late. Their courage in coming forward has made clear that intimate partner violence is not just about isolated incidents, it is about ongoing harm, escalating risk, and lives hanging in the balance. This bill is not only about accountability after violence has occurred, it is about recognizing danger earlier, strengthening those protections, and preventing further harm before another life is lost. Le projet de loi C-16 réduit les obstacles.
Bill C-16 reduces barriers that prevent survivors from being heard. C-16 strengthens protections and improves access to legal support. C-16 will also ensure that survivors and victims can safely share their own experiences.
Measures align directly with Pillar 3 of the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which is a responsive justice system. This pillar recognizes that gender-based violence is a violation of human rights, and in many cases, a violation of criminal law. It calls for a justice system that understands trauma, acts early, holds offenders accountable, and puts survivors' needs first. The National Action Plan is a 10-year framework developed with provincial and territorial governments and victims and survivors. We've dedicated $539.3 million over 5 years to help provinces and territories implement the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence and address their most pressing needs. In addition to this, our budget invests a total of $660.5 million to advance gender equality, including $223 million to strengthen our response to gender-based violence. Overall, our approach to gender-based violence must be comprehensive. Bill C-16 strengthens this work by making sure the federal criminal law puts survivors' needs at the center of justice. On top of this, the Protecting Victims Act recognizes a truth that survivors know all too well. Violence does not begin with a single act. Coercive control can take many forms: isolation, intimidation, financial abuse, threats to pets, property damage, or threats to self-harm that are used to manipulate and instill fear. Bill C-16 acknowledges and criminalizes coercive control, where economic and financial abuse is often weaponized. Toutefois, nous savons que la criminalisation à elle.
However, we also know that criminalization itself is not enough. We need to implement prevention efforts as well.
Abuse is often used deliberately to control others by cutting off access to money, creating debt, threatening financial ruin, or making it impossible to leave safely. It is a powerful tool of coercive control that keeps women trapped and unsafe. That is why this work needs to be connected. So by establishing a voluntary code of conduct for the prevention of economic abuse, we are working closely with financial institutions and gender-based violence organizations to help with recognition and respond to that economic abuse. Together, these changes reflect a broader understanding of abuse and the many ways it can be used to exert power and control. And coercive control is evolving. We've seen it. In a world where technology can be used to harm, Bill C-16 responds to that abuse that is deeply personal and deeply violating. The non-consensual sharing of intimate images, including sexual deepfakes and nearly nude images, strips people of that control over their own identity. It follows them into their communities, their workplaces, their families. It's used to intimidate, to silence, and to humiliate them. Bill C-16 also recognizes a harder reality, that the most extreme violence against women is rarely sudden or isolated. Bill C-16 would ensure that murders that are driven by hate, coercive control, sexual violence, or exploitation are treated as a first-degree murder in Canada. This matters because femicide is often the end of a long and visible pattern of control, not an unpredictable tragedy, but a failure to intervene in time. Prevention means listening earlier. It means recognizing coercive control when we see it. The financial abuse, isolation, and escalating threats for what they are. Our laws and institutions must be strong enough to respond before gender-based violence in its most devastating form impacts these victims. Ending gender-based violence is not only a moral responsibility, it is about whether people can live, work, or contribute without fear. No one can thrive in this country or build a business or raise a family if they are not safe. Le projet de loi s'inscrit dans un effort coordonné visant à
The proposed legislation is part of a broader, coordinated effort to prevent gender-based violence and support survivors.
It is about real people and real lives. It is about closing gaps that have left too many without protection and making sure our justice system reflects the harm we know exists. It is in one part of a broader effort to end gender-based violence. Now, as the bill moves forward, I ask all members to continue supporting Bill C-16, not simply as a policy choice, but as a responsibility we owe to the women and girls whose lives were taken, to those whose stories were ignored, and to those who were never given the chance to be heard. This legislation exists because of them, because they were brave enough to speak up, because others spoke up for them when they could not. Their lives and experiences forced us to confront what failed, what was missing, and what must change. Together, we can move forward in a country where we can live safety and with dignity, where lives are not lost before systems respond, and where hope is built through action. Thank you, et merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Clinton and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's words against gender-based violence. We all support seeing a decrease in that, but I do want to outline something for her. As per the Criminal Code, aggravated sexual assault is defined as follows. It occurs if the person is assaulted, is wounded, maimed, disfigured, beaten, or in danger of losing his or her life while being sexually assaulted. The provision with aggravated sexual assault at gunpoint has a mandatory minimum of 4 years. Not nearly enough, in my opinion, but the minimum is 4 years. Why does she support Clause 63 in Bill C-16 that allows judges the discretion to provide lesser sentences than the mandatory minimum of 4 years for aggravated sexual assault with a firearm?
Honourable Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Our government recognizes the unique challenges that women and victims face in this country. And again, this bill is truly important, Bill C-16, that's going to protect those victims. I've touched on a few things already today in my speech, but really the key is addressing and criminalizing coercive control, all these precursors to the ultimate end for women in terms of severe issues that are caused to them. But Mr. Speaker, what this is also going to do is ensure that from a penalization and justice perspective, we're going to make sure to make femicide a first degree in this country. That is a huge step forward. And I think in combination with criminalizing coercive control and all the other measures I outlined today, it's going to help address gender-based violence in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech and her ongoing commitment to gender equality in this place. Now, the Bloc Québécois supported the legislation, but constructively proposed some amendments in committee, but the newly majority status Liberals rejected our amendments, including one that was very essential. Criminal harassment is part of a set of dangerous behaviors that needs to be seen as a whole, and we could reverse the onus or burden of proof on the victim. But that's a missed opportunity to make it easier to come forward and defend yourself.
Small business and tourism.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gender-based violence has no place in our country. As I said, in my country, we are making femicide a serious infraction. This will protect women who are victims of domestic violence because bail for repeat offenders will be different, and we're also investing over $500,000 to support survivors and their families. I thank my colleague for the question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tired of hearing the exaggerations that have been happening throughout the debate on this bill. This bill is tougher on crime overall because without a safety valve, MMP, minimum mandatory penalties, would often get struck down. What we've done is we've kept minimum penalties in place in this bill. Now we can actually make sure that people serve a sentence when they commit a heinous crime. And I wanted to ask the minister that really the Conservatives are fake tough on crime because what they had achieved was a cancellation of all these minimum sentences and charter challenges. And what we've done is we've made them mandatory in this bill and therefore made it tougher.
Right on. The Honourable Secretary of State for Small Business and Tourism.
I thank the Honourable Secretary of State for sharing her perspectives, and I completely agree. The Conservatives opposite have an opportunity right now. If they really want to end gender-based violence, if they really want to help victims and survivors, they can help move Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, forward. Mr. Speaker, and I just want to share, I already said in my speech earlier that it's not just legislation. We're also, through Women and Gender Equality, we're investing significantly to make sure to end gender-based violence. In 2024 and 2025, more than 1 million people across Canada were able to access services like counseling, housing, legal information, crisis supports, and community-based programs because of the National Action Plan that I've already referenced. On top of this, we've delivered 27,400 prevention resources, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to do everything we can to end gender-based violence.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
When Canadians hear the government talk about Bill C-16, they probably think this is a bill about protecting victims. They hear about protecting women from abuse. They hear about protecting children from exploitation. They hear about stopping the spread of deep fake pornography. They hear about tougher measures against coercive control and abusive relationships. Most Canadians would hear that list and say, well, of course, who could possibly be against that? The answer is nobody. But Conservatives support those objectives because we believe victims deserve protection, children deserve protection, and families deserve protection. That's the fundamental job of government, protection of its citizens. The problem is that Bill C-16 is a little bit like buying a house because the front porch looks beautiful, only to discover later that the foundation is compromised. The government points Canadians towards the parts of the bill everyone likes, while hoping they don't notice the parts that change everything. Because buried inside this legislation is a poison pill that would allow judges to bypass virtually every mandatory minimum sentence in the criminal code. But first, we need to understand how we got here. Consecutive Conservative governments had established mandatory minimum sentences for some of the most serious crimes in our criminal code. Right. We did that because Canadians expect serious offences to carry serious consequences. Child sexual exploitation, weapons trafficking, armed extortion, drive-by shootings, and human trafficking were not treated as ordinary crimes because the harm they cause is extraordinary. But for 10 years, this Liberal government has systematically weakened the principle that serious crime must carry serious consequences. Liberal Bill C-75 weakened bail laws and pushed the justice system toward release at the earliest opportunity. Liberal Bill C-5 removed mandatory minimum penalties for a range of serious offences, including crimes involving firearms and dangerous drugs. Time and again, police officers, prosecutors, victims advocates, premiers, and community leaders warned that the government was moving in the wrong direction. Time and again, those warnings were dismissed. Today, Canadians are seeing the consequences. Violent crime has increased dramatically. Human trafficking has increased dramatically. Sexual assault has increased dramatically. Organized criminal networks have become stronger and more sophisticated. What Canadians are witnessing is the inevitable result of a philosophy that views punishment as the problem rather than crime itself, that the rights of the criminal are more important than the rights of the victim. That's why Bill C-16's get out of jail free card is a poison pill that Canadian communities will once again be forced to swallow. The Liberals will tell you that Conservatives are standing in the way of getting strong laws passed, but I can assure you Conservatives are standing in the breach, fighting to keep criminals from getting off with a slap on the wrist for serious crimes. Right. Mr. Speaker, understanding Bill C-16 requires a deeper understanding of the path that led us here. For years, courts have increasingly relied on what are called reasonable hypotheticals when reviewing mandatory minimum sentences. Rather than focusing solely on the criminal who's actually on trial, the court judges have increasingly considered hypothetical scenarios involving people who do not exist and who never committed the actual crimes in question. That trend culminated in the Supreme Court's Senneville decision. The facts of that case were horrific. One offender possessed 475 files, including 317 images of children, most between the ages of 3 and 6, many depicting acts of sexual abuse I can't bring myself to say out loud here in the House. Another offender possessed more than 800 images and videos involving children as young as 5 years old being subjected to sexual exploitation and abuse. That's hundreds of images documenting the abuse of vulnerable children. Most Canadians would think that the court would look at those offenders and apply the mandatory minimum sentence appropriate. Instead, the court chose this moment to question mandatory minimums altogether. Judges based their decisions on hypothetical story of a teenager sending a hypothetical intimate photo to a hypothetical boyfriend or girlfriend, and that hypothetical photo is later shared with a hypothetical someone. The court claimed concern that the same mandatory minimum law could apply, even though the case before them was very, very real and very, very serious. Because of that hypothetical case, the court struck down Parliament's mandatory minimum sentence. The government then had a choice. It could have changed the law to deal with that specific concern while keeping strong penalties in place for serious child sexual exploitation offences. Instead, the Liberals used that court decision as the reason for creating the new get-out-of-jail-free card in Bill C-16. That's why Canadians should look carefully at what this bill actually does rather than what the Liberals say it does. The government wants Canadians to believe that Bill C-16 is a major public safety initiative. It points to provisions dealing with deepfake pornography. It points to provisions of coercive control. It points to provisions dealing with intimate partner violence. All those measures are designed to attract support But while Canadians are focused on those headlines, the Liberal government has inserted this poison pill. They call it a safety valve, a phrase carefully chosen because it sounds limited, reasonable, and harmless. But the government insists this power will only be used in exceptional cases. Yet when Conservatives proposed reasonable safeguards to ensure that outcome, every safeguard was rejected. Canadians should ask themselves a simple question. If the government truly intended that this be used only rarely, why did it refuse every attempt to define what rarely actually means? The answer is obvious. The government's presenting Canadians with one bill while pursuing a very different objective beneath the surface. That objective became even clearer during committee study. Conservatives approach this legislative constructively because we recognize there are very good measures worth preserving. Our goal is not to destroy the bill. Our goal is to strengthen it and ensure that victims remain at the center of this legislation. We proposed safeguards that would have limited access to the safety valve to offenders with no prior record. We proposed ensuring that sentences would not be reduced below half of Parliament's mandatory minimum. We proposed excluding extortion offences. We proposed excluding aggravated sexual assault. We proposed excluding serious child sexual offences. We proposed excluding some of the most serious crimes that Parliament has already determined deserve firm sentencing consequences. Every one of those amendments was rejected. Conservatives also proposed stronger notification requirements so that victims of intimate partner violence and coercive control would be informed about release decisions affecting offenders. Those amendments were rejected as well. The significance of those votes cannot be ignored. The government did not accidentally create an overly broad get-out-of-jail-free card. It deliberately defended it. It didn't overlook the concerns raised by Conservatives. It considered those concerns and voted against them. The result is legislation that speaks passionately about victims while systematically rejecting measures that would strengthen their protection. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support stronger protections for women, stronger protections for children, stronger measures against deepfake exploitation, stronger recognition of the devastating harm caused by coercive control. Those objectives are important and they need support. Unfortunately, the poison pill at the heart of Bill C-16 undermines all of those goals because it continues that same failed philosophy that has contributed to the crime and chaos Canadians are experiencing today. At a time when communities are demanding greater accountability, the government is creating new opportunities for offenders to avoid consequences. At a time when victims are asking to be heard, the government is focusing its attention on a get-out-of-jail-free card for criminals. At a time when public confidence in the justice system is already fragile, the government is asking members of Parliament to weaken one of the few tools designed to ensure serious crime receives serious punishment. Canadians deserve better than legislation that says one thing and does another. They deserve a justice system that places victims first, supports police officers, protects communities, and recognizes that public safety is a fundamental responsibility of government. If the Liberals truly believed in the good parts of this bill, protecting women and children and against deepfake exploitation, why did they insist on attaching a poison pill that creates yet another get-out-of-jail-free card for serious offenders? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire to Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
The fact that the member uses the word poison pill over and over again makes me wonder whether the Conservatives plan on voting against this bill. First, they've prolonged the amount of time that this bill took to get studied. There were some good improvements made. I think the work committee eventually worked well together. Victims are looking for relief. Victims want mandatory minimum penalties, of course, and we've restored 12 of them in this bill. 12 mandatory minimum penalties. This bill protects victims, it respects the Charter, and it helps keep minimum mandatory penalties on the books rather than having them struck down by courts and victims out of luck. We are there to protect victims. We're protecting children by this bill, and I hope the Conservatives can find it within themselves to support this, because really, I'm starting to wonder who they're there for.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support the parts of this bill that protect women, protect children, address coercive control, deal with deep fake exploitation. In fact, many of those ideas came from the Conservatives in the first place. The problem is Clause 63. The government wrapped good measures around a poison pill that would let judges go below mandatory minimum sentences for serious crimes. Victims deserve protection, but they also deserve consequences for the people who hurt them. That is why Conservatives tried to fix this bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. There is something interesting when we have a minority government, because we were able to have a balance between a more progressive vision of the justice system that Quebecers defend and the traditional law and order, more severe system that Conservatives back. Unfortunately, under this Liberal majority, they were able to impose certain things, notably an extension of provisions for certain procedures, and this leads to conditions where there's more severe penalties that are removed. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. Does it create an additional risk for women and victims?
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been very clear from the beginning. We support stronger protections for women, children, and victims. We support action on coercive control. We support action on deep fake exploitation. We support stronger tools to protect children online. What we do not support is using those victims as a political cover for a clause that attacks mandatory minimum sentences. The government did not have to attach Clause 63 to those protections. It chose to do that, and it chose to reject every Conservative attempt to fix it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. My constituents of Bow River always appreciate when I have an opportunity to speak in the House and question. I'd like to thank very much my colleague for her speech. I do have questions, though. After more than a decade of Liberal-appointed soft-on-crime judges that follow the tone and tenor set by the government and have really eroded the confidence of people on the disposition or the delivery of justice. Now, I wonder if the member can speak how bills passed need to be explicit in terms of mandatory minimum and consecutive sentences. Otherwise, judges will erode the system and the confidence in the system, the judicial system. Thank you.
Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you for the question. I hope that I've been able to tackle some of that in my speech. But I wanted to say that, the arguments that we've heard from the Liberal side do not explain why they rejected every reasonable safeguard Conservatives proposed in order to define things. If their release valve or get-out-of-jail-free card is truly only for rare and exceptional cases, why don't they say that in the bill? Why not limit it to first-time offenders? Why not prevent sentences from dropping below half the mandatory minimum? Why not exclude a child sexual offense, aggravated sexual assault, or extortion? The answer is simple. The Liberals wanted this power to be broad, and Canadians should be very concerned about it.
We have time for a very short question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the Conservative Party is completely being self-serving and not recognizing that the changes that are being implied or put into place with C-16 make sure that it's constitutional compliant. The mandatory minimums are being restored. The question is why is the Conservative Party attempting to deceive Canadians by trying to spread misinformation on important crime-fighting legislation? Why?
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, in 20 seconds or less.
Mandatory minimums can be ignored, then they're not mandatory anymore. The government says there would be jail time, but that misses the point. Parliament sets mandatory minimums because some crimes are serious enough that there must be so serious there must be a clear floor.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in strong support of Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act. I do so as a woman and as someone who has spent years listening to women, survivors, and frontline advocates describe the gap between their lived realities and the protections our laws have provided. When I was 13 years old, I was given a rape whistle. It was a quiet but unmistakable signal that my presence in the world came with a risk and that my safety was ultimately my own responsibility to manage. Nearly 30 years later, much has changed. We have a deeper understanding of gender-based violence, of power, control, and harm. We speak more openly about experiences that were once pushed into silence. And yet, for far too many women and girls, violence remains a daily part of their reality. Before I speak about statutes and sections of the criminal code, I want to speak about a young person whose experience illustrates exactly why this bill matters. She was 16 years old. She thought she was in a relationship. What she did not what she did not yet have was language. Excuse me. Let me do that again. What she did not yet have language for was that she was being controlled. Her boyfriend decided who she could speak to, where she could go, what she should wear, how quickly she was expected to respond to messages. When she resisted, he did not always hurt her directly. Instead, he was violent towards others in her life so that he could intimidate and isolate her. While there was no physical evidence she could point to, what she understood very well was the constant escalating fear. No single incident clearly met the threshold for legal intervention, and there was not a system that could yet name what was happening to her, let alone stop it from happening. Her story is not rare, it is painfully familiar. Intimate partner violence and gender-based violence are not new problems in Canada. This government and the minister understands this reality, and the provisions in Bill C-16 address what has been legislatively absent in our response to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. In 2024 alone, 187 women were killed in this country. One woman killed every 2 days. Behind each statistic is a life ended too soon, a family broken needlessly, and a community changed forever. As this bill makes clear, violence does not begin with a punch. It does not begin with a final act of femicide. It begins much earlier with fear, with control, with threats, with isolation, with humiliation, and with the slow erosion of a person's autonomy. For far too long, the legal system has struggled to name that reality, let alone to respond to it. Survivors have told us time and time again that the law intervenes too late. By the time physical violence appears, the warning signs have long been there. The system asks them to wait for bruises, for broken bones, for tragedy, and then, perhaps even not then, are they offered justice. Bill C-16 exists because waiting is no longer acceptable. This legislation recognizes that intimate partner violence and gender-based violence are systemic problems that require systemic responses from the federal government. It recognizes that technology and the digital world have changed how harm occurs, and it recognizes that justice delayed or denied re-traumatizes survivors and erodes public trust in our judicial system. Criminal justice is, of course, a shared responsibility. Provinces must adequately resource courts, victim services, crown prosecutors, and the police. And the federal government has a clear responsibility to modernize and enact criminal law, precisely what Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, since this bill has been introduced, it has been carefully studied at committee, where members have heard from survivors, advocates, legal experts, and law enforcement. Bill C-16 is one of the most significant updates to Canada's criminal justice system in a generation. While broad in scope, its purpose is clear: to intervene earlier, respond more effectively, and protect those at greatest risk. First, the bill creates a new criminal code offense for coercive and controlling conduct in intimate relationships. This is a critical shift. Coercive control reflects how abuse actually operates through monitoring, isolation, financial control, threats, and intimidation. It enables police and courts to intervene before violence escalates to lethal outcomes. This will save women's lives. Second, C-16 strengthens how the law treats the most serious forms of violence against women. Murder committed in the context of coercive control, sexual violence, exploitation, trafficking, or hate will be treated as first-degree murder. Where a killing in those same circumstances results in a manslaughter conviction, courts will be required to consider life imprisonment with parole ineligibility comparable to second-degree murder. Sentencing must reflect the gravity of violence rooted in power and control. Third, the bill modernizes our response to criminal harassment and stalking. Survivors will no longer be required to prove subjective fear. Courts will instead assess whether the conduct could reasonably be expected to cause someone to believe their safety is threatened. This trauma-informed shift recognizes that harassment is cumulative and that early intervention saves lives. Fourth, Bill C-16 updates sexual exploitation offenses to reflect the digital world we all live in. We know that technology is not neutral infrastructure. It is increasingly used as a tool to manipulate, monitor, and harm women and gender-diverse people. While the non-consensual distribution of intimate images is already illegal, this bill clarifies the law and explicitly includes sexual deepfakes, closing a gap that offenders are already exploiting. Committee amendments strengthen these provisions further. The bill now explicitly captures a broader range of AI-generated images, ensuring the law keeps pace with rapidly evolving technologies and the realities of online harm. A digital violation is still a violation, and the law must say so clearly. Fifth, the bill strengthens protections for children, both offline and online. It expands child luring offenses, criminalizes child sextortion, addresses grooming tactics involving explicit material, restores and reinforces mandatory minimum penalties for serious child sexual offenses with a constitutional safety valve, and requires online platforms to preserve evidence longer so offenders cannot escape accountability. Finally, Bill C-16 has been informed through a victim-centered and trauma-informed lens. It strengthens the Canadian Victim Bill of Rights, improves access to information and testimonial aids, clarifies the right to present impact statements, and modernizes procedures. So serious cases are less likely to collapse due to delay. Together, these reforms bring the criminal code into alignment with lived experience, modern technology, and the urgent need for prevention. This bill is grounded in evidence and what many advocates have called for years. Women's organizations across the country have welcomed the criminalization of coercive control as a long overdue step. Frontline organizations working with survivors have described this bill as historic, recognizing that patterns of control are deeply harmful and that survivors deserve stronger legal protections. Child protection advocates have warned that online sexual violence against children has reached unprecedented levels. They've welcomed the provisions in this bill that strengthen online child protection. As this debate has unfolded, some misinformation has followed. Let me address a few of these myths directly. Criminalizing coercive control is not untested. It reflects years of research, survivor testimony, and expert input. It represents the hard work that went into Bill C-332, sponsored by former NDP MP Laurel Collins, which received cross-party support at committee. This government is not only now criminalizing the distribution of intimate images. That offense already exists. Bill C-16 clarifies that it includes sexual deepfakes, closing a gap offenders are already exploiting. And Bill C-16 does protect children online. It expands child luring and sextortion offenses. And as a mother of 2 young kids, I know how important this change will be. These are not symbolic measures. They are targeted, enforceable, and urgently needed. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-16 is a vital pillar of our response to gender-based violence, but it is not the entire solution. Legislation alone cannot change culture. It cannot house a woman fleeing violence. It cannot staff a crisis line at 3 a.m. It cannot replace the trust built by frontline workers who walk along survivors every day. That crucial work is done by the incredible frontline organizations across this country. This bill must be understood alongside continued federal investment in women's shelters, transitional housing, legal aid, trauma counseling, and prevention programs. This work must be in concert with a national action plan to end gender-based violence with provincial and territorial partners, Indigenous nations, and local organizations. Ending gender-based violence requires culture change in how we understand power, entitlement, masculinity, and control. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-16 reflects years of advocacy, hard conversations, and courage, and in particular from survivors who spoke when it was extremely difficult to speak up. It recognizes harm earlier so that systems can intervene faster. It treats victims with dignity while modernizing our justice system to meet the realities Canadians are living with today. These changes might have made a difference for the 13-year-old handed a whistle instead of protection, and for the 16-year-old unable to name coercion. They will make a difference for the women who have lived in silence and for all children who deserve safety. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, and to continue the work beyond this chamber that our country deserves and demands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is something important in this bill, but at committee, the Liberals decided to vote against a block amendment in which there were mandatory conditions. For example, the ban on possessing firearms, among many others, and issues surrounding fraud, among many others. These are all situations where the woman the victim could use some of these factors to give more weight to her position. And yet, all of this is being rejected by the Liberals. Why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. I've just become a member of the Status of Women Committee and really thrilled that we are working at a systems level to start to address some of these challenges that we're seeing in the laws, and hearing from some of the folks who are doing the work on the front lines to identify some of these challenges. I can't speak to the question that he's brought up specifically, but I want to say that this work needs to be happening in a much more systematic approach.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments from my colleague, and I'm wondering if she can just provide her thoughts in regards to, it's first-of-a-kind legislation, the whole issue of femicide, coercive actions being advanced to first-degree murder, reinstatement of a number of mandatory minimums. These are all important things that is going to make our communities healthier. And if she can just kind of expand on her thoughts, why it was important that the government bring in not only this legislation, but a series of pieces of legislation to make the communities in which we represent safer for all.
Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
I want to thank my colleague for this fantastic question. I was recently in Strasbourg as part of one of the parliamentary delegations, and one of the issues that they were exploring was around gender violence and the need to take more explicit actions. So I'm very proud to be part of a government that has recognized femicide as part of the wave of violence that women experience in our communities. I think what we are achieving here with this legislation, alongside a whole host of other interventions and changes to our criminal system, is a really balanced approach. They're really important measures that also think about prevention and culture change. This work is happening across several pillars, and it's really work that I'm very proud to be speaking to.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Bill C-16 creates the so-called safety valve that allows judges to essentially ignore a mandatory minimum sentence. And my question to the member: is she concerned that by virtue of this liberal safety valve, at the time when we're experiencing record crime, that judges will ignore the mandatory minimum sentences more often and let repeat violent offenders out on the street when they should be in jail?
Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. One of the testimonies we heard earlier this week at the Status of Women Committee was actually about the concept of restorative justice and actually finding other approaches to respond to these challenges. We live in a patriarchal society in which there is a whole host of really challenging views around the place for women and women's safety and their role in our society. And so really thinking about other ways to respond here because of the wave of this kind of violence. But I want to make sure that we recognize that sometimes the justice system isn't the right place for the responses that we need, and that's not the healing that some survivors have asked for.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her remarks. She was very eloquent in speaking about the ways that gender-based violence is addressed and how important it is. And this legislation is a significant step forward in understanding the different types of violence and how there needs to be a very comprehensive response to it. And you talked about first responders and those who are on the front lines. I wanted you to ask if you could elaborate a little bit and talk about how important it is for us to understand the uniqueness and how victims should be the...
I have to cut off the member to give a chance for my Spadina Harbourfront to respond, but before I do, I know the member is new, but he cannot use the you because it's addressing directly to the speaker. I will not be responding, but I invite the member of Spadina Harbourfront to respond in 20 seconds or less.
Centering the experiences and voices of survivors is critical to getting this right. It is how we move forward and ensure that there's real justice for women who've suffered.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat. The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to engage in this very important debate we're having about the Liberals' Bill C-16, which is really coming in light of quite significant violent crime statistics in the country over the last 10 years. For example, sexual assaults have increased 76%, violent crime 55%, and again, that comes after 10 years of the Stephen Harper government where there was a 26% decline in violent crime. But over the last 10 years of Liberal government, there's been a 55% increase in reported violent crime. Sexual violations against children in that decade as well are up well over 100%. Human trafficking is up over 84%. So this bill is entering into a very dire time in violent crime against women, against children, against the most vulnerable in Canada. So I'm very honored to engage in this debate. And frankly, there are a number of measures in this bill that we personally support, notably things that the Conservatives on this side of the House have brought forward over recent years and have championed in recent years. So while we welcome those things being adopted in this bill, we have other concerns, which I will get into shortly. But for example, Bill C-225 from the Conservative Member of Parliament for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, our Public Safety Shadow Minister. This bill is currently in the Senate, and it will make the murder of an intimate partner automatically first degree. And in fact, that builds on a bill from the Senate about 4 years ago that I helped champion from former Conservative Senator Pierre-Hugh Boissvenu, who was really a national and renowned champion for fighting against violence against women. So it's great to see that that's part of this bill. I appreciate that. Also, Bill C-216 from the Conservative member of Calgary Nose Hill, which aimed to ban deep fakes of intimate partners to keep Canadians safe, especially women, from non-consensual intimate images being created and shared. It also includes provisions from that same bill to bring in mandatory reporting for child sexual abuse material. So that's been taken up as well. So there's a number of measures that we have championed that we welcome seeing in this bill. Also, it updates mandatory reporting requirements concerning, again, child exploitation material, but also the bill criminalizes coercive or controlling conduct within intimate partner relationships, which we support. I used to serve on the Status of Women Committee, and that we've been long hearing that this is an area that needs very early intervention, so I welcome that in this piece of legislation. However, there is a very, very divisive piece that we need to discuss. It's Clause 63 in Bill C-16 that the Liberals have included that makes it very difficult for us to support this bill. Despite all the good work that we've done that is reflected there, there is a very clear red line in Clause 63. That's what the Justice Minister has called a safety valve for mandatory minimum penalties, which really emphasizes the trend in this country of judicial activism and concessions by this Liberal government to that, and undermines Parliament's role in really setting sentencing policy. Ultimately allows courts to impose sentences below mandatory minimums. Again, set by this House, it provides essentially discretion to a judge to determine if they believe that the sentence should be less than a mandatory minimum penalty under circumstances it deems cruel and unusual punishment, which again sounds quite like a significant hurdle. But then when you look at recent court cases, it makes you question if we should be allowing judges the discretion to determine what exactly that is. And in fact, the Liberal government has linked this provision in the bill to a recent Supreme Court decision that I think really rocked the nation. That really, I know for me, really when it came out, it made me feel sick to my stomach. It was the R.V. Seneville decision in the fall. Just for those who may not be familiar with this bill, or with that ruling, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that a 1-year mandatory minimum sentence for the offences of possessing and accessing child pornography is unconstitutional. Our Supreme Court of Canada, again, just to repeat, the Supreme Court of Canada, the supreme judicial body in this country, ruled that a 1-year mandatory prison sentence, it may be unconstitutional in certain hypothetical extreme scenarios for possessing and accessing child pornography. And the case in particular, the two offenders had 475 and 805 files respectively depicting child pornography, mostly of girls between the ages of 3 and 6 years old undergoing horrific, unimaginable sexual abuse. This is the case that the Supreme Court said, well, maybe not in this scenario, but other potential scenarios of a 17-year-old sending an 18-year-old an intimate image, and then maybe that 18-year-old shared it. If that ever happened and was ever charged by police and then prosecuted by the Crown and then brought all the way up to the courts, if that ever happened, that could be cruel and unusual punishment in that hypothetical scenario. That's why there's no longer a one-year mandatory minimum based on this decision. So now they're bringing this forward saying, well, this helps that situation. It gives the judges basically an out, I guess is what they're allowing. We would have used the notwithstanding clause on that judicial ruling and been very proud of that. There are a number of other rulings as well in recent years that have really just questioned the morality that we're seeing in this country and, again, the judicial activism. For example, about 2 years ago, R.V. Bertrand Marchand, the Supreme Court ruled that a one-year mandatory minimum for child luring was cruel and unusual punishment. In R.V. Hills, it struck down the 4-year mandatory minimum for reckless discharge of a firearm. These are very dangerous crimes, very horrific crimes in many cases. Mandatory minimums being struck down by the Supreme Court. And most egregiously, R.V. Bissonnette, the man who opened fire and killed 6 people in a mosque, the court decided that it was unconstitutional to impose a consecutive life sentence on murderers like that. So I disagree strongly with all of those rulings. And yet now Bill C-16 with Clause 63 is providing more opportunity for judges to decide, despite Parliament ruling certain offenses that are so egregious require mandatory minimum prison time, like child pornography, for example. And so I look at this, and it's difficult to wrap your head around it when you think about, in some of the worst examples we've seen. I mean, you can't go a week in this country without seeing some ridiculous ruling by a judge who ruled that someone could be let out on bail despite 50 violent crimes, some including sexual assault, breaking and entering, violent assault. Oh, yep, you can go out on bail over and over and over and over. Light sentences for sexual abuse. We see this all the time. And then instead of doubling down and asserting our rights of Parliament, they're allowing a safety valve, as per the Minister of Justice, for judicial discretion with mandatory minimums, and we cannot support that. I mean, like, take for example, I'll just describe this one. So aggravated sexual assault. This is how the criminal code defines aggravated sexual assault. It occurs if the person is assaulted, who is being sexually assaulted, is wounded, maimed, disfigured, beaten, or in danger of losing his or her life while being sexually assaulted. That action at gunpoint has a current mandatory minimum of 4 years, which quite frankly I think is not nearly enough, but that's what it is. At least it's there. Why is it that the Liberals voted against our amendment at committee to ensure that that provision is not part of this safety valve? They allow it for treason and murder, but not aggravated sexual assault with a firearm? What about sexual abuse against children? We also put forward amendments to ensure those were excused, that those were not included, that those would be in the same category as the treason and the murder, so that this wouldn't apply. That was also voted down. We worked collaboratively on that committee to provide opportunities so that these mandatory minimums would remain, and they voted them down. I would like to hear Liberal members describe to us in what scenario would they allow, do they morally believe a judge should be permitted the authority to allow less than 4 years for an aggravated sexual assault at gunpoint? If they can't think of a scenario, why didn't they support our amendment? And it's so frustrating because there's stuff in this bill that we worked hard to push forward. I've been here for almost 7 years. I can't tell you how much we've been banging on these tables, demanding more justice for women, for children, for victims of sexual abuse, tougher sentencing, jail, not bail for repeat violent offenders. And now they're getting up on their high horse, pretending that they have the higher ground, and they're allowing this provision to give more discretion to judges to allow lesser sentences for aggravated sexual assault at gunpoint. I can't get on board for that, Mr. Speaker, and it's very upsetting. As you can tell, I get quite animated because there is stuff in this bill we would like to support. We gave them every opportunity to take this out of this bill to ensure that these protections, this justice for victims, remains in our criminal code, and they voted them down. It's very disappointing, unfortunately not surprising. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions? I have a point of order from the Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that next Monday shall be an allotted day. Thank you.
So noted. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every speech I hear, I'm starting to feel more and more worried that the Conservatives may vote against one of the most ambitious changes in criminal reform when it comes to protecting victims in this country. This bill has incredible changes that it has created. It has accounted for new technology. It has implemented 12 mandatory minimum penalties, and they are fixated on making sure that it's all or nothing so that, victims don't get heard in court, that perpetrators get away with their crime. We don't want them to get away, Mr. Speaker. What we want is them to have to serve mandatory minimum penalties. And that's why the lesson from the Senville case is not that Parliament should abandon this, but that Parliament...
I have to cut the member off to give a chance for the member for Kildon St. Paul to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a bit rich coming from Liberal members to hear any of that. You know what we're fixated on? Rights for women against their abusers. For example, my bill from a few years ago that was from the Senate, from Senator Boissvenu, in that bill there was the opportunity for a peace bond. A peace bond is something that a woman who's been abused, she can get that protection against her abuser. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of time to go before the courts, through the process, to get, in essence, it's a type of restraining order. It was for 2 years in that bill. So she'd have 2 years where she can relax for a moment. She has this protection. Liberal members diluted that to 1 year. 1 year. So I will take no lectures, no ivory tower from these Liberal members about protecting women and what's best for them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated my colleague's speech. We could feel how much she cares about this topic. I know that she has worked very hard on this over the years. I think a lot could be improved about C-16. There could be more done in terms of showing compassion and fairness to victims. We also should consider the matter of deepfakes. So there is a great deal in it that's very positive, actually, but there are gaps. For example, at committee, the Liberals refused to look at constructive amendments from the opposition parties. So even though we could, of course, be more severe in certain areas and we could change things with mandatory minimums, nonetheless, does my colleague not think that this bill is better than nothing and it is improving the situation and we can work on more later?
Kildon St. Paul.
Merci beaucoup for the question. I appreciate it, and again, I outlined in my speech a number of the things that we do like in this bill, the number of the things that we've put forward and advocated for. That's why it's so frustrating that there's a provision in here that allows the opportunity for more judicial activism for lesser sentencing. So it's very difficult for us because, again, there's a lot of our work represented in there. But how could we, in good conscience, support something that's going to provide more opportunity for judicial discretion to lower sentencing for violent repeat offenders? It's very difficult. But I've outlined our position on this, and I appreciate the members' work as well on this. And again, what's most frustrating, I think, is that we gave them every opportunity to get on board for this. We brought forward concrete, clear amendments to ensure the most egregious sexual aggravated assaults, for example, at gunpoint, is removed from that safety valve, and they voted it down. So they're not interested in working on this together. They want to play politics.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre.
I thank the member for her comments sincerely. And in fact, in terms of improving the bill, I wonder how the member feels about a proposal that the Conservatives, in fact myself, have brought to Justice Committee in response to the Seneville decision, in which the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the mandatory minimum sentences for access and possession of child pornography. Instead of going with the safety valve to potentially undermine mandatory minimum sentences, the Conservatives proposed the invocation of the notwithstanding clause to preserve the mandatory minimum sentences for access and possession of child pornography. I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for Kildon St. Paul in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the members' work on Justice Committee. And as written in the National Post by Kerry Sun, he's a doctoral student at the University of Oxford and a member of the Macdonald-Lauriers. His words, I'll just outline. This is the purpose of the notwithstanding clause, is a mechanism to prevent overreaching judicial interpretation of rights from undermining the common good. Chief Justice Wagner said that this decision could erode public confidence. This would have been the opportunity to use it, and we feel it should have been.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today at third reading to speak in support of Bill C-16 and the Government of Canada's continued response to criminal justice system delays. Mr. Speaker, before I start, I'd just like to express gratitude to all members of the committee who have worked hard and diligently on this legislation. I'd also like to highlight, just to start, three measures proposed in Bill C-16 to address delays. First, Bill C-16 would introduce greater flexibility in courts in ordering alternative remedies to address unreasonable delays. Currently, once a court determines that there has been no unreasonable delay in breach of Section 11B of the Charter, a stay of proceedings is the only available remedy recognized by the common law. While Bill C-16 would not preclude ordering a stay of proceedings, it would, however, direct the courts to consider it as a remedy of last resort after considering whether other remedies are appropriate and just under the circumstances. Courts would need to take into account specific factors like the impact of the stay of proceedings is likely to have on the victim and the interests that society has in a final decision. Requiring that a stay of proceedings be considered as a remedy of last resort would also ensure greater consistency with how the Charter remedies are considered in other contexts. Alternative remedies would not be codified. It would instead be open to the courts to determine what would be most appropriate depending on the circumstances of the case, and each remedy could be tailored to rectify the harm suffered by the accused while preserving the public interest in having criminal cases decided on their merits. For example, a court could make an order to expedite proceedings on the trial itself, sever charges for cases involving multiple co-accused, or change the venue of the trial. Courts could also consider making an order to change the mode of trial, by example, by ordering a jury trial to proceed by judge alone where applicable and with the consent of the accused. Second, Bill C-16 would provide courts with additional guidance on assessing case complexity. The Jordan framework recognizes that some cases are inherently more complex and may justifiably take longer to complete. For example, cases with significant disclosure or particularly complex types of evidence. Bill C-16 would preserve the existing approach determining whether a case is complex under the Jordan framework, but would require courts to consider specific additional factors when the case involves applicants or motions. This proposal responds directly in the reality in that in recent years, increased reliance on applications and motions has become a significant source of delay in some jurisdictions. For example, in cases involving sexual offenses and organized crime. These proceedings can be important in ensuring the accused's right to a fair trial, but they also require time and resources that are often beyond the control of the judge. Importantly, all existing common law factors that the courts currently consider in determining whether a case is complex will continue to apply. The intent is not to replace those factors, but rather ensure that courts are recognizing the procedural complexities of modern criminal litigation and accounting for the cascading effect of applications and motions that all those can have on delays. Mr. Speaker, while Bill C-16 seeks to address delays in the justice system to protect victims and ensure that justice is being served in the most egregious crimes and offenses, our new government is also addressing crime by investing in upstream solutions and preventative measures. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, investing in sport results in lower crime. This may seem implausible or unconvincing to some, but I want to emphasize what a significant and serious upstream investment that sport represents in an effort to create safer communities while promoting positive social development and building resilience, particularly among at-risk youth. Sport provides a safe environment for families and youth to learn life skills, develop social capital, and engage in activities that reduce the risk of crime and violence. By fostering a sense of community and providing opportunities for youth to participate in sports, societies can create safer and more stable environments. Our government's recent generational investment of $755 million in sport will support the sport development for youth, but also offer families more opportunities to learn and grow their skills, meet new friends and mentors. But according to expert sociologists, psychologists, crime prevention researchers, and law enforcement across Canada, sport will also help build a stronger, safer Canada for all. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Bill C-16 takes a careful and balanced approach to addressing criminal justice system delays. It responds to the real and lasting harm caused by stays of proceedings, particularly for victims. It also provides courts with carefully tailored tools to ensure that justice is not only swift but fair and meaningful. Bill C-16 reflects this government's commitment to a criminal justice system that protects constitutional rights while maintaining public confidence and delivering justice on the merits. I urge all members of this House to support this important legislation, and if time allows, I would take some questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question. J'ai un appel au règlement du député.
The member for Drummond rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, earlier the parliamentary secretary said that there would be a supply day or an allotted day on Monday, but the version that we received in French said Tuesday. Will it be Monday or Tuesday? Can the parliamentary secretary tell us which will be the allotted day next week, Monday or Tuesday? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on what I've heard, it's Monday, but I see the Secretary of State for Combating Crime Rising to confirm. Yes, I confirm that it's on Monday. The member for Drummond, rising again, on the same point of order? Yes. I apologize to the Secretary of State, who I called Parliamentary Secretary, and thank you for clarifying. All right, let's continue with questions and comments.
Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. I'm wondering, at a time when Canadians are experiencing record violence from criminal enterprises, whether it makes sense to narrow or to water down mandatory minimum sentences by creating the safety valve. And does the member have any concern that we're going to have many more situations where courts do not follow the mandatory minimum sentences?
Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I particularly appreciate the member's question. I understand his concerns, and I've been a strong believer that our job in this House is not to play judge and jury. Our job is to create the framework and the legal system that will protect people, protect victims, and that's what this bill seeks to do, is to protect victims, to expedite the justice system, to ensure that justice is served and that victims are protected. I also strongly believe that we need to invest more in upstream solutions, because simply suggesting that everything's in place for a safe society, we couldn't do anything to prevent crime, is also not a responsible approach. So we're taking a balanced approach, both investing in upstream solutions while also ensuring that the legal system has everything they need in order to ensure that justice is served.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for Sport for his speech. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that's positive in this legislation, but there are some gaps, some aspects that are missing. We moved some amendments in committee. Conservatives care a lot about mandatory minimums, so that's their main issue. But these days, the government seems to be rushing debate, shortening or cutting off debate. They've been asking for time allocation motions, which are just gag orders. Can the Secretary of State share his opinion on this? Are there not important files, such as this bill, which is incredibly important for society at large, which warrant taking the proper amount of time to debate and also respecting all opposition parties' suggestions? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I thank the committee members for their work on this bill. This bill is incredibly important, and it's a very serious matter. It's important to find ways to improve the legal system and the justice system in Canada. That's urgent.
We could debate this all summer. We could debate it into the fall. However, people are urgently awaiting this legislation to be passed. This is a long-standing issue in the court systems, and as provincial governments are seeking to expedite their processes, invest in courts and courtrooms, we have an obligation to act as well. And that expeditious approach, acting urgently, is one that I encourage all members to undertake.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
One of the aspects of the bill that I also find very interesting and that victims groups have been advocating for was the court delays issue, and the fact that so many cases are getting dismissed from our provincial courts right now because of the delays. So this also provides an exception where cases are complex so that these cases do not get dismissed and that victims get their day in court and get justice. This bill is about protecting victims' rights, and I was wondering what the member's opinion on that was.
Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the Secretary of State for Crime Prevention, for her question and for all of her work on this legislation. Many other pieces of legislation worthwhile to mention that fully 2/3 of the legislation tabled by this government over the last year has been to address crime and to focus on fixing our justice system. Mr. Speaker, I would just highlight that the court delays are largely of provincial jurisdiction. The court in Halton Region is very close to my constituency office, so oftentimes we hear from constituents who are concerned about those delays. It's an aging court. It's one that unfortunately does not have the capacity to deal with the growing population in Halton Region and throughout Peel. I'd also just highlight that we've seen in the news lately that Premier Doug Ford is very concerned about 156 criminals being released from prison without an explanation. It's very, very easy to blame one level of government or another, but we're working together to solve these problems.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, Health. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Employment. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, Finance. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So, Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters, is what I'm going to be discussing tonight, including child protection, gender-based violence, and delays and other measures that are part of this bill. It's a broad justice omnibus bill that combines victim protection and criminal law modernization measures, but with a fundamental restructuring of mandatory minimum sentences, and it is a fundamental restructuring. Also, there are some good parts to this. Banning deepfakes of intimate partners will keep Canadians, especially women, safe from non-consensual intimate images being created and shared. I'm thankful the government has adopted the proposal from MP for Calgary-Nose Hill in her Bill C-216 to do exactly that. The bill also criminalizes coercive or controlling conduct within intimate relationships. This is something that I've been very concerned about, and believe that behaviors that have been the precursors to serious injury and death of women in those relationships often happen when women are most vulnerable. And this government has basically failed to mention that this time when women are especially vulnerable is when they are pregnant and expecting a child. Provisions from the same bill to bring in mandatory reporting for child sexual abuse materials have also been taken up, helping our kids feel safe from the most despicable crimes, and hopefully are safer from those crimes. I applaud the member for Kamloops Thompson-Nicola, whose calls have been heard to make the murder of an intimate partner automatically first degree. While the Liberals sadly opposed Member of Parliament for Edmonton Gateway's bill to introduce a 3-year mandatory minimum sentence for all forms of extortion, at the very, very least, C-16 introduces an aggravating factor for sextortion, and it's a step in the right direction, but it's not anywhere near far enough. So there are some good things, but of course, as we're hearing today, there are some very serious concerns, specifically with C-16. Despite these positive additions, C-16 continues the Liberals' very soft on crime agenda. The bill would empower judges to ignore literally every mandatory prison sentence in the criminal code other than murder and treason. Liberals want to empower judges to ignore mandatory sentences for things like aggravated sexual assault with a gun, human trafficking, multiple violent firearm offenses, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, drive-by shootings with a restricted or prohibited firearm. These are some of the things that this government is prepared to declare are not violent crimes worthy of further mandatory sentences. By creating a general safety valve, Bill C-16 introduces a sweeping sentencing change, allowing courts to impose sentences below mandatory minimum capabilities, where applying the minimum would amount to cruel and unusual punishment for the offender. I have nowhere to put this. If mandatory isn't mandatory, then we have an issue with our judicial system being given the opportunity to play around with this. This provision would apply to nearly all mandatory minimum sentences in the Criminal Code and other federal statutes, effectively converting mandatory minimums from binding sentence floors into discretionary benchmarks. While custodial sentences would still be required, Parliament's ability to set firm baseline consequences for serious violent crimes would be significantly weakened, encouraging lighter sentences for violent and repeat offenders, and the long-term erosion of mandatory minimum sentencing as a policy tool, resulting in more, not less, violent criminal activity on our streets. Victims, advocacy groups, and the federal ombudsperson for victims of crime are in disbelief. In 2021, instead of fulfilling the responsibility to review the Victims' Bill of Rights, as was outlined, the Liberals began a study through the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. According to Ombudsman for Victims of Crime, the committee eventually produced a December 2022 report titled Improving Support for Victims of Crimes. Critics, including the ombudsperson, argued that the review was not as comprehensive as the legislation warranted. Although 13 recommendations were made, many of the most significant remain outstanding to this day. The federal ombudsman continues to argue that victims' rights remain largely symbolic rights that are not enforced, and let us comment on the fact that that's what's happening to the victims, but look what's happening in regard to sentencing of those who perform violent crimes against those victims. In 2024, it was stated that many of the recommendations could significantly improve victims' experiences if they were implemented. Many of the more significant recommendations are remaining outstanding. Automated notification of rights. One of the biggest complaints is that victims are still generally required to seek out information themselves. Victims are still not automatically informed of their rights, services, offender statuses, parole processes, and restitution options, and yet the accused are informed of theirs. What is wrong with this scenario? Stronger enforcement of victims' rights. The Canadian Bill of Rights gives victims rights to information and whatnot. However, there's still no broad mechanism allowing them to go to court and obtain a remedy when those rights are violated. National minimum service standards. The committee and ombudsperson called for more consistent national standards, but the government has not provided those national standards, leaving victims to try to navigate services that are significantly significantly between provinces and territories. Why? Why has the Liberal government treated the Victims' Bill of Rights as largely symbolic and has failed to strengthen victims' rights in a meaningful way? While instead, why are victims seeing the insertion of this poison pill in the form of a safety valve in C-16 dangerously weakening Liberal criminal justice policies, giving more leniency towards criminals in their sentencing reforms? That is what is happening here. This poison pill is antithetical to preventing violent crimes. It is giving more leniency. There should be one track in this bill, C-16, for victim protection, coercive control, deepfake offenses, and trial efficiency measures. It is so typical of this federal government to bring forward a bill that, quite honestly, they know so much of it even was put forward by our members, and yet they put something in there that is so antithetical to the goodness that could be done on behalf of victims and to lessen the amount of violent crime that continues to grow in this country because of the laws that they have allowed to take place, such as bail and not jail, and lowering the sentencing requirements for those who are committing very serious violent crimes. This would allow each component to be studied on its merits. Let's study this bill separately from this desire that they have to basically remove mandatory minimums from our judicial system. We would be able to support the victim protection and procedural component of Bill C-16. But the mandatory minimum sentencing safety valve is definitely something that should not be part of this bill. Why does it even matter? Parliament sets mandatory minimum sentences for these heinous crimes for a reason. If the Liberals allow judges to ignore them, there will be nothing mandatory about it. even though the vast number of mandatory minimum sentences have already been deemed constitutional, and now they are putting them in jeopardy when they have already passed that test of constitutionality. They are allowing judicial activism. As a matter of fact, they're encouraging it towards lesser sentencing. And on top of that, they're using hypotheticals rather than the real situation in front of them to make decisions that are actually causing more harm to victims and creating more violent crime in our country. The court's responsibility is to interpret and use these laws created by parliamentarians that are in the best interests of those who face the terrible conditions of violent crime, and we've heard about many of those today. We continue to see the erosion of Canadian safety when criminals' rights are put ahead of victims' rights, and this is part of the problem with this approach to the Charter. We have already indicated that the vast number of mandatory minimum sentences have been deemed constitutional, and yet this government is giving the judicial system, an activist judicial system, a window to go out and make huge changes to that. The passage of this provision will be a total abolition of our duty as elected representatives to keep Canadians and their communities safe. The Liberals should split this poison pill out of this bill so that parliamentarians can work together to pass C-16. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, I've met many victims across this country and families that have lost loved ones to femicide, and they are very eager to see this bill pass forward. And, you know, there's been a lot of cooperation at the committee level and amendments that have been accepted, some were outside of the scope, however. And I really wanted to know whether the Conservatives will be supporting this bill that is the largest change and protection to women's rights and the rights of children.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I have to say I was really pleased to see some of the items that are in this bill in regards to protecting women when they are being attacked. And I actually am a little surprised because this government, when it has had opportunities to support bills, two of them mine, private members' bills, that give protections to women and to recognize when they have been attacked simply because they are pregnant, or in a case where the attacker, a third party, knows that they're pregnant and there was no recognition at all of that circumstance for them, and I call that a poor failure on the part of this government.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. In the research I've done, I realized that my riding, in 2023, there were 2 trials that were halted because they apparently used defense procedures under the Jordan rule. It had to be applied. Is that not an issue? Is there a lack of resources? And does this bill, at the end of the day, help solve this, or does it just leave victims to fend for themselves? And is there a lack of justice because of a lack of resources?
Melville.
No victim should face a situation where they don't get justice from our courts. And it is very frustrating to see the limitations in a lot of ways of our court systems. At the same time, I am really frustrated with the fact that this federal government continues to pass the buck to our provinces. I know that the circumstances, as the one member was saying, we have growth in populations, we have immigration that has gone far beyond our capacity as a country to be able to handle with schooling, with housing, with jobs, with education. I would say also with dealing with individuals who come to our country who perhaps are adding to the challenge of getting those court systems through all of their cases.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the speech she gave. My colleague spoke about the poison pill, and first of all, mandatory sentences, obviously, as my other colleague pointed out much earlier, do in fact stop crime, because it's very hard to commit crime when you're in jail. So As far as minimum sentences go, as far as the poison pill goes, when I raise my kids, and I tell them to clean the room, or I did tell them, they're grown up now. When I told them to clean the room, I didn't add at the end of it, unless you don't feel like it. And this, I believe, is what is happening with this bill, is you've got to, if you don't feel like it, you don't have to obey the law. I'd like my colleague to expand on that if she would.
Burton Melville.
For that observation and for that question. Well, that is part of the problem that we have here when you have a government that has introduced over this last 5 years to 10 years bills that basically give leniency, more and more leniency to the expectations of citizens and people who are in our country to obey the laws of our land and to treat other people with respect and not create scenarios where violence is allowed. It's not only allowed, it seems to be encouraged. And a poison pill is something that we use in this House to describe the Liberal government's legislations over and over and over again. As a matter of fact, my constituents are starting to use this term because they see the good in a bill, but then they see and they're recognizing where something has been interjected that is contrary to the value of that bill and is going to actually harm citizens rather than protect them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, de reprise de débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day we hear news stories about how widespread and devastating intimate partner and sexual violence is in Canada. Frequently in this House, members stand to talk about a tragedy that has occurred in their community. According to the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability, 147 women and girls were killed in Canada in 2025 in cases classified as femicide, one woman every 2 days. At December 6 vigils in my community, we read the names of women killed in Ontario, and we hear their stories. These are not isolated incidents. They're not private matters. They are part of a systemic crisis with costs. Costs in our homes, in our schools, in our communities, in our court systems, in this place, and across Canada. Mr. Speaker, about 1 in 3 police-reported violent incidents involves intimate partner violence, and we know that's the tip of the iceberg because the last thing somebody wants to do on the worst moment in their life is pick up the phone and call the police and have the cars outside and maybe kids in the house. In Ontario, nearly 100 municipalities have declared intimate partner violence an epidemic, and I am proud to say Guelph is one of them. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, a recent report shows that sexual violence costs nearly $15 billion every year in Canada. Think about the lost wages of the victims, the cost of the lawyers, the counseling, the investigation, the courts, all of it. Not to mention the deep social costs that can last for generations through individual, family, and community trauma and adverse childhood experiences. Could there be a more adverse childhood experience than sexual abuse and exploitation? In fact, police have reported that child sexual abuse and exploitation material offending is now more than 12 times higher than it was in 2008. From prevention to prosecution to community support, we need to address this epidemic in many ways. Bill C-16 is part of the legislative solution. It's one part, but it's urgent, and it is important progress. The Protecting Victims Act is one of the most significant updates to Canada's criminal justice system in generations. While broad in scope, the bill can be clearly understood through 4 core pillars: tackling gender-based and intimate partner violence, protecting children from predators, strengthening victims' rights, and addressing court delays. Together, these reforms modernize the criminal code to respond to contemporary threats, to intervene earlier, to prevent escalating violence, and ensure the justice system works faster and more fairly for victims and survivors. Because what I hear from some women is that the justice system is in service to the law and not in service to victims. So the bill takes decisive action to prevent violence before it becomes lethal and to reflect the gravity of modern forms of abuse. It addresses femicide, coercive and controlling conduct, criminal harassment, and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, including AI-generated sexual deepfakes. And we know there's a story in the news in the last couple of days of women who have been subjected to this type of abuse. These reforms recognize patterns of control and exploitation that often precede physical violence and ensure they are treated seriously under the law. This means coercive control, creating a new offense prohibiting a pattern of coercive and controlling conduct toward an intimate partner. And if people missed it, I would refer them to the remarks provided by the member for Spadina Harbourfront, who described it very well. We need to get to a place where there's no more awful but lawful when it comes to controlling someone's behavior. Let it be known that coercive control will become a crime. C-16 recognizes femicide as automatic first-degree murder to provide that in the following circumstances, murder will be murder in the first degree, murder when committed against a female person. If it is committed against an intimate partner in the context of a pattern of coercive or controlling conduct, if the murder is committed in the context of sexual violence, if the murder is committed in the context of human trafficking, or if the murder is motivated by hate. All of these clauses would require the courts to consider life imprisonment for manslaughter committed in those circumstances. C-16 addresses criminal harassment by removing the requirement to prove that the victim subjectively feared for their safety and replace it with the requirement to prove that the harassing conduct could reasonably be expected to cause the victim to believe that someone's safety is threatened, removing the need for victim testimony. We've all seen news stories where a woman is not believed until it is tragically much too late. C-16 ensures the offense captures harassing conduct committed through modern technology as well. And the scope of that, Mr. Speaker, is mind-blowing. From abusers who are sending messages through bank transaction memo sections to monitoring people's whereabouts. And the new scourge of our time, sexual deepfakes. C-16 addresses those by amending the offense to non-consensual distribution of intimate images to include those deepfakes. The bill also protects children from predators. Child victims face unique vulnerabilities. Predators increasingly rely on digital tools to lure, manipulate, and extort children. This includes threats to distribute images, deepfake technology, and the use of explicit bestiality depictions to groom children. Think about that for just a minute. Current laws do not fully capture these behaviors, and courts have struck down several mandatory minimum penalties for child sexual offenses, creating uncertainty around sentencing and weakening deterrence. This bill strengthens Canada's response to child sexual exploitation, both online and offline. It updates offenses to reflect how predators groom, manipulate, and exploit children today, while reinforcing accountability and prevention. Mandatory minimum penalties will be strengthened for predators who possess or access child sexual abuse and exploitation material, including restoring more than 12 mandatory minimum penalties for a range of child sexual offenses that were previously struck down by courts. We're bringing them back in a way that is constitutional. We are criminalizing the threat to distribute child sexual abuse material and the distribution of bestiality depictions used to groom children. That's child sextortion. Two words that really should never, ever be said side by side. We are expanding child luring and sextortion offenses, and we're also creating a new offense for recruiting a person under 18 to participate in criminal activity. This is particularly important in sex trafficking. We are strengthening child sexual abuse and exploitation material reporting by bolstering mandatory reporting and data preservation obligations for online service providers. Victims' rights also require modernization. The Canadian Victim Bill of Rights provides important protections, but many victims report difficulty accessing information, navigating procedures, or having their interests reflected in decisions that affect them. Calls for clearer rights and expanded access to information have been consistent across provincial and federal reports. This bill reinforces a victim-centred and trauma-informed justice system by enhancing the Canadian Victims Bill of Rights and improving victims' participation, protection, and access to information across criminal, military, and correctional systems. And here's how. Affirming victims' rights to be treated with respect, courtesy, compassion, and fairness. I can't believe we have to legislate that, Mr. Speaker. This means that in other contexts, we need to ensure ongoing training for the whole spectrum of people who are in victim services, from the very first point of contact to the judges that see them in court. We need to provide victims with information proactively without requiring a formal request. We will expand access to testimonial aids for victims of offenses committed by an intimate partner. The bill will clarify victims' rights to present impact statements at sentencing, parole, and correction stages, and enhance disclosure of information to victims under the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. C-16 will finally address court delays and strengthen system integrity. The Ottawa Citizen reported that in 2023 to 2024, 55% of adult criminal cases were stayed or dismissed in Ontario. Courts are struggling with serious delays. The Supreme Court's decision in R.V. Jordan established strict timelines for bringing cases to trial. While the federal government designs criminal law, the administration of justice is shared with provinces and territories, which are responsible for policing, prosecution services, court resources, and provincial judges. Despite strong federal efforts to appoint judges, delays persist in many jurisdictions, including Ontario, due to resourcing pressures. These delays have resulted in cases, including sexual offences, being dismissed entirely. Imagine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these reforms build a justice system that responds earlier.
The member's time has elapsed. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable L'Honorable Député de...
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really happy to hear my colleague talk about the victim's point of view in her speech. I think this bill is so important and brings fundamental changes to the way we treat victims in this very tough process that they have to go through to obtain justice in situations that are sometimes troubling, as my colleague mentioned. There's a lot of very positive points in C-16. I think she talked about the compassion and respect and fairness. She also talked about court delays, and I think C-16 will attack this issue. And I don't know any case where a trial was stopped under the Jordan Act where it served the interest of victims. It's always it's the aggressor that comes out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I said it at the beginning that it's a collective effort. The federal government can implement bills and ensure that we have the necessary resources to implement them, and the provinces as well. But as you know, sometimes we need continuous support, and there are delays that are faced, and we all have to fight against them. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member cares deeply about this issue, especially when it comes to protecting children from predators. And you're right, we should not be having to talk about child sextortion, but many children have in this country committed suicide because they were being sextorted. And this broadens the amount of offenses under this type of crime that's committed. I think this is a really important step to take because this is where the ball is going, unfortunately. These are the types of crimes that are being reported. And it saddens me to see that the Conservatives would not support protecting children the way it is in this bill.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
So I would absolutely share the Secretary of State for Combating Crime's position that this is urgently needed legislation. It immediately restores 12 mandatory minimum penalties in a way that is constitutional. It protects children. It protects victims of crime. And I hope that all members will support the legislation, just as the members on this side supported a number of private members' bills, because we can all care about intimate partner violence.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for that passionate speech. I agree. Coming from where I come from on north coast of British Columbia, I've experienced that most of my life. But the government wants to portray this side of the House as not supporting this type of bill or protecting vulnerable people. Can I ask the member, the Conservative member for York Centre had a motion, CPC 13, that was defeated by the Liberal government. It would have protected child pornography possession and access offences from charter challenges under Section 7 and 12 by enacting notwithstanding clause, while also preventing these offences from benefiting from the bill's mandatory minimum safety valve. Can I ask why the government did not protect victims in this equation?
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm in no way assuming that the members opposite won't support this bill. I'm inviting them to support this bill, just as we have supported a number of private members' bills that also address intimate partner violence. When it comes to this type of scourge, an epidemic, we need to put down the partisanship and move forward with the progress. So the Justice Committee has met 9 times, heard from 54 witnesses, received 60 written briefs on this study alone. It considered over 100 amendments which have added to strengthening the bill. And what's important, Mr. Speaker, is that any motion passed in this House, any legislation, be constitutional. And you know who gets to decide that? The courts.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to rise this evening and on behalf of the citizens of St. Leonard, St. Michel, to speak to Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, at this stage at third reading. Across the country, we are facing a stark reality. In my home province of Quebec, there have been 10 femicides since January of this year. A woman is killed in Canada every 48 hours. Bad actors are taking advantage of rapidly changing technologies like AI and deepfakes to victimize Canadians. That, honourable colleagues, is completely unacceptable. As legislators, we have a responsibility to act, to make real change when Canadians are asking us to do so. This is the job Canadians sent us to this House to do. With Bill C-16, we put into place concrete measures that will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Behind every one of these numbers is a person, is a family, a community left to grieve. We owe those families more than our sympathies. We owe them action. So let me outline a few of the key changes that Bill C-16 will bring. First, we are creating a new criminal code offense that captures the coercive and controlling conduct of an intimate partner. One may ask, what is the significance of criminalizing such a behavior in the face of fatal violence against women? The answer is, coercive control is so often the warning sign, the harm we can see before the harm we cannot undo. By criminalizing coercive control, we give the criminal justice system an opportunity to intervene before relationships become violent and before violence becomes deadly. This is a measure with the potential to save lives in this country. Des coalitions féministes contre la violence
Feminist coalitions for violence against women
goes unseen is one of the main determinants of femicide. Criminalizing it will help us detect high-risk situations sooner and strengthen prevention. Next, through Bill C-16, we would recognize femicide as an automatic first-degree murder. This would ensure that anyone who murders a woman in situations involving control, hate, sexual violence, or exploitation faces the harshest penalty, life imprisonment. Even in situations of manslaughter under the circumstances I've raised, courts will be directed to consider imposing a life sentence with a period of parole ineligibility between 10 and 25 years, the same penalty that applies to second-degree murder. Treating these murders as the criminal code's most serious forms of homicide speaks directly to the gravity of these offenses and to the seriousness with which this government is moving to address them. I would like to dwell for a moment on the term I'm using here, femicide, and the importance of naming it as such. With Bill C-16, we are including the term femicide in the criminal code for the very first time. By putting a name to this insidious crime, we recognize its gravity and have put forward tangible measures to address it. measures that lead to women in particular, as well as children and members of society, being better protected. Next, I would like to address how this bill will protect children from predators, strengthening Canada's response to child sexual exploitation both online and offline. Most significantly, Bill C-16 would strengthen mandatory minimum penalties for predators who possess or access child sexual abuse and exploitation material, including restoring more than 12 mandatory minimum penalties for a range of child sexual offenses that were previously struck down by the courts. It does so by introducing a safety valve to ensure that these sentences and other existing mandatory minimum penalties that would have before or otherwise been at risk remain constitutionally valid. We are also seeking to expand the definition of distributing child sexual exploitation and abuse material so that it now includes the threat of distributing such materials. Children rely on the adults around them to keep them safe, to care for them, and to protect their well-being. When someone exploits that trust and vulnerability for sexual purposes, it is profoundly wrong. It is a conduct that every member of this House and every Canadian should condemn without hesitation. In a world of ever-changing technology where explicit images and videos can be shared in an instant, and where Canadians are accessing these platforms at a younger age, we must also hold accountable those on whose platforms this content exists. Bill C-16 bolsters mandatory reporting and data preservation obligations for online service providers so that law enforcement can find and charge these offenders faster. Finally, Bill C-16 truly provides help to victims and gives them a louder voice in the system. Some of them are part of cases that include complex trials in the justice system, and with that complexity comes the element of time. The time periods outlined in the Jordan decision can be restrictive, turning a measure meant to bring justice into one that can take it away by automatically demanding a stay of proceedings. Victims lose their chance to be heard and feel that justice has been denied to them. In C-16, we are requiring the court to consider remedies other than a stay of proceedings should the Jordan period elapse. We are also clarifying for the courts which more complex cases deserve a longer period of time before they run into such an issue. Every victim should have the chance to be heard, and we are making sure of that. We are also putting more information in the hands of victims by providing them with information about available resources proactively without requiring a formal request. We are expanding access to testimonial aids for victims of offenses committed by an intimate partner and clarifying victims' rights to present impact statements at sentencing, parole, and correction stages. We are also enhancing the disclosure of information to victims under the Correction and Conditional Release Act so that victims can have the full scope of the status and location of their offender. While I have highlighted but a few of the essential measures of the Protecting Victims Act is introducing, the issues of gender-based violence and sexual exploitation impacts us all. Whether it be a family member, a friend, a colleague, or a neighbor, someone in our lives has needed or will need these remedies one day, and it is important that we step up to provide them. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-16 has been supported by law enforcement, by victims advocates, by Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and I implore all members of all political stripes in this House to stand with victims and lend their support to Bill C-16. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre.
I appreciate the parliamentary assistant's remarks. I've worked with her on this file for a while, and I know that she also understands the issues that we're dealing with fairly well. So I'd like to pose a serious hypothetical for her. Imagine a situation where someone is convicted of a third driving under the influence offense, and that person is now mandated for I believe it's either 30 days or 90 days as a minimum term of imprisonment, and that person happens to be the breadwinner of the family and the only breadwinner of the family, can she imagine a scenario where a judge would not look to use the safety valve to allow an accused who would otherwise have to serve mandatory jail time to escape jail time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the colleague for the question. In fact, the colleague sits with me at the Justice Committee, and we have done tremendous work on various bills, including Bill C-16, through the hearing of testimony from experts and going through clause by clause and making amendments. So I want to thank the member for his collaboration on the committee. With regards to this specific bill, the bill is here to protect victims and children. That is the focus of Bill C-16. It is bringing in measures so that victims, for now, finally get the protections that they need. And we've established measures in terms of the mandatory minimum penalties in C-16, the safety valve, so that accusers are going to receive a sentence or a penalty. It just makes sure that they will not be struck down.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is something that's terrible, increasingly terrible in our society. The way internet is being used specifically for child sexual abuse material. This is very serious. So my question for my colleague, what will Bill C-16 do to bring solutions? What is the bill requiring of ISPs in order to protect society? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
The member for his question. In fact, what this does is basically puts tools. It gives the objective of Bill 16 is to protect victims. It's to be able to give police enforcement and those that work in the justice realm tools that be able to catch predators quicker and faster. And it imposes on service providers to be able to share the information. And so Bill 16 will be a helpful remedy.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her debate today on this question. We've been working hard together at Justice on this issue. It's historical legislation. Things that have never been addressed before are being covered under this legislation. Can our honourable colleague tell us what kind of impact it will have on future generations to come as opposed to what's happened in the past? Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question, who also sits on the Justice Committee and who has contributed to the study of Bill C-16 and many other important pieces of legislation. This Bill C-16 has been waiting to be brought forward for many, many years. Women's groups have come forward and have told governments and politicians to be able to enact finally a piece of legislation that would protect them, and it would protect children that are being abused with sextortion online. We see it, we hear it, we read it in the papers, and so this is a relief, and not only for today, but for many generations to come.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every person deserves to live free from violence and fear. No life is worth more than another, and no one should face a greater risk of violence because of their gender, their sex, the neighborhood they live in, the work they do, the school they attend, or who they love. Violence against our most vulnerable is some of the most morally reprehensible behavior in our society. It's not a demonstration of strength or power or control. It's a profound failure of respect for the dignity, autonomy, and humanity of another person. It rewrites the rest of their story because becoming a victim of a violent act changes you forever. It changes your sense of safety and often the course of your life. Our responsibility as legislators is to help build a society where those principles are not merely aspirations, but realities. These acts may rewrite their stories forever, but we can help to ensure a happier ending. That's why I'm proud to stand up today in support of our government's Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, because it puts the necessary tools in place for law enforcement and the legal system to take action. It gives police, prosecutors, and courts the ability to intervene earlier, better protect victims and survivors, and help prevent future harm. Bill C-16 is about victims, not as statistics, not as stories, but as people. It aims to do right by them, to recognize their lives are fundamentally altered by violence long after courtrooms empty and public attention fades. And it's responding to the real-world concerns that we have heard from victims across Canada. Too often, our justice system asks these victims to relive the most traumatic moments of their lives while offering them little certainty in return. It asks them to be resilient and patient and silent while we debate the process. It places the burden of safety on those who have already been harmed. As a government, we're saying this is not good enough. We need to make changes, and we need to make them now. Bill C-16 strengthens how victim safety is considered throughout the justice process. It ensures that courts are better equipped to assess risk, to recognize patterns of repeat violence, and to impose conditions that reflect the lived reality of victims. It improves consistency and accountability in decision-making, particularly in cases involving intimate partner violence. It also introduces concrete measures to better support victims throughout the legal process, including permitting support persons, or in some cases even support animals, to accompany children, persons with disabilities, and people who have experienced sexual violence in the courtroom during testimony. This legislation is grounded in a simple but urgent truth. Violence, particularly intimate partner violence, is rarely random. It is often patterned, escalating, and predictable. When we have evidence that harm is likely to occur, failing to act is not neutrality, it is negligence. As the Member of Parliament elected to represent the people of Halifax, I have a responsibility to support this bill, which among so many important steps proposes to criminalize coercive and controlling conduct. For far too long, our criminal law has focused almost exclusively on isolated incidents of physical violence, while failing to recognize the sustained patterns of psychological, emotional, and financial control that so often precede them. Coercive control includes isolating someone from friends and family, monitoring their movements, controlling access to money, issuing threats, intimidation, and humiliation. It is violence that may leave no visible injuries, but that causes deep and lasting harm. The evidence is clear. Coercive control is one of the strongest predictors of serious injury and intimate partner homicide. In Canada, women are far more likely than men to experience intimate partner violence, and research consistently shows that the presence of controlling behavior dramatically increases the risk of lethal outcomes. By criminalizing coercive control, Bill C-16 gives our justice system the tools to intervene earlier, before violence escalates, before lives are lost, and before harm becomes irreversible. These are the steps that matter most, because this bill is not just about changing the way we respond to violence, it's about stopping it from happening entirely. It refuses to accept that violence must become extreme before the law responds. But coercive control is only one part of how this bill modernizes our response to the evolving forms of violence. The Protecting Victims Act is also taking further preventative measures, including the creation of a new offense that prohibits threatening to even distribute child sexual abuse and exploitation material, because threats need to be taken seriously, and we need the tools to stop them from becoming a reality. It also targets sextortion by criminalizing threats to distribute intimate images and increasing penalties for those who exploit fear and humiliation for coercion or gain. This bill also modernizes our criminal law to reflect the realities of harm in the world we live in today. It strengthens protections for victims of image-based sexual violence, including the non-consensual creation and distribution of intimate images and sexually explicit deepfakes, recognizing the profound and lasting damage these acts cause. It improves accountability for those who weaponize technology to humiliate, threaten, or control others, particularly women and girls. It enhances how courts consider risk, patterns of behavior, and victim safety across bail, sentencing, and supervision. And it reinforces a simple principle that dignity, consent, and personal autonomy do not disappear online. The bill also modernizes Canada's criminal harassment laws, recognizing that stalking and intimidation increasingly occur through technology and that victims should not bear an unreasonable burden to prove their fear before the law can respond. Violence is violence, whether it happens behind closed doors or behind a screen. In April 2020, Nova Scotia experienced the deadliest mass shooting in Canadian history. For many Canadians, it was a shocking and tragic news story. For my constituents and for those of my fellow Nova Scotian MPs, it was something far more personal. Communities across our province lived through the fear and uncertainty of those days and continue to carry the grief and loss that followed. The events of April 18th and 19th led to the establishment of the Mass Casualty Commission, which undertook a comprehensive examination of the circumstances surrounding the tragedy and the systemic factors that contributed to it. Among its findings, the Commission highlighted the critical link between gender-based violence and broader threats to public safety. It found that patterns of intimate partner violence, coercive control, and escalating risk were present long before the shootings occurred, yet those warning signs were not sufficiently recognized or addressed. The Commission concluded that violence is often not a series of isolated incidents, but rather a pattern that can escalate when left unchecked. It called for earlier intervention, stronger risk assessment tools, and a justice system that responds to gender-based violence with the seriousness it deserves, designed both to protect victims and to prevent future tragedies like this and keep communities safe. Bill C-16 responds to those lessons by strengthening our ability to intervene before harm becomes irreversible. In my community of Halifax, we see both the devastating impact of violence and the extraordinary strength of those who survive it. We also see the tireless work of frontline organizations that step in where systems too often fall short. Shelters like Adsum House provide safety and stability for women and children fleeing violence. Organizations such as the YWCA Halifax, Alice House, Bryony House, and the Avalon Sexual Assault Center support survivors through crisis, recovery, and rebuilding their lives. These groups do life-saving work every day, often with limited resources and under immense pressures, and they have been clear with us about what is needed. Safety cannot begin only after harm has occurred. It must be built into the system itself. Proactive and preventative measures save lives. Bill C-16 is one part of how we do better. It's not the only solution, but it's a necessary one. It reflects evidence, it reflects lived experience, and it reflects a commitment to ensuring that victim safety is not an afterthought, but a priority. We are not here to accept violence as a fact of life. We are here to prevent it where we can, respond to it where we must, and to ensure it never goes unanswered. Because we know that harm is predictable, and we also know it is preventable. We owe that responsibility to survivors, to families, and to communities across this country who deserve to feel safe in their homes and in their lives. And that is why I support the Protecting Victims Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I appreciate this debate very much, and I have enjoyed hearing comments tonight about how important C-16 is, especially when it comes to victims' rights and protecting victims of domestic violence, especially. As I said earlier, though, as I said to the member for Guelph, there are problems with the justice system it is slow. There are cases which are withdrawn because of court delays. And one of the main problems is that we don't have enough judges. The Liberals say that provinces need to play their part in speeding up cases in the legal system, but the current Liberal government needs to appoint judges for the federal system. That would help. Is that one of the solutions that the government is considering?
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question. I'll reiterate what my colleague from Guelph said, that this really is a joint effort, and there are jurisdictional divisions and responsibilities across levels of government. And I think that our Minister of Justice and his team have been working in good faith and really doing deep consultation with provinces and territories on the shared responsibility of administering justice. And I'm very hopeful that this is going to get us much further. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, thank you for your speech today. You've outlined very important things, including...
The member, the member's using your. I did not give a speech. Just a reminder to the member to speak through the chair to the member, not directly. I'll let the member continue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, through you, the member has given a speech where she outlined many important aspects of this bill. I would like to ask her about her thoughts on femicide as automatic first degree, considering the scourge of femicides that we have seen in the past years. Thank you very much.
The member for Halifax.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. This is one of the things I am most excited about. I think this is game-changing for our country, game-changing for the better half of our population, and I think it's just a hugely impactful change that we're making, and I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I'm honored to work with my colleague on many climate-related issues. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I've raised earlier to the Justice Minister is concerns in terms of responding to those that have been victims of discrimination and violence. Certainly, we understand the important work around dealing with complaints and the criminal sanctions piece. But Mr. Speaker, there's still nothing when it comes to funding, when it comes to prevention around discrimination and violence, especially for vulnerable youth. And I tabled a bill the other day, actually it was yesterday, Mr. Speaker, calling for parity with mental and physical health so that people get the services when they need it. Through you, Mr. Chair, to my colleague, does she agree that we should be, the government should be supporting legislation so that we have parity with mental and physical health, so that mental health is an insured benefit, and people, especially youth, get the supports that they need when they need it?
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question. I very much enjoy working with him on all the great work we do here in the House. I would say that I'm quite pleased that our government is supporting in the matter of mental health and youth and crime and public safety. I was very pleased to announce significant funding through the mosque in my riding of Halifax to help prevent gang violence in the Muslim community in Halifax, which is being led by members of the mosque as an example. I also know that the Minister for Wage has been talking a lot about the substantial funding that we have to support the organizations that are really on the ground, on the preventative side and the response side, to support victims in this regard. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to get up on behalf of Skeena Bulkley Valley to talk to Bill C-16, Protecting Victims Act. And before I get into the substance of the bill itself, I want to talk, kind of explain the term safety valve, because just about every speaker has actually spoken to this term. And really what it is a mechanism that allows judges to give lesser sentences as opposed to a strict mandatory minimum sentence. And this is, if you're going to give weaker sentences instead of imposing a strict mandatory minimum sentence for some of these crimes, then what's the point of using the term mandatory minimum sentence? Especially when we're talking about protecting women and vulnerable victims. And even the government themselves, when they get up and debate, they admit this bill is long overdue. In fact, when I was an MLA, we were talking about the crimes and how there should be punishment. But at the time, the NDP government actually blamed Ottawa for not amending or introducing more legislation. So I agree. This is a long time coming. Just so happens that a southern Alberta man faces criminal charges after police say they found more than 500,000 child sexual exploitation photos and videos in his possession. More than 500,000 child sexual exploitation photos and videos were discovered, making one of the largest collections the unit has ever encountered. Like every other case that's been in the media in the last year or so, this just makes me sick. A lot of other leaders have said the same thing. It makes them sick. I know some premiers who've made some pretty inflammatory comments about what should be done with these kind of people. So it's good. It's good that this legislation is up. But is it groundbreaking? Does it go to the full extent of protecting victims? Like you got to give credit to the Conservatives who've been asking for this legislation for years. And finally, it's being recognized in Bill C-16. Not just in terms of the debate, but some of the content that we're talking about that is in Bill C-16. Making the murder of an intimate partner as first degree. That actually came from the Conservative MP from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. Expanding the offense prohibiting the non-consensual distribution of sexual deep fakes, digitally manipulated pictures or videos using artificial intelligence. That came from the Conservative MP from Calgary Nose Hill. And updating mandatory requirements for child exploitation material. That was from previous Conservative governments. So we're pleased to see that this government actually took their lead from Conservative MPs. But to try to frame it now politically that Conservatives don't support this, and somehow we don't actually agree with protecting victims, is misleading Canadians. That's not the truth. If anything, Conservatives have been leading the charge to actually punish offenders for years. And now it's here. But one of the best tools of this institution is committee work. And I didn't realize that until I got here to Ottawa, because committee in the BC legislature is different. But this Liberal government stacked the committees to basically get its own way in terms of votes. Now, not only is it a slim margin of votes so the Liberal government can get everything they want out of committee, they actually stacked it even further so there's no chance of any amendments proposed by any opposition parties. And I'm talking about the Bloc. I'm talking about Conservatives. And yet the committee is there for a purpose. It's to collaborate. It's to represent the interests and needs of Canadians, the interests and needs of constituents of whom we represent. So the Liberal government is framing this as one of the most ambitious pieces of legislation to come down the pike in a long time. Not true. It could have been better. In terms of amendments regarding safety valves, there were 6 amendments put forward by Conservatives that were all voted down by the Liberal committee members. There was The one from Brantford, Brent, South Six Nations. Narrowing the mandatory minimum safety valves to only apply to offenders with no prior criminal record. There was one from York Centre, another Conservative. Would have required courts to consider only the offender's actual circumstances, not hypothetical scenarios like what the court's saying, when assessing constitutionality of mandatory minimums. Voted down by Liberals. Another one from Brantford, Brent, South Six Nations. Would have excluded serious offences, including child sexual offences and major drug trafficking offences, from accessing the mandatory minimum safety valve, meaning we wanted the full extent of the law applied to these offenders, especially drug traffickers, sex traffickers, anything to do with violent crime. Don't give them a lesser penalty. Give them the full sentence. Give them the full mandatory sentence. Keep the full mandatory sentence in play. If you really want to protect women and vulnerable victims and children, keep that mandatory sentence there. And if you want to challenge it, challenge the courts. This Liberal government is so afraid of being challenged through the Charter. Well, if the victims or the Canadians can't depend on us as lawmakers to stand up and fight for them, and they can't depend on the courts, who are they going to depend on? Who's left? There's nobody left. Take on the challenge. The Supreme Court can use a challenge, especially when you're talking about a lesser, weaker sentence for some of the worst offenders in our society. And it's getting worse. There were 6 amendments put together for that safety valve. Each one voted down. There was 2 for victim rights amendments. 2 amendments put together by my Conservative colleagues. They were voted down by the Liberal committee members. One was put together by the member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, that would have ensured victims of intimate partner violence and coercive control are notified without delay or release orders or recognizances. Voted down. There was another one from Elgin St. Thomas, would have required the parole board chairperson to disclose offender information without delay to the victims of intimate partner violence or coercive control offenses. Voted down. This bill could have been stronger. We could have sent a strong message to the women and the vulnerable victims of Canada saying, we're going to fight for you. We're going to take on the Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court rules after us, we'll think of another fight. Each and every MP. We could have taken that pledge together. But no, we didn't. The Liberal government backed down in committee through majority votes on each one of these amendments. On other defeated amendments, there were 6. One was put together for the member of York Centre, would have protected child pornography possession and access offences from charter challenges under Section 7 and 12 by enacting the notwithstanding clause, while also preventing these offences from benefiting from the bill's mandatory minimum safety valve. Voted down. There's 4 pages of amendments that were voted down by the Liberal committee members. There was also amendments that were ruled out of scope. And each one of these amendments were just trying to further strengthen this so these offenders couldn't get away. I know there's going to be lawyers that will be arguing this and fighting for lesser sentence, if no sentence at all. I know that. But us as legislatures, we're the last stop. We're the last hope. Given that the Liberal government actually took the recommendations from Conservatives and actually implemented that in this bill, that is commendable. But to be truly ambitious, should not have voted out the rest of the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that there is a difference between the government and what it is that the Conservative Party is proposing. At the end of the day, exceptional circumstances is going to enable the legislation and the reinstatement of a number of mandatory sentences to be supported within the courts. And I think that's a really important fact. This Prime Minister, just over a year ago, Madam Speaker, was elected with a mandate to make our community safer. We have a series of pieces of legislation, not one, but a half dozen or so, in which is going to make our communities safer. We're working with provincial governments and territorial governments. We're working with law enforcement, Indigenous communities, to make sure that we have safer communities and that there is a consequence for criminals that commit crimes. My question to the member is, does he not believe that the not using the notwithstanding clause should be a last resort?
The honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you for the question. And that wasn't the point. The point is that we should actually impose a mandatory sentencing for these offenders. That's it. That's the starting point. If we could have made it so much stronger if we actually taken more of the amendments that were proposed by my colleagues. Instead, we've watered it down.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-16 amends some things under the criminal code so that individuals with respect to firearms have to give their arms back if they lose their permit. They can get a new permit they may not get a new permit if they are suspected participation in a violent act. And some people don't agree to control over firearms. Do they agree with that?
For Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Well, it could have been stronger, Madam Speaker. There was even amendments talking about the crimes committed with firearms. And the Liberal government, through committee majority, voted them down as well. All I'm saying is that the amendments that were rejected could have made this bill so much stronger, including the amendments that actually dealt with firearms.
The honourable member for Ponoka, Didsbury.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I want to wind the clock back to 2022 when, in this place, the Liberal government of the day passed Bill C-5, which actually removed mandatory minimum penalties for a number of serious gun crimes, including extortion with a firearm, robbery with a firearm. There was no mitigating court cases or rulings from the Supreme Court of Canada that actually mandated that Parliament actually do that. That was an ideologically imposed piece of legislation that removed them. Now they want to bring back mandatory minimums, but they have what they call a relief valve, which makes them voluntary mandatory minimums. I've also heard voluntary mandatory when it comes to their gun buyback program. Is there anything that's any more oxymoronic from a Liberal government than this?
Honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
That is an injustice in itself, because the gun buyback or confiscation plan is actually going after law-abiding citizens that actually get PALs, that get training. And even for those that have restricted firearms, the bar is even higher. But they're not going to get safety valves. They're going to get a mandatory sentencing. Whereas anything under this, they're going to get reduced sentences. And that's including firearms. And the Conservatives have been saying we've got to start tightening the controls and the laws around firearms, especially connected to crimes, but not law-abiding citizens.
The honourable member, oops, I'm sorry, just a blank. Yes, I'm sorry, total blank.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. In speaking with our Shadow Minister of Justice, something he brought to my attention was that there are many mandatory minimums that are no longer protected, that we tried to give that protection back to in our amendments, that have actually already been tested by the Supreme Courts and found to be constitutional. And now that constitutionality, what does that mean when now they can simply decide to change the ruling?
Second answer from the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
A political decision. That's what it is.
That's a perfect 10-second answer. It being 5:45, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the report stage of the bill now before the House.
The question is as follows.
La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 1. Le vote sur cette motion s'applique.
This motion also applies to motion number 3.
One moved that Bill C-16 in Clause 28 be amended by deleting the lines 9 and 10 on page 18. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion.
The recorded division is motion number 2. Ms. Gazan, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill 16 be amended by deleting Clause 63. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried.
The Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that there be a recorded vote.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. Conformément à l'article 40.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded divisions stand further deferred until Monday, June 26th, at the expiry of the time provided for all questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6 o'clock at this time so we could begin private member talk.
Agreed? Agreed. It being 6 o'clock, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's ordered paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires émanant des députés, private
members' business.
Consideration at second reading of Bill C-259, Fair Representation Act, bill standing in the name of Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that Bill C-259, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Fair Representation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a great honour to stand today and debate this piece of legislation that I have brought forward. And I want to start by thanking my colleague, the member from Courtenay Port Alberni, for seconding this bill. You know, as a New Democrat, I can say that I am so proud of our caucus and the work that we have done in this Parliament to support and strengthen workers' rights. I think about the repealing of Clause 107. I think about the work we've done to close loopholes in the anti-scab legislation, to ensure that workers are paid for the work that they do. I'm so proud to be a New Democrat and to stand with members like the member from Courtenay Port Alberni as the party representing workers in this House. And I'm also proud to speak to this legislation C-259, the Fair Representation Bill, or as I like to call it, a wolf in sheep's clothing bill. Because today, Madam Speaker, Parliament will debate a simple idea, that workers deserve real representation. And the fact is, real unions represent workers, and fake unions do not. I want to thank the Canadian Labour Congress, the United Steelworkers, the sheet metal workers, LiUNA Local 1611, the building trades, the operating engineers, IBEW, UA, and other workers who stood with me today to talk about why this legislation is so important. I also want to thank the many workers and unions across this country who have pushed for this legislation and who have supported me along the way. I think about Scott Crichton, a member of IBEW 424 in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, or Tyler Bedford from the operating engineers, who've worked so closely to make sure this legislation comes to fruition. You know, unions support this legislation because unions in this country, the vast majority, do what unions are supposed to do. They fight for workers, they raise wages, they improve safety, and they strengthen communities. You know, this bill is not about them. They are unions that do the work that they are supposed to do. This bill is about fake unions. This is about unions that represent companies, not the workers. This is about unions that do not fight for their workers. And it's a danger because those are the unions that drive down wages, that make workplaces less safe, and that undermine workers' rights. And Madam Speaker, that happens within those unions, but it also happens across sectors. Because what impacts one worker impacts us all. And I want to be very clear. Workers have asked for this legislation. This came from workers. It came from the concerns that have been raised by labor over many, many years. And so when we wanted to bring this legislation forward, we worked with workers. We worked with labor leaders, with members of the building trades and others across the labor movement. I want to acknowledge the incredible work that Terry Parker and my friends at the Alberta Building Trades did to help move this legislation forward. You know, we have strong support from organized labor because real unions have nothing to fear from worker accountability. Real unions support this bill because it protects the rights that they have fought generations to win. And I want to be clear, right now there is a gap in the legislation. Federal law does recognize that employer-dominated unions are a problem. Section 25.1 of the Labor Code says that you cannot certify employer-dominated unions. But, and here is where my legislation is so necessary and so important, there is no way for workers to remedy that after certification. There is no worker-driven review process. There is no dedicated mechanism. There are no specific remedies. You know, there are provinces in this country that have much stronger regulations against company unions. And federal workers deserve that same protection. So what does this bill do? This bill gives workers a practical way to fight back. It creates a process for workers to raise concerns. It allows workers to seek a review where there are allegations of employer domination or influence. It requires organizations to demonstrate that their independence when concerns are raised. It provides remedies where employer domination is found, and it reinforces a very simple principle. Unions must answer to workers, not employers. And this matters, Madam Speaker. It matters because when employer-dominated unions put employers first, we know that wages suffer. We know that working conditions suffer. We know that safety on the job, the safety of Canadian workers suffers. And we know that bargaining power, a fundamental right of every worker in this country, the ability to bargain effectively, that right is taken away and that right suffers. Workers deserve the confidence that the organization speaking for them is actually on their side. And I want to tell you a story about why this matters. Today, I had some folks from British Columbia join me. They told a story about Sam Fitzpatrick. And this story illustrates for me why this is not an issue that is theoretical. This is not something just about what happens on paper. This impacts workers in our country. Sam Fitzpatrick was a 24-year-old. He was working in Squamish, BC. He was killed on the job in 2009. There were serious safety failures that were documented. Previous incidents were documented, and his employer had promised that they would do better, that they would not endanger worker safety. Concerns were raised, risks remained. There was a WCAT review. In fact, the employer was described as heedless, as wanton, as extreme, gross, and highly irresponsible.
Shameful. This
is the employer. And the union representing Sam Fitzpatrick was the CLAC, the Christian Labour Association of Canada. And they wrote in and said, and I quote, "A presidential penalty was not appropriate given the employer's prior demonstrated commitment to safety. So the CLAC literally argued that the corporation should be fined less for their incompetence and their failure to protect the lives of a worker. It's unbelievable. Madam Speaker, a worker was killed. A family was seeking accountability. And the union representing that worker argued against the harshest penalty. That is not what a real union does. That is the opposite of what a real union does. Workers expect more from a union. Workers deserve more from a union. And that's not the only example. You know, today I stood in the lobby, or I stood in the foyer with a photo of Sam Fitzpatrick, 24 years old, a 24-year-old worker. My children are that age, Madam Speaker. That man had parents, he had friends, he had people who loved him. But there are other examples. In 2025, at the Executive Hotel Le Soleil, the BC Labour Relations Board found unlawful employer interference in employees' choice of union. Management steered workers towards the CLAC and away from Unite Here Local 40. The board later voted that the employer's voluntary recognition agreement with the CLAC was needing to be voided. It happened with Exchange Hotel again in 2026, where there were findings of employer interference. There was pressure, there was inducements, there was employer support, decisions that were issued in 2025 and 2026. This is still happening in this country. This is not history. This is happening right now. And I want to talk a little bit about the international context. Union independence recognized internationally is core. It's a core principle. In 2011, the ITUC suspended CLAC and said that workers deserve representation independent from employer influence. So this is all happening right now, Madam Speaker. But just a few months ago, but even just recently, millions of dollars in federal funding flowed to CLAC in that same year. The same year that the BC Labour Board was finding against them for not properly representing their members, the federal government was spending millions of dollars and diverting that money there. In my home province of Alberta, the UCP government has just announced a new $4 million training initiative being delivered in partnership with the CLAC. You know, workers are raising concerns, Madam Speaker, yet governments are continuing to write checks. Workers deserve confidence that before public money is being spent, before public money is handed over, that it is going to unions that represent workers. Now, I will tell you some good news. Just months ago, more than 800 workers at an Edmonton manufacturing facility voted to leave CLAC and to join the operating engineers because they were dissatisfied with the representation that they were receiving. It was one of the largest departures from CLAC in Canadian history, and it happened not decades ago, but last year. When I talk about federally regulated workplaces, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about everyone. Everyone that is working in those workspaces, and that's roughly 1 million workers. Those are workers in transportation, telecommunications, broadcasting, banking, grain handling, longshoring, federally regulated construction. These workers deserve protection. They deserve to be represented by a union that will represent them and only them. That's what this legislation does. Madam Speaker, in this country, workers are worried. They're worried about affordability. They're worried about wages. They're worried about job security. The economic war we are having with the United States, the tariffs, the economic impacts are causing uncertainty. The moves that this Liberal government is making to strip workers of their rights, the use of Clause 107, a backdoor method to force workers back to work, continue to undermine the rights of workers in this country. This legislation gives workers their rights back. Because workers need stronger protections, not weaker protections. You know, the Liberals and the Conservatives say that they support workers. Madam Speaker, this is their opportunity to prove it. Real unions answer to workers. Employer-dominated unions do not. Fake unions do not. Let's put power back where it belongs. Let's put power back with workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll have the opportunity shortly to be able to provide more details. But I do have one question, because I think it is important as we look over the private member's bill that we try to provide that a clear definition. And I guess this is what I would look to my colleague for. Can she provide better clear definition of employer influence? And how she sees that within the legislation? It would be appreciated.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's very, very clear. You know, the unions, a good union that represents workers' rights is elected democratically by the members, and they answer only to the members. You know, that is the definition of a good democratic union. You know, I stood today with Siobhan Vipond, who is the Vice President of the Canadian Labour Congress. And she spoke about the democracy within the labour movement. And I think it's important for us to recognize that democratically elected leadership that is responsible to the members and only to the members is a key component of good union leadership, of good union representation. You know, that's what this bill does, is it actually protects the right of workers to trust and know without any doubt that who is representing them is only representing their interests. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had this conversation with the member previously. One of the issues I see with this particular piece of legislation is the threshold that's being set for a review of an entire union, which is 25% of any bargaining unit. And the concern that I would have is that there are many small bargaining units across the country. You could go to a small bargaining unit that has 5 or 10 people, get 1 or 2 or 3 people to sign, saying that they believe that the union is employer dominated, and then the entire union is under investigation. Does she agree with me that there's some concerns about that kind of a threshold? You could have a union with tens of thousands of members, but one small bargaining unit, 2 or 3 people sign a document, and the entire union is under investigation. That's how I interpret the legislation, and I have real concerns about it.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. The 25% threshold is a screening threshold. It is not a decision threshold. I think that's important to clarify. It ensures a meaningful number of workers support a review before the board is asked to investigate allegations of employer domination. And at the same time, it is significantly lower than the threshold required to remove a bargaining agent or trigger a representation vote. So the threshold balances accessibility for workers with the stability in labor relations.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for this bill. I will speak to this bill later, but my question, in a context when internationally there's a backsliding of democracy and an uncertain economic situation. Of course, during periods of economic uncertainty, we need to defend workers. And we need them to be independent of employers at a time of democratic backsliding Could my colleague talk about the importance of these two principles for democracy and for workers?
Sorry, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an excellent question that my colleague has just asked. You know, these principles of democracy that protect workers' rights are fundamental. And she is absolutely correct in that the attacks on worker rights are not just happening by our federal government in Canada, they are happening around the world. You know, where corporations are undermining workers' rights, where governments in Canada and around the world are undermining workers' rights, where people are trying to take away the rights of workers to use their right to collective bargaining, to demand safe workspaces, to demand work for pay for the work that they do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to Bill C-259. You know, I've had the opportunity in the past, and I would like to use this also to be able to reinforce not only my personal beliefs and thoughts in regards to unions, but I also believe in terms of the manner in which the government of today and under Justin Trudeau was there to have the backs and support unions. And I think there's a number of examples of that. You know, I can still remember Marianne Mahaichuk, who was our labor minister at one time, bringing in legislation in order to repeal, to take away legislation that was brought in, private members' legislation that was brought in by the Conservative Party under Stephen Harper. More recently, the anti-scab legislation. And the anti-scab legislation was a significant achievement, Madam Speaker. See, I've always argued that the national government can play a leadership role in dealing with the workers' rights and advocating the benefits of unions, Madam Speaker. And I like to think that the whole idea behind the anti-scab legislation was not only is it something that regulates federal employees, but it also demonstrates strong leadership for other jurisdictions. Because even though the bulk of the workforce, the bulk of the unionized workforce, you'll find is in the under provincial jurisdictions and territorial jurisdiction, that we can actually set an example. Because not every province, in fact, I believe it's BC and the province of Quebec are the two provinces that have anti-scab legislation. I know in my home province of Manitoba, back in the late 80s, that I advocated for whether it was anti-scab legislation or failing that to support final offer selection as an alternative to anti-scab legislation. And we couldn't get the support beyond our caucus at the time, Madam Speaker. I think that within each political entity, you will often find that there are some very strong advocates for unions. You know, representing the North End, and, you know, a lot of people reflect on the 1919 general strike in Winnipeg, which was a historical moment for not only union movement in the city of Winnipeg, but from a national perspective. And you'll still find those that will advocate, including myself, that it had an impact around the world, Madam Speaker. I think that we all have a responsibility to promote and encourage the union movement here in Canada. And some of the issues and programs that we have today here have been spearheaded by unions, Madam Speaker. I can think of many different social programs, ways in which budgets have been influenced, laws influenced by the union movement here in Canada. And I think that when we talk about unions, that we need to highlight how it is that we as a society have benefited by it. But we also have a job to do. And that is something that's been pointed out today, in which we'll take a look at, Madam Speaker. That's the reason why I had posed the question I did to the member opposite. Genuinely wanting to get a better understanding of what it is that's within the legislation. Protecting workers' rights has always been a priority for me personally, and it will continue to be, Madam Speaker. I recognize that at times what we have witnessed is the domination of a union that does not have the support of the workers. It is the workers that make the decision to have a union. It is the workers that put it into place, Madam Speaker, and the union is there to represent the workers. And I think that if you take a look from a historical point of view, that has been the case. But unfortunately, there are examples where that has not been the case. And if there's ways in which we can deal with this issue in a tangible way, Madam Speaker, I suspect you'll find an openness of the government to do so. If we take a look at the Labour Code itself, Madam Speaker, within the Labour Code, there is the issue of protecting the integrity of the collective bargaining is there. The issue of protecting the integrity of the worker through not having employer interference of the union membership is also there, Madam Speaker. I think these are the types of things in which we should be reinforcing in terms of the importance. I like the manner in which the member had put it, that unions are there to answer to the workers. I appreciate that particular comment because I truly believe that to be the case, Madam Speaker. And I think that we can collectively continue to demonstrate leadership in the manner in which we approach those issues. I also believe that it's important that we try to depoliticize where we can. I've had the opportunity to recently talk with the union membership of the Winnipeg Transit Union to hear some of the concerns that they had where Ottawa had some influence. And I would indicate to James and Company and the Winnipeg Transit Union that I understand what they're saying, and I will be sharing those concerns with the government in an attempt to deal with them. I appreciate the phenomenal work that our firefighters associations and unions have done across the country. In particular, in my home province of Manitoba, where we had Alex Forrest, a champion for our firefighters, Madam Speaker, in terms of how membership, how the workers can actually benefit by strong advocacy. I'm really encouraged with Canada Post's recent decision to ratify, I believe it was by over 85%, Madam Speaker, an agreement. That agreement's been a long time in coming. And it's very much gratifying to see that at least there was an agreement that was ratified by the employees. But I understand that the employees still have many, many concerns. Some of those concerns in which, again, I plan to continue to advocate for, because I genuinely believe that I want Canada Post to be there for future generations, Madam Speaker. These are the types of issues, whether it's advocating for union membership, supporting good union jobs through programs such as the Red Seal program, where we're promoting and allocated significant amount of money that's going to assist in literally 80,000 to 100,000 new highly skilled workers, Madam Speaker. That anti-scab legislation is something that I take great pride in. Hopefully other provincial jurisdictions will take it up and move on that particular file also, Madam Speaker. I believe in the importance of ensuring that the workers have the confidence in their union executives. And a big part of that, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that it's not being influenced through employers. That is really an important aspect of the role that unions have to play, and the manipulation of unions is something that I believe that, in principle, that we have to look out for and protect. And that's why I'm very much interested in terms of how the Canada Labour Code could potentially be improved, or if there's other things that we can do to protect our unions. With that, Madam Speaker, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the NDP member for this particular piece of legislation. 2 years ago, I was asked to be the Conservative Shadow Minister for Labour, and it has been one of the best experiences I've had in my life, Madam Speaker. I have had the opportunity to travel to almost every province in this country and meet with union locals and union representatives. And especially I've done it in the construction building trades unions, where there's this entire system that most Canadians don't know about, which are union training centers. Most people don't know the extent to which this country is trained. The people that build this country are trained in union training centers. And the unions themselves have put the money aside to build these facilities. Yes, now in certain provinces, they're getting provincial money to help with that. And at the federal level, there has been programs to do that. In fact, in the last election, the Conservative platform included a massive increase in funding for the UTIP program, and including elements like a bricks and mortar thing to help expand union training centers. So I know how hard our unionized construction workers work in this country, and they deserve the best representation. I agree with that unequivocally. So when I look at this member's piece of legislation, I break it down into 3 categories. So the first category is the definition in the Canada Labour Code, which currently says "so dominated," which I've always thought was a bit of an odd term. You know, you're either dominated or you're not. What does "so dominated" mean? Like, it's okay if you're a little dominated? So look, I think the member's right. The Canada Labour Code should be changed. We should remove "so dominated." That modifier, I think, adds a level of domination when no domination should be acceptable. The test should be whether or not a union is dominated by the employer. So I give the member kudos for identifying that and seeking to make that change. Because I agree with what everyone's said here so far tonight, both from the NDP and from the Liberals. No union should be dominated by the employer. The whole purpose of a union is to represent the rights of workers, and they do a fantastic job of that, especially in the construction buildings trade unions. So I agree 100% with that. Where I have a little less agreement and a little more uncertainty, and I'm open to having conversations, is with the other sort of 2 key aspects of this legislation. Now, the one part is, and the member has said tonight, her definition of dominated is the fact that a local union representative isn't elected. Now, that is how CLAC functions. So CLAC will elect their national representatives. The members get to elect them. And the national representatives will choose the local union rep. Now, their argument is they do that because they can select people with expertise in labor relations, expertise in construction projects, etc. Now, I don't know which of these 2 things is actually where the problem lies. So I think there's an interesting question that we should be looking further into with respect to that. The Canadian Industrial Relations Board has looked into CLAC, and they have determined that it is not employer-dominated in previous iterations. Now, is that because the test was so dominated? Maybe the CIRB said, well, they're a little dominated, but not so dominated, so therefore it's okay. I actually don't know. I've looked at some of the decisions, and it's very not clear. But when they did look into it, they would have, of course, looked at governance structure. And so I don't know if the governance structure is actually part of the problem, but perhaps that's something we absolutely should look a little more deeply into. Where I do have a challenge, and I've told the member this, we've discussed this piece of legislation many times, the change to the legislation is that any bargaining unit, if 25% of any bargaining unit decides that they think that they are employer dominated, then an investigation into the entire union could happen. Now, this country is covered in a lattice of union locals. And some unions in this country are gigantic. Unifor has over 200,000 members. Now, if a small local were to have someone go around and convince them that the employer wasn't representing them properly, the union must be employer dominated, and let's say the bargaining unit was 10 people, and there are bargaining units that are that small. If 3 people sign that, then the entire union is being indicted. And that, to me, leads to a bit of a challenge, because it seems to me that that threshold is too low. The other thing that you will know if you've spent any time working with the construction building trade unions is they don't always get along with each other as well as we might like to think. There are often jurisdictional disputes, and there's what's called a raiding period where different unions seek to take over individual locals, which is exactly what happened with the operating engineers in Alberta. The operating engineers in Alberta were able to take an entire CLAC local of some 800 people, move them out of CLAC and into the operating engineers. So the unions do have a bit of a tussle with each other every so often. And I could see that at times there could be an inclination to perhaps weaponize this section. Now, one thing I also know is that the Canadian Industrial Relations Board does incredible work in this country. They have to deal with very, very difficult situations all the time. But when the head of the Canadian Industrial Relations Board was at committee recently, the testimony was very clear. The Canadian Industrial Relations Board has far too much work, and they do not have enough funding to deal with the work that they have. Now, if we were to add to that a whole bunch of investigations into a whole bunch of unions, because any bargaining unit, no matter how small it is, 25% can meet that litmus test of having that union investigated by the CIRB, I could see that this could become incredibly challenging for the CIRB. And in fact, there are many circumstances where the CIRB doesn't meet deadlines and they have to ask for extensions. And those extensions, in the context of all kinds of serious disputes that they deal with, can have real consequences. So I think I have very great concerns about the impact and effect of that particular section. Now, when I've had conversations with construction building trade unions about this particular section, many of them have said to me, I didn't think about that. You might be right. There could be a challenge with that particular section. So initially, they are very supportive of this bill. Virtually every person in the construction building trade unions that I talk to, they think this is a great bill to deal with a union that they think is not a real union or is an employer-dominated union. However, when I point out some of the things inside it that I think are concerning, many of those very same people share those concerns. I don't know if the member is open to making amendments to this particular piece of legislation. We've talked a little bit. I hope she is open to making amendments to this particular piece of legislation, because I do believe that there is a way to get this legislation to a point where it could be supported, certainly by the Conservatives. I don't know where the Liberal Party is on this. The member's speech didn't touch too much on the substance of the particular legislation. It talked about a whole bunch of other things. So I don't know 100% where they are, but from my perspective, I think that the legislation needs a little bit of tweaks. I just want to conclude my remarks by saying, because I don't get the opportunity too often to speak about unions and the great things that they do. My son went from the private sector into a unionized environment in the construction industry, and his life got 10 times better. So no one is more convinced of the good work that unions do to represent people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Tonight, I rise to speak to Bill C-259, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code. I thank my colleague for tabling this bill. Today, we are debating a principle which is critical in our democracy, that is, the freedom of workers to organize freely. That right is not a privilege. It is a right which is recognized by the courts, by international conventions, and by our own laws. When a worker decides to join a union, the worker must be able to do so without intimidation, pressure, or interference from his employer. This is exactly what C-259 seeks to make law. The Bloc Québécois supports the principle of this bill. First, I'd like to cover why unions are important. I'll also cover the changes that C-259 would bring about, and I'll talk about the situation of unions in Quebec. So first, why are unions important? Too often, we forget everything that we have gotten thanks to unions. A few examples: paid leave, annual vacation, retirement, pensions, occupational health and safety protections, parental leaves, good wages, protection from harassment, and none of that was just given. These gains were achieved by generations of workers who organized together. And still today, unions play an essential role. Unions reduce inequality, they ensure better working conditions, they contribute to lowering the wage gap between men and women, and unions help to protect more vulnerable workers. According to Statistics Canada, unionized workers earn on average more than non-unionized workers working at comparable jobs. Unionized workplaces also have fewer workplace accidents, and they have more prevention measures. There are so many federally regulated sectors that includes banks, telecoms, airlines, rail lines, ports, interprovincial transportation. 900,000 workers are covered by the Canada Labour Code. 34% of those workers are covered by a collective agreement. And in some strategic sectors, such as rail transportation or postal services, the rate of unionization is above 70%. So the independence of unions in those sectors is critical. Now, what this bill is really about is company unions. What is a company union? It's a union which is dominated by, controlled by, or influenced by the employer. It's a union that doesn't truly act in the best interests of workers, and that becomes essentially an extension of management. Historically, this practice has been used to prevent the creation of true unions. So employers would create a fake union, and there were negotiations with this fake union, and then the employer could claim to respect the right to association. But workers lost their real negotiation power. Now, what this bill would do, well, the Canada Labour Code already forbids management interference. And this bill would clarify the rules. For instance, it would define what dominated or influenced by means from the employer. Some examples: the employer will not be able to fund the union or control union leaders or interfere with union elections, and there cannot be any promises or threats made to influence union members. In other words, general principles will become very specific with specific criteria. Now, in this bill, it will be possible to withdraw the accreditation of an employer-dominated union. It will be possible to cancel a collective agreement concluded under those conditions, and also there will be fines up to $100,000. Now, Quebec has been setting an example on this for a long time. For decades now, Quebec's labor code has protected union independence. We have sections 12 and 13 of Quebec's labor code, which explicitly forbid any type of employer interference in union activities. The Bloc Québécois defends unions, and the Bloc Québécois always wants to protect workers. Ottawa often copies or follows in the footsteps of Quebec when it comes to protecting workers, and C-259 is no different. Now, some may say that management unions or company unions are rare. That may be the case, but we shouldn't wait for problems to become widespread before we take action. The role of the legislator is also preventive. We need to take action to prevent abuse or mistreatment. We need to protect workers before their rights are trampled on. This bill would send a clear message that employers have to negotiate with the true representatives of workers, and that companies cannot create so-called unions to represent workers. The Bloc Québécois supports this. This would be an improvement, but we feel that there is a blind spot here, which is a lack of data. The Canada Industrial Relations Board does not provide any detailed statistics on employer interference in unions or company unions. If we want to take action, then we need statistics to understand the current situation. We would like more data to be collected and made public, Madam Speaker. That would be an interesting option to look into in the future. Now, I'll begin to wrap up my remarks. The debate here is quite simple, because a union must belong to the workers, not to the employer. Workers must be able to freely choose their representatives. Workers must be able to freely negotiate their working conditions. They must be able to defend their own interests without fear of reprisal. The Bloc Québécois has always defended the rights of workers. We do so in the case of employment insurance. We also defend seasonal workers. And we at the Bloc Québécois will be tabling a bill for a full overhaul of EI to protect seasonal workers even more. We will defend that tooth and nail, Madam Speaker. Now, we have also stood up for workers affected by the use of scabs or replacement workers, and we will continue to defend them. We're keeping an eye on use of scabs. Why? Well, in general, a fairer society means fairer workplaces. A healthy democracy needs free unions and independent unions. Workers' rights should never be negotiable. This is why the Bloc Québécois will support C-259. I'll conclude, Madam Speaker, with a few additional statistics about unionization in Quebec. Quebec has one of the highest unionization rates in North America. In 2024, 39.2% of Quebec's workers were unionized, as compared with approximately 28% in the rest of Canada. Over 1.6 million workers in Quebec are covered by a collective agreement. This shows also that unions can improve salaries because, according to Statistics Canada, unionized workers earn on average 10 to 15% more than workers in similar jobs who are not unionized. Now, this gap is even higher for women, young workers, and workers with lower education. Now, as for inequality, according to the OECD and many university studies, the decrease in unionization explains 20 to 30% of the increase in salary inequality or wage inequality that we've seen since the 80s. And highly unionized sectors have lower wage gaps, less salary discrimination or wage discrimination, and more access to pensions. More statistics: between 1981 and today, the amount of unionized workers in the private sector in Canada has decreased by 40%, but despite that, unions still represent about 4 million workers in Canada, which is a significant amount, and we support this legislation.
For Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd first like to thank the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona for bringing Bill C-259 forward and for her advocacy on behalf of workers. The Government of Canada recognizes the spirit and intent of Bill C-259 because fairness for all Canadian workers is our top priority. And given the economic headwinds we are facing, worker fairness is needed now more than ever. Madam Speaker, Canada's economy is at a turning point. The global labour landscape has shifted dramatically, causing economic shockwaves felt at home and abroad. Tariffs have dealt a significant blow to workers and employers. This has caused real stress for families and communities across Canada. During uncertain economic times like these, Canadians expect the government to have their backs. And we do, Madam Speaker. We're working closely with employers and unions to shore up Canada's workplaces and ensure they remain fair and productive. Our marching orders are clear, Madam Speaker. We must protect Canadian workers while strengthening our country's economic resilience. Because we can't build a strong economy without respecting the workers who keep it running every day. That's why we're fully committed to ensuring that workers and their employers have the tools they need to weather this current labour storm. And at the heart of Canada's labour framework is the Canada Labour Code. But it's more than a law that governs federally regulated workplaces in Canada. It's a promise to protect and support more than 1 million workers in 22,000 federally regulated industries. And it is a promise we will continue to keep. Because fair workplaces and a strong economy go hand in hand. Our federal labour framework already works well, but we're always on the lookout for ways to build greater trust, strengthen our labour relations approach, and to make our policies more flexible and proactive. So today, I would like to highlight our ongoing approach to supporting federally regulated workplaces and the collective bargaining process that is protected by law. The structural integrity of the collective bargaining process is held together by trust and independence. Without those two key ingredients, the process would fail. For agreements to work, workers must trust their union and employers must trust the system. And any perception of outside influence weakens the system. Workers should also be able to choose their representatives freely and trust that those representatives act in their best interest. They deserve unions that answer to them without being influenced by external pressures. That's why Canada's labour relations system is built on a structured process that balances workers' rights and employers' responsibilities. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada firmly believes in the right to strike. It's protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's a key element of free, balanced, and respectful labour relations. We believe in open and unfettered dialogue between the parties, and that workers must have real bargaining power to reach those agreements. Because we know that the best agreements are those negotiated at the bargaining table. We also know that collective bargaining isn't easy, but it produces the strongest deals that represent the needs of the parties involved and that help stabilize the economy. That's why we've taken concrete measures to strengthen that right while maintaining balance across the system. I'm referring to Bill C-58, an historic act to ban replacement workers in federally regulated workplaces during strikes or lockouts. It also improved the maintenance of activities process so that parties determine early in the process what work needs to continue to ensure public safety during a work stoppage. It received unanimous support in Parliament and was written into law 1 year ago this month on June 20th, 2025. Banning the use of replacement workers protects workers' rights to strike, removes distractions from collective bargaining, and brings greater stability to our economy. And you can't have a strong economy without stable labor relations. So, reforms like Bill C-58 help establish a better balance in negotiations and protect the integrity of the collective bargaining process. Madam Speaker, collective bargaining can lead to tension at the table, but it remains the ideal mechanism for finding lasting, balanced solutions. That's why the federal labor regime relies on established rules and fair, transparent, independent decision makers to help parties come to solid agreements. I'm referring to the Canada Industrial Relations Board and the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. They both play an invaluable role in Canada's labor relations system. And while news headlines may paint a different picture, the truth is most labor disputes are resolved without a work stoppage. In fact, last fiscal year, the vast majority of disputes in federally regulated workplaces were resolved without a work stoppage when the parties worked with the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service. This tells us the system works well when parties bargain in good faith and when they have access to the right support. Madam Speaker, labor relations affect wages, productivity, and economic stability, and success at the bargaining table contributes to a stronger economy. But we also know the opposite is true. When labor disputes collapse, this can have rapid and significant repercussions for millions of Canadians, businesses, exporters, and the economy writ large. And when an economy slows down significantly, it is often workers who bear the brunt of the impact. So, the collective bargaining space must remain uncluttered by external distractions so parties can focus on solutions that can stand the test of time. It's here that I'd like to turn back to the task at hand and talk about Bill C-259. Madam Speaker, Bill C-259 proposes a handful of specific amendments. It proposes to further define and codify employer influence and to bar certification of employer-dominated unions. It also adds procedural and governance requirements for certification and creates new penalties such as summary conviction up to $100,000. Madam Speaker, these preventative and clarifying measures are consistent with the Code's foundational values. In fact, Part 1 of the Code already prohibits employer interference, and CIRB has previously applied these rules broadly through past decisions. We've also found limited evidence of widespread employer-dominated unions in federally regulated sectors. But we're aware that the absence of widespread problems is not an argument against clear rules. And we know that clear rules set clear expectations, often preventing problems before they arise. And I'm sure we can all agree, Madam Speaker, that a proactive approach is always the best approach, especially when it comes to labor relations. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada will always protect the rights of Canadian workers, including the right to strike. And we're always looking for ways to help strengthen labor stability and bolster Canada's competitiveness while supporting workers' rights. And one way to ensure workers are supported and policies reflect the distinct challenges of today's workplaces is through consultations. That's why this government held consultations this spring, 2026, with unions, employers, and Indigenous partners to discuss potential ways to improve worker support and the federal labor relations framework. These talks provided invaluable perspectives on the collective bargaining process in federally regulated industries, for example. Madam Speaker, we've explored various important topics in these consultations, and we're all ears for new and innovative improvements. Discussions like these are essential to help inform practical and long-lasting ways to support workers and workplaces and ensure they have the tools they trust and that help them succeed. Madam Speaker, I would like to close by once again thanking the member for Edmonton Strathcona for bringing this bill forward and for her advocacy on behalf of workers. And I'd like to reaffirm the Government of Canada's unwavering commitment to the integrity of collective bargaining and fair worker representation. We will continue working closely with all stakeholders to ensure that our federally regulated institutions can rely on fairness at the bargaining table, now and in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara South has a minute and a half.
A minute and a half. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my job to bring a profound conclusion to the debate before us tonight. I'm happy to add my 30 seconds of wisdom to this debate tonight, and yeah, we got to wait for it. Yeah. But let me begin by stating something quite clearly. Conservatives believe workers have the right to organize. We believe workers have the right to choose their representation freely and democratically. And we believe employer domination of unions has no place in Canada. Those principles are not in dispute. The question before us is whether Bill C-259 strengthens workers' rights or whether it creates instability, uncertainty, and unintended consequences in federally regulated workplaces. The sponsor argues that workers must be represented by organizations independent from employer influence. On that point, there is broad agreement. But the reality is that the Canada Labour Code already contains strong protections against employer interference. Today, a union cannot be certified if it is so dominated or influenced by an employer that its ability to represent workers is impaired. I have 8 seconds, Madam Speaker, so I think I will wrap up with that profound statement of 5 or 6 sentences tonight, and I appreciate the patience of the House. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 8.5 minutes to conclude his remarks when we return to the subject. La période prévue.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. It will now drop to the bottom of the order of priority on the order paper.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Riding Mountains.
Madam Speaker, my question is simple. Why are the Liberal MPs blocking the Health Minister from testifying at the Health Committee on the $300 million prescribed IT scandal?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to respond this evening. While the member opposite and many of his Conservative colleagues have drawn up elaborate theories about prescribe IT in the Canada Health Infoway, their position doesn't make any sense. Member opposite has been making absurd claims about a program launched by the previous government, but here are the facts. Our government ended funding for the program because it wasn't sustainable. Not only that, the CEO of the organization that launched the program was fired. On top of that, in the House yesterday during question period, the Minister of Health said she's reviewing funding for the organization in question, Canada Health Infoway. She's looking at Infoway's mandate and said that they're not getting any money unless we are sure that their work aligns with their mandate. It doesn't get more clear-cut than that, except the Conservatives have decided to spread misinformation about the program, all in the name of social media clicks. It's hard to take the outrage on this seriously, especially when we see the Conservatives' behavior at the Health Committee, where they've been filibustering since May 7th. For the last 4 meetings, they've used every tool in their disposal to stop the Health Committee from even voting on a study of the HIV crisis. Every so often, they've asked who could possibly be asking for such a study, calling it useless. Madam Speaker, I think most Canadians in this House would agree that particularly in Pride Month of all months, that is an untenable, unfathomable position. You know who cares about doing this study? Some of Canada's leading activists and organizations working in the field of HIV and AIDS who are calling for it. You know who else cares about this study? The tens of thousands of Canadians living with HIV, not to mention their families and loved ones. So when the Conservatives pretend to care about healthcare in this country, let's look at their actions, spreading false narratives about healthcare projects and preventing important healthcare studies from taking place.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountains.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals did not answer my question. My question was simple. Why are the Liberal MPs blocking the Health Minister from testifying at the Health Committee on the $300 million prescribed IT scandal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, let's focus on the facts. The Minister has been very forthcoming in terms of her presence on this matter and before committee. The previous government helped launch Prescribe IT. Our government announced it was ending, and we've already seen Quebec has signed a contract to launch Prescribe IT in their province. The Conservatives would rather play parliamentary games than focus on issues that matter to Canadians, and as we're seeing at the Health Committee, that means blocking studies on important health topics like HIV. Our government will always focus on what matters to Canadians, and it would be very nice if the Conservatives would do the same.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we face serious economic problems now as a country. We are the only G20 nation in a recession. 1 in 4 Canadians are living food insecure. We have seen a doubling of food bank use since 2020, and we are in the midst of a worsening unemployment crisis, particularly affecting Canada's young people. We have been repeatedly calling on this government to have a plan, to implement a plan to respond to this youth unemployment crisis. In the fall, Conservatives put forward our plan with a series of constructive suggestions focused on unleashing the economy, fixing immigration, fixing training, and building homes where the jobs are. We have not seen a willingness on the part of the government to implement these constructive proposals. In fact, we've seen the government choose to move in the opposite direction. We saw, for instance, with changes they made, cutting student grants to students who are studying at vocational institutions. They ended completion grants for trades. They ended grants to students in the trades. Now they brought them back eventually, following strong advocacy from unions as well as from Conservatives. But they've now trumpeted them as if they were something new, when they were, in fact, the restoration of grants that had previously been cut by this particular government under this Prime Minister. So we are seeing some instances where our advocacy has made a difference, but generally speaking, an unwillingness of the government to meet this moment. And Madam Speaker, I want to also draw the attention of members in the context of this unemployment crisis to, I think, a great report recently done by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, highlighting the challenges small businesses are facing when it comes to hiring young people, some of the disconnect that has existed between small businesses and young people. And their proposal, really very much aligning with what we've talked about, focuses on creating the conditions where small businesses can afford to hire young people. They've proposed, for instance, payroll tax relief. Payroll tax relief would be a clear and simple way of making it easier for small businesses to hire young people. Small business owners report that a lot of the programming that exists right now can be difficult and onerous for small businesses to actually use and take advantage of. And they propose broad-based changes that reduce the costs of hiring, taking into consideration the costs of training, and making it easier for people to start and grow businesses. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has also highlighted big entrepreneurial, big gaps in terms of entrepreneurship in this country. They're talking about an entrepreneurial drought, that far more businesses are closing than are being started. And this obviously affects the unemployment situation for young people. As I've led this file over the last year, and as Conservatives have been working on confronting this youth unemployment crisis, we've always sought to be constructive. That is, we've sought to put forward specific, concrete suggestions to the government on how these challenges can be addressed. We've put those forward in the form of the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has put forward their ideas, which are very, very similar to ours, but really emphasizing payroll tax relief. And we've called on the government to adopt these suggestions. What we saw in the last fiscal update actually is a plan on the part of the government to increase EI premiums, which is again going in the opposite direction from what the Canadian Federation of Independent Business wants. So my question tonight for the Parliamentary Secretary is, when will we see a concrete plan to address the youth unemployment crisis that responds to these realities and recommendations by different stakeholders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of State, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his question. Allow me to focus on the positive measures that the government is continuing to pursue as we work to mitigate the impact of these uncertain times. As the Prime Minister has said, as we cope with economic uncertainty, our most powerful recourse, our most powerful tool, is to control what is within our power to control. And that, Madam Speaker, is what we're doing. Let me focus on the government's uncompromising commitment to build a stronger, more inclusive economy. Nothing represents the power of that commitment more than our labour market development agreements and workforce development agreements. These agreements, forged between the federal government and the provincial and territorial governments, are engines of opportunity, resilience, and growth. They provide $2.9 billion annually in training and employment assistance services delivered through provincial and territorial employment assistance offices. This approach empowers Canadians with the skills they need to succeed in a rapidly changing labour market. They offer targeted training programs, they offer career services, they offer all manner of employment supports. They're boosting the employment opportunities of Canadian workers, whether they are new graduates, mid-career professionals, or individuals facing barriers to employment. Through these programs, Canadian workers can adapt and thrive. The results, Madam Speaker, speak for themselves. Each year, more Canadians are able to access skills training that leads directly to a career in a field where workers are needed. Job seekers are not only finding work faster, but they are also securing more stable and higher quality jobs. But there are no jobs without employers, and it's why ensuring that employers also benefit. They get more skilled and job-ready workforce and an ability to hire more quickly. Both of these advantages foster a boost in productivity. This alignment between worker skills and employers is crucial. It has the power to strengthen entire industries. A well-trained workforce drives innovation, attracts investment, and enhances Canada's global competitiveness. That's why our government's workforce tariff response, for example, is providing a further $570 million until 2027-28 under the labour market development agreements. Funding that will support tariff-impacted employers and workers in the steel and softwood lumber sectors and in other tariff-impacted industries. Madam Speaker, global economies have shifted and tariff tensions are high. But as Canadians, we don't stand idly by. We build, and our skilled trades workers are the ones that will build our future. But we're facing a serious shortage in the trades. That's why we've made a historic 5-year, $6 billion investment to help workers and young people gain the skills, experience, and support they need to thrive. That's where Team Canada Strong comes in. It's the basis of our spring economic update, and it's our plan to train, recruit, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal trades workers to meet the demand. A plan that will help apprentices to learn, train, and access meaningful and well-paid careers. Because I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that the Government of Canada will always have the backs of our workers and their families. And I have to note that, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, in talking about the skilled trades and their importance and apprenticeships, I would encourage him to support our new plan for the trades and ask him why he voted against it in our spring economic update.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, there are many things that are very strange about this response. Let's be clear. In 2006, the first Conservative budget of Stephen Harper, Conservatives brought in grants for trades workers. We brought in completion grants in 2009. This government cancelled them under this Prime Minister, and then with much fanfare announced that they were bringing them back. Of course, we support bringing in these grants. We wish they hadn't been cancelled before being reinstated. We voted against the government's fiscal plan in general, because in general it's going in the wrong direction. The member highlighted labour market development agreements. Of course, labour market development agreements are an important and valuable part of our national architecture. Most of those agreements were signed in the 90s and early 2000s. The last one of those agreements was signed with Yukon in 2009. The government trumpets things like the Canada Summer Jobs Program. Again, these are programs that date back to the 90s that have existed for a long time. The government has nothing new. The best they can do is rename past Conservative programs. They clearly don't have a plan. They need to get a plan, and fast.
Have to give the Honourable Parliament Secretary the opportunity to answer.
Madam Speaker, Canada's labour market development agreements and workforce development agreements demonstrate what is possible when governments collaborate with a common goal in mind. The economic impact is equally significant. As more Canadians enter and remain in the workforce, consumer spending rises, communities prosper, and public revenues grow. This is why workforce development is more than a social policy. It's a cornerstone of economic strength. These agreements invest in people, they respond to real labour market needs, and they deliver measurable benefits for workers and employers alike. So they're not just supporting jobs, they're helping to develop a more prosperous and inclusive future for all Canadians. I thank my colleague opposite for answering my question and confirming the fact that he voted against the Spring Economic Update and the $6 billion program we have to reinvigorate skilled trades in Canada and recruit 100,000 new tradespeople and apprentices.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, with my apologies for my blank earlier today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity to return to a question I asked the Prime Minister in April on his reckless spending. I'm grateful not solely because the answer I received from the government was inadequate and devoid of hope for Canadians, but because I believe a whole generation's future hangs in the balance. The poor choices this government has made over the past 10 years have put young people at a severe disadvantage. They are the future engine of our economy. They are the future tax base that will be asked to support an aging population and compete with a rapidly developing world. A responsible government would provide them with the opportunities and conditions to succeed. A responsible government, as it stands, however, we do not have. We have a federal Liberal government that has failed to meet the moment. This is a matter that I believe should command the concern of absolutely every parliamentarian. In short, this is a federal government that has created an economic hole of its own design, is attempting to spend itself out of that hole, and simultaneously refusing to take the common sense steps that will create the long-term growth that Canadians desperately need. These young people, current and future taxpayers, are entering the working world with a bill that none of them anticipated and none of them deserve. Fully aware of the consequences, the Prime Minister chose to add another $54 billion of spending on a national credit card this year. And then added to other out-of-control deficits over the past decade, Canadians will be saddled with $407 billion in interest alone over the next 6 years. As I stated in my original question, by 2031, today's 18-year-old first-time voter will be the workforce facing an additional $462 billion in national debt. With numbers like this, it's not at all surprising that Canada has the highest food inflation, highest housing costs, and the highest household debt in the G7. But, Speaker, this stark reality doesn't even factor in the youth job crisis. After years of Liberal stagnation and mismanagement, youth unemployment is now hitting 14.3%, and overall youth employment is at one of the lowest points in decades. Students are being hit especially hard, with more than 17% of those looking for work and not being able to find a job. Last summer, student unemployment reached levels not seen since the Great Recession. Young Canadians are trying to pay tuition, gain experience, and build a future, and a cost of living crisis has come and many cannot find work. Even graduates with post-secondary education are increasingly unable to find jobs related to their training. After years of Liberal policies that have driven away investment, burdened small businesses, and failed to match training with labour market needs, young Canadians are paying the price. They deserve opportunity, not unemployment. Through the Conservative Youth Jobs Plan, our side of the floor will unleash the economy by repealing anti-resource laws, cutting taxes to drive reinvestment, and eliminate red tape that is shutting youth out of the job market. We will fix immigration by repairing credential recognition and realigning immigration with labour and housing realities. We will move away from a one-size-fits-all approach to training and ensure that Canada's Student Financial Assistance Program provides relatively more support to students pursuing in-demand fields. And we'll also build homes where the jobs are by proposing a 100% capital cost write-off for companies that build workforce housing. I'm encouraged that the HuMA Committee recently released an all-party unanimous report on youth unemployment. The report makes key recommendations to advance much of what Conservatives have proposed. Now is the time for the government to listen to Conservatives and their own MPs by implementing all of those recommendations. Speaker, this is a critical moment. Rising unemployment and the cost of living will drive more Canadians to the breaking point, particularly Canada's youth. While the Liberals have no jobs plan, Conservatives have done the work and are determined to deliver results and real hope for their future. We'll unleash the economy and restore the take-home pay Canadians need to break out of this Liberal debt cycle of their own creation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, fiscal responsibility is about managing public finances in a way that protects Canadians today while securing the country's future. And that is exactly what this government is doing. Despite global uncertainty and ongoing geopolitical instability,
Ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to take the phone off near the microphone. It does. Thank you. It disturbs the interpreters. Thank you very much.
Despite global uncertainty and ongoing geopolitical instability, Canada's fiscal position remains strong. The 2026 Spring Economic Update confirms that our fiscal outlook has improved, not deteriorated. Deficits are declining over the medium term, and the government remains firmly committed to a declining federal deficit to GDP ratio. As a whole, Canada also continues to have one of the strongest fiscal positions in the G7, with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio and the second lowest deficit to GDP ratio. That strong position is not accidental. It is the result of a government that is committed to making responsible, disciplined choices. That means spending less on government operations, cutting waste, and ensuring public funds are used where they can deliver the greatest impact. By managing costs carefully, we're creating the fiscal room to invest more in the things that truly matter: supporting workers, helping businesses grow, and building the nation-building infrastructure our economy depends on. Madam Speaker, fiscal responsibility also means not fueling inflation. Inflation has remained within the target range for 28 consecutive months, and we want to maintain the right conditions to keep it there. That's why the government is focused on improving supply, especially housing supply, and providing real targeted affordability relief without compromising economic stability. Even under more challenging global conditions, our fiscal position remains stable under our responsible fiscal plan. Madam Speaker, let us talk about fairness, because fiscal responsibility is ultimately about intergenerational fairness. This government knows young Canadians deserve more opportunities. By keeping debt under control and investing in growth, we're protecting their future. Madam Speaker, the 2026 Spring Economic Update shows a government that is meeting today's challenges while protecting tomorrow's prosperity. And I have to highlight for my colleague, given her interest in young Canadians and youth and creating opportunities for them, the transformational $6 billion initiative in the Spring Economic Update that's investing in recruiting, training, and hiring up to 100,000 new Red Seal trades workers right across the country. Madam Speaker, Canada's finances are improving, our fiscal anchors are intact, our debt remains sustainable, and our economy is being strengthened, not undermined, by responsible public investment. That is fiscal responsibility. That is what this government is delivering. And I would hope that my colleagues opposite would get on board.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, but $407 billion in interest alone over the next 6 years, and by 2031, the youngest voters will be facing the workforce with an additional $462 billion in national debt is not good money management by this government. Nothing's changed under this Prime Minister, and nothing will change until this government's reckless spending is stopped. For proof, Canada's youth need look no further than the G7 or even the G20, where Canada is the only member in a full-blown recession. Major banks, as well as the Parliamentary Budget Officer, are forecasting sluggish growth this year, and debt-to-GDP ratios are expected to continue to remain high, with virtually no chance of decline over the next 5 years. It's no wonder why. The PBO is also reporting the Liberals are borrowing an extra $7 billion over their own budgeted amount. That's an additional $72 billion piled onto the backs of our youth this year alone, when they're already overburdened and desperate for relief. Conservatives warned that inflationary spending would weaken economic growth, would drive away investment, and leave Canadians paying.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Spring Economic Update shows that the projected deficit is actually $11.5 billion lower in 2025-26 than forecast in Budget 2025. This improvement is possible because of stronger than expected economic performance and higher revenues. Madam Speaker, we're concentrating on what we can control, maintaining fiscal sustainability while making targeted, high-impact investments for Canadians right across this country. This means eliminating the operating deficit over time, ensuring a declining deficit to GDP ratio, and ensuring every dollar spent on behalf of Canadians supports growth, resilience, and improving the well-being of Canadians. That is what a fiscally responsible government looks like, and that's how we're building Canada strong for all. By making these adjustments now, we're making it possible to make generational investments that protect and transform Canada's industries, strengthen our economy, and empower Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.